Breaking up all this static running through my blood. Again, why do you waste your light on me? Out of luck, can I keep my head above this time? Again, feeling the ground collapse on me. Blown around in a storm that only brings me down. Again, why does it feel so hard to breathe? Why does it feel so hard to breathe? So hard to breathe. Never found, but these voices bring me to my knees. Again, why do you waste your light on me? Again, feeling the ground collapse on me.
I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb at first. But I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst.
Whoa, look at that. Had some early aggression, it seems. We're already level 4, roughly. On average, I'd say level 4 across the board here. Okay. Seems to be in a good... Oh, yeah, we're 2-0 on the Lucian. What happened? Okay. In any case... Well, this Lucian is clearly going to push their lead for quite a while, already forcing the Corki out of the lane.
I don't know if I can. Is he talking? Okay, he's really quiet. I can't even hear him. I can't hear him at all.
This is definitely a favorable matchup for the Gnar into the range, as arranged into a Gragas, obviously. Oh, any alt drop. The Aurora away. Will maintain the lane pressure. Okay. Nocturne looking towards bot right now. Not sure if the angle, the way the wave is pushed up doesn't really look that favorable, but they'll maybe try to make something happen. They're on vision. They're trying to come in. Lucian pulled them back out. Okay, they're in there. They're in there. Missed the Q. But Shinza was lying in wait. Is now all over the place. Lucian's still trying to get these kills. That's good for one. Corky trying to give what they can as well, but Lucian cleaned that, or Nocturne cleans that up rather. And that is 2 kills in the favor of FC in a counter gank scenario. Meanwhile, top lane still in the favor of Gnar, pushing their range aggression. Mid is still in the favor of any large gold lead. Nocturne soloing the dragon, pretty easy pick off after that fight bot. Now we're gonna roam around, get some information. They have found the Shinzao. The dragon is secured. But I'll manage. Securing the Scuttle Crab. Questionably, Gragas sneaking in. It does go into the favor of the Nocturne. Everything's rather stable, but going to see some action top with a big gank coming in. Gnar forcing the Mega, makes it a bit harder to escape. Force back with the Shinzao ult. Gragas coming in, CC back and forth. Nocturne actually comes in, and that secures the Gragas kill. Gnar is still alive. Not for long. Still 1-for-1 trade. Aurora also on the way to try to make it even more favorable. With cost of the ult, still secured more kills, so 2 good picks at top side. They're probably going to push that in, I'd have to assume, while bot and mid inversely for FC push in. So not sure how much value across the board entirely, but still pretty good. Oh, well, actually even less value now that Gnar is TP back, so they can't get the full value out of a push there. Gnar might want it, but can't hit Q. And that concludes everything that just happened there. Void Grubs are up. Gragas holding the mid.
It was honestly a good recovery from FC to keep top lane priority, especially with the Void Grubs spawning after the dive top lane. So pretty good recovery there, especially with Grubs coming up, and they were able to trade value in bot lane for even and only had to let up 1 tower plate. So honestly, not a bad recovery there from FC for a 2-death top lane dive from SFU.
Right, I agree.
Yep.
See how they continue to move in from here. Gnar forcing the Mega already, but won't be up in a favorable time for this
Looks like
Grub
we
fight.
have a potential dive coming top lane to Annie. No, just Warden. All right. Thought maybe they look for a dive top lane to take Grubs for free, but looks like they're just warding the river.
Probably want to wait for Gnar to have Mega back up again
Oh yeah, for sure.
once Nocturne finishes his rotation. Conversely, Jinzhou lingering the bot side.
Yeah,
Looking for
looking for a
something.
potential gank. Though Nocturne does not have his ultimate, I believe. So there could be a
Close.
late. Yeah, he's close to his ult, so there could be a counter gank here. But looks like they're just gonna back off.
He just dropped ult again just to maintain the wave presence. They just want to
Oh, here we go.
be aggressive. Here's the action.
Yeah, bit of a clash here in
Well,
the mid brush. We got a TP coming in from the base. Let's Greg is TPing. Oh, we got a double kill bot. Wow.
well. FC wasn't going to commit to that fight considering and he had nothing up. So fair to hold the TP alone even at that.
Yeah, that's honestly
And of
that's honestly
course-
huge for FC, pulling the top lane TP and a double kill bot lane. That's great for them. That's a lot of value. Oh, here we go again.
And here comes another pick.
Oh, a
Oh.
big gnarled. Oh, what a snipe.
Goes Nocturne right into the
Yeah,
Aurora.
looking to trade back though.
Red buff might be able to help secure that kill. Still very doesn't seem like it.
Nice.
Good turn around from Gragas onto the Nocturne. Grub fight probably going to end there.
Yeah, it looks like it ends up only really being a 1-for-1, so everyone's just going to back off and go back to their side lanes.
Very close 1v1 happened in the bot lane. Lucian winning that out in the end. Obviously, considering one item ahead, 6-0 right now, kind of just doing whatever they want. Almost half or almost double the farm. FC has a very strong goal position right now. That like 4K, 5K about, almost 6, dare I say.
Yeah, and they have the first Drake. Oh, nice flash from Annie. Yeah, and having first strike there, it's a great, great lead, early lead here for FC. They need to really protect their Lucian, though. That combo of Xin Zhao and Aurora can get on top of you pretty quickly. So healing for their Lucian will be a very, very big factor for FC if they're going to close this game out.
Nico getting caught in between two right now. Seems it does go to the support. Supports need gold too. I understand that.
Nami's got to get her item somehow, so she'll take what she can get for sure.
I'm not allowed to farm. Let me take a kill or two. Probably will be top taking turret. I assume. Stealing blue.
It looks like Nocturne's going to take some of the jungle camps, and they might be able to look for either a dive mid or a grubs. It looks like they're going to do grubs.
And my plate's still up. They aren't getting top.
Yeah.
My bad. Either way, the CS difference is quite brutal. It's going to stay brutal as we're continuously forcing everyone out of the lane.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty rough for SFU's bot lane. They can't even get any farm as they're just being forced back to their tier 2 by the pressure from FC. But we might have a bit of an overextend here. Oh, she gets out.
Barely. Should be able to.
Yeah, they're going to look for the dive. Yep, there's their one. And they should be able to secure the bot tier 1 tower off of that pick.
Dragon is up right after. Nocturne is nearby. Looking very favorable still for FC.
Yep, they do have the Nocturne ult available, so if Xin Zhao or something gets on top of Lucian, they have the insta-peel. So, yeah, better for SFU just to back off there.
Seems to have found himself in a
bit of
awkward scenario now.
He's going to use the ultimate with a chance to get away. And he will. Oh, wow.
Nicely done.
That was very well played. Weird way to get out of there.
The item differences are still going to make this brutal to come back from right now. It's only going to get a little bit worse as more money going with the falling of these turrets one by one. Bot has moved mid. It's the normal way of things after you're in your lane. Oh, hello.
We have another
Something
2v1 in the top lane. The Nocturne ult's going to come in. They're going to look to turn it, but I don't think it's going to work. He burns the flash, still gets hit by the Nico ult, so not looking good for FC at all here.
I don't blame them for not expecting a TP to the ward that was in that brush to flank the Gnar.
For sure, a bit of a vision diff there from FC or from SFU, excuse me. So.
And we're bullying the court still. Oh, they got out.
That's a big objective bounty though for SFU if they're going to look to come back into this game. Being down 7k gold in 15 minutes, it's looking pretty dire, but they're definitely not out of it. That's for sure.
Grubs will help the recovery even further. For certain. This Lucian, RFC and Essence Reaver.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be hard to stop at this point in the game. Especially
they find the pick they're looking for here.
Especially with the obviously the changes since the new season came out. Now that ADCs can buy 6 legendary items, it's going to be very dangerous. This Lucian's going to be very dangerous as the game goes on.
He likes to make very interesting changes. I don't
For sure.
disagree with the current them sometimes, but like,
Yeah,
for the most part.
especially with the changes made to turrets now that plates are there the entire game. Oh, here we go. Got something bot lane.
Oh, that explains so much. I was like, I could have swore
Oop.
I should have been down by now. I'm a little behind on the news. Happens when I play like once or twice every few months. In any case, let's see what we're looking at.
It
Aurora
looks like
level
it was a
11 or
solo kill in the
11.
top lane from Gragas. Wow, that'll definitely help them
Correct.
get a little more pressure coming top as their tier. It looks like they've lost pretty much all of their tier 1 turrets. So definitely need to start getting some turrets here from SFU. They're going to want to get back in this game.
The support that Gragas has gotten to pull ahead over this Gnar is definitely going to keep them in a stable position
Oh, for sure.
to continue winning these 1v1s for now. Oh. A bit of love tapping down here. However, Nocturne is being spotted, heavily pinged. They want the control over this vision, and they guess they're keeping
They're
it.
going to get it.
Oh,
And,
Aurora
they do catch
with
the
a couple
Annie out in
Gragas
the
coming
bot lane. Yep. So they will be able to secure. Looks like SFU is going to try and trade out the Herald here. We'll see if SFU wants to engage.
Well, without Gragas, who's currently their most reliable asset, I think it's a bit hard for them to even put.
Oh, there's the
hold on.
TP.
They're still trying, though.
Yep. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a smite fight here on the Herald. Oh, they're going to go early.
Back.
The Nocturne, they do get to secure it. It looks like the Corki might get caught out. This might be a little bad for FC here.
Bit of a greedy commitment. Trying to find a bold chance at a pick. 3 down for Scuttle. Run down mid. Odd is addressed by Annie. Nocturne is on the way to help further. Not sure if Gragas hurts.
Yeah. He might end up being their win condition here, especially with how rough the other lanes have gone, especially bot lane for SFU. So this Gragas might be their only shot at getting back in this game.
See, things continue to play out. Still 2 dragons for FC. There's the dragon.
Yeah, I do think the differential and objectives here is really going to help FC close out this game, especially with it being an Ocean Soul. That'll very much help the extended engages that they're going to have with the Nocturne and the Gnar. So that Ocean Soul will definitely help them with those extended fights if they can secure it.
Right.
And it looks like they're going to move over to Soul Point here.
It's actually surprising how much little amount of items this Annie has with that 200 CS.
Yeah, I'm
maybe,
sure the
maybe mage items are just so expensive.
I'm sure the Malignance Rush will definitely help them with getting Tibbers up more often, especially with the one-shot combo that you can have with the stun. So I think the Malignance Rush will definitely help Annie out with getting those early picks, especially on someone like Corki, who carries a lot of their damage in a team fight.
It's definitely reflective of their play style because they have just been dropping the ult consistently whenever just to push waves.
We got a bit of a 1v2.
Explains the farm.
Got a 1v3 here in the top lane. I don't think Gnar's going to make it out of here, but we'll see. Oh, he's going to pop the ghost and he's going to pop the flash. He's going to try and run for it. He's going. He gets Mega Gnar.
Slowed now, but
Yeah,
still.
he does pop it. Here comes the Nocturnal. They look to trade in the mid lane.
Not entirely sure how worth that was because they're still getting value across the rest of the map. He stalled out as much as he could there. Got good time for his team, so he can't really even be upset with Gnar there.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that was a fantastic stall. You know, they got the tier 2 in both mid and bot lane off of him stalling out that 1v3, so a lot of value there for FC across the map.
That is Infinity Edge. Lucian now. Ow.
Yeah, that's already a 75% crit right there, so he's going to be hurting, especially with the damage the the damage buff this season where they changed crit damage back to 200%. So he's gonna be he's definitely gonna be hurting a lot with that high crit.
He's Gnar continuing their side lane pressuring, matching the Gragas on the opposite side. Is Gnar's TP down, but they're already in the position that they want to be. Gragas does have their TP if they do want to contest for this after getting this turret.
Gonna look to dive the
Landing
Aurora.
the abilities seem to be hit.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna have to back off.
Seems this Baron is going completely uncontested. Annie in a very
In a siege minion.
weird, it's a weird looking minion.
Yeah, that minion looks a little weird. All right, they are gonna secure the Baron.
Aurora and Gnar still fighting. Pretty close.
Oh, they are gonna look for the
And
top
Nocturne
lane
coming in to finish
dive.
up.
Yep. And they're just gonna look to try and end the game here potentially with the Baron buff and the top wave with the waves being pushed in. This is gonna be a little tough for SFU to stop this crunch in the base.
Keeping the Gragas on lock. Probably doesn't want to let him back at all.
Yeah, her one goal in life is to stop his recall. That's for sure. So as long as she can keep him in lane, that's the better for FC across the mid and top lanes here. It looks like he is going to start making his way over. So SFU looking to assemble here to defend their nexus here.
Its time is almost up. There it goes.
Yeah, looks like they will get the inhibitor turret. It looks like FC's going to engage here. A flash in from the Gragas. Big engage here.
And
That is a huge kill. Yeah, that is a huge kill for SFU. A big kill on that Lucian. That's a big shutdown. They are still down by 8k gold, but that'll help for sure.
It'll stop the current pressure that is happening. The Nami ult was not enough to prevent the Gragas from coming in and doing what he wanted to do. Even if Corki was positioned up a little bit more aggressive than they should have been again, which I think was somewhat favorable still for SFU because it made FC think, hey, I can grab this pick real quick a little bit.
Yep.
They definitely should have left it alone.
Yeah, and getting Lucian to burn both summoner spells there too is huge. Oh, here we go.
Hits one.
Pops the Zonya's going to look to
Zonya's
lift
all
for
is
a little
out.
bit. And they will
Doesn't
secure
quite
it.
up the pick.
Oh, and the
Ooh.
snipe with the Nocturne Q. He almost lived. That would have been crazy.
Fight's still going.
They have a big double bubble there from the Nami. Huge.
Staying on the Nocturne is
Yeah, that
strong enough. Triple.
Uh-oh.
Wants more.
Does he want the
He
Penta?
could get more.
Can we get a Penta in the first game?
Surely not. Unless something goes terribly wrong and
I
we're
don't
popping
think
more
so.
flashes.
They wanted it, but I think he's going to retreat to their fountain here.
Corki had both of their sums still, so would have been really weird. However, Lucian is here now to push down these turrets.
And it's looking pretty dire for SFU.
We have a small mid wave though to work with.
Here we go. They're looking to make a little room, but there is the Ocean Soul has just spawned. So I think they're just going to go take that.
Right. I assume Baron's probably leaving soon, so they probably just want to reset, get the confirmed on this dragon, and then work from there.
Yep.
He's still doing what she does.
It looks like we're actually seeing some magic resist being built on the side of FC. Nocturne picking up a Canic, which is not a very common item built on Nocturne. A bit of a tank Nocturne here, and Gnar picking up the Wit's End. So they're definitely stacking some magic resist to deal with this Gragas and Aurora.
Right. Even the Nico is doing.
Yep, and here we go.
Nope,
We got a big
and-
engage, and this might be GG's in the for game one here.
That. Fourth.
They might get the kill on the Gnar. Nope, he will
Down,
survive.
down.
That is a quad for
This
Lucian,
Gragas.
and they might be looking for that pentakill, and they might just get it. No,
Definitely want it.
they want it, that's for sure. Looks like, are they going to fountain dive for it?
It's not worth it.
Temper's going to tank the fountain? No, they're just going to back out.
Waves here. Let's.
Yep,
this
and I
game
think
out.
that'll wrap it up for game one. A great early
I'm
game for
surprised.
FC, and they converted it into a match win.
I'm surprised that fight even broke out in mid lane at the end there in the first place.
Ha.
You'd think the last fight would be near Dragon more, but
Yeah, it looks like it was a bit of a
that's-
dire straits there for SFU, so they had to do what they could.
a 13K gold lead. That's brutal. Hey, that's me. And you.
Hey, good to see you. Yep, I think that was just a very strong early game from on the side of FC, getting their Lucian fed very early, and they were able to convert that into a match win. You know, they got him ahead, and they were able to protect him. And even the one fight where they were able to get the pick on him, it ended up not really mattering as they were able to get value all over the map. So just great macro from FC throughout the game.
Absolutely. Not much to be done after that. They defended the turrets for as long as they could, but Baron's still up and all the waves are pushed in. Not much to be done from there.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, at that point, it was just kind of dire straits. They had to try and force that fight, towards mid and towards the top side jungle, and they got the pick, but it ended up not really working out for them as they were able to push in the bot lane and just obviously the leads they had built throughout especially on the turret side of things. They had both tier ones and they had all the tier twos within the first 18 minutes of the game. So definitely moving forward, definitely need to protect their turrets a little bit better, obviously for FC, or excuse me, for SFU, but yeah.
Well, let's move us to a break and see what lays ahead of us afterwards.
Yep.
Stay tuned.
You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head.
And we're back. So, what do you want to talk about that? How that game went?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit one-sided, but
I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb but first.
well, I would say for Fisher, obviously, they won, so it's definitely going to be a bit easier to talk about what they did well. But definitely, getting that early lead, getting the Lucian ahead really early. Obviously, you touched on him having basically 3 items by like 15 minutes, which is crazy. But yeah, so getting ahead early, definitely very good for them. Obviously, their macro play was very good. Their macro play was very good.
Yep. Definitely the control of the objectives was, I mean, kind of goes hand in hand with macro play on the objectives, but still, very, very strong control over the course of the game and keeping that lead. So that is. Now, let's take a look at our uncommon traits, one could say. Maybe. Oh, okay. These uncommon traits are brought to you by the Army National Guard. Find your calling at nationalguard.com. You should do that. In any case, now,
What? Oh, okay.
is that loud enough?
Yep, got it. Sorry. Okay. So for Fisher, yeah, so we touched on the macro play, the early lead. So, and then obviously the final one being objectives. Like we said, they swept Dragon Soul. They got all 4 dragons, had Baron buff as well. They took Baron, they took the grubs. They pretty much controlled objectives the entire game. So I definitely say that keeping up on that, obviously objective control is huge in League. But yeah, that's how you win games, by controlling the objectives. So I definitely think that as long as they keep up on that, then there you go.
All right. Well, inversely, one could say, as a team game, the team play is important, and as a team, they did address what they had to address. But what can SFU do better? We'll get to that soon. And by soon, I mean now. Well, definitely the warding, the vision control could have been a lot better. Clearly, the Nocturne had a lot of control that they could address. It's a little hard when it comes to Nocturne. You got to get the deeper wards. So you got to get those deeper wards. Jungler picking team fights, yeah. I mean, that still goes hand in hand. We have to address the position, and especially come down to bot lane, especially. The defense there was a little rough, letting Lucian do whatever he wanted. But I think they could have had a bit more support early game, especially to prevent that from spiraling out as it did. But we'll see how they adapt further into the next game.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how SFU actually drafts this game because they definitely um, had an interesting draft last game. I want to see how they draft after the way that Fisher played in this previous game. Very aggressive, with that comp like Nocturne and Gnar, who are very aggressive and can go in. So I want to see how they draft, see if they want to play more defensive, like you said, especially in the bot lane. You cannot fall that far behind bot lane early and expect to win the game. So definitely be curious to see how they play, how they adapt, and that'll decide if this series is going to go 3 or if we have a sweep on our hands today. So I guess we'll have to see how they play.
Yep. I have to say, while their team fight composition wasn't bad innately, but that's why there was so much side lane pressure going on. Like they tried to not keep it a team fight as much as possible, or have it be a very late team fight. Because so I think if they either want a more dedicated team fight and want to force the team fights, or they want to probably pivot even more to a more aggressive like pick comp if they do somehow let the ADC pop off again in that sort of scenario. So who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure. I think the pick comp that you mentioned, I think that might be where they pivot because obviously we'll see. But I think getting, not letting the ADC run rampant, like you said, and that'll definitely help them send this series to 3 maps.
Well, let's see what we decided on. Well, already we're yes, it says FC for both sides right now. That aside, I'm pretty sure FC's on the left. Yeah, FC's on the left. FC's blue side. We've had that pictorially. Now then, yeah. FC getting their early vision, noting where the Vi is. Now they have kept a. They have alternated towards a half team fight, half, you know, uh, counter counter pick with the Lulu to not get Varus get jumped on. The Vi is there for the grabbing the picks, which is probably the angle they might go for. Inversely, FC that's a rather aggressive count. They just kind of want to mow them down. It looks like.
Yeah, I mean, SFU's comp, I like their draft. I like their bounce back draft. The only thing that I can note, that is a negative is it's a little bit AP heavy. With the cannon and the Oriana, and depending on what the Varus builds, he could also be AP heavy. But I think having, like you said, the vibe will definitely mitigate that. That'll help them with those engages. So, but overall, a pretty solid draft here from SFU as they look to bounce back.
I'm expecting, honestly, the Cassiopeia. I want to know what the bans were almost, but the Cassiopeia does kind of serve the same purpose that the Annie kind of does. They are as as they were before, forcing this other mid laner out of lane as much as possible and just constantly pushing forward. Top lane is going to be kind of a null point, I'd honestly assume. We'll see how that pans out. That is some heavy damage on Oriana. Oh goodness.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia is running a little low on mana, but he seemingly has forced the recall, so that'll definitely help with mid lane pressure.
I know all they want. They don't care about their mana. They just want the lane to themselves. They know they can get away with it pretty early right now, as relative idea on where the Vi is right now. I think pretty sure there's a ward on it. I can't really tell. Maybe not. At least they should know the rotation by now, so understandable what they can get away with. Okay, doing some early backing here and there. Still forcing them out of the lane as much as they can. No farm for them.
Yeah, then this mid lane pressure is definitely helping the Jace get more space to work with. Obviously, you see he dropped the ward on SFU's Raptors. So it'll definitely, the mid lane pressure is, it's getting there early, but it'll definitely help secure early presence on the map for Fisher.
Jace was lying in wait in case Vi did show up, which is properly done because they know they want to keep this aggression.
That is a big wave.
Some damage there. Oh. I mean debuff, as we call that. Turrets are. If the turret's hitting you when it shouldn't be, that's Damien debuff. And
I thought for a second they were gonna look to collapse there, but it looks like they're just gonna back off.
oh, gonna be more damage out on Oriana here. Definitely not a pick, but forced to use their potions more. Only 13 farm right now. It's not looking like anything's gonna happen there for a while. Oh, chunking down the Cezreal with a flurry of skill shots and whatnot.
Yeah,
Armor
and
has made their way back.
like you said earlier, that 13 CS on the Oriana, that's definitely hurting their economy, that's for sure. But yeah, you never know. You can just because you fall behind early, you never know.
Is already a 1k lead. Oh, good damage from Jay sniping from the jungle. They might continue doing this with a little bit of prox. Oh, we're gonna TP out. That's understandable.
Yeah,
Better that than dying.
Yeah, I don't think Kennen wanted any part of that, so he's just gonna teleport out to save his life there.
That, like, we're gonna shove this bot lane in, try to get this dragon. He's gonna try to run down Oriana now. It would be a very optimal time to do it, especially considering what we're trying to do. Ooh. Enough. Too flashes,
Yeah, that was a
ulting the
great,
wave.
yeah, great reactionary flash from Oriana there to escape the Cassiopeia ult. So she does escape with her life, which is huge.
This is looking good for SFU now. At least to cure this dragon. Yes, okay, we're good.
Yeah, it looks like SFU might have heard us during during our break, but they're gonna get their first dragon. They pick up the first dragon after getting soul swept the last game. So great start for SFU for picking up objectives.
Oh, Jay's coming in. Good flash, push back. SPM on them down, and that's a big chunk of damage, and that is first blood for FC in favor
Yeah.
of. I'm just gonna keep saying Jace because that username is SNRB, and that's a mouthful.
Yeah, that's understandable. You know, that was a great flash into the hammer E to knock Oriana away from the tower, and yeah, that like you said, that secures first blood for Fisher. That's a great opening for them.
Let's see what we got from here. How much damage be thrown out there? By lying in wait for a lane gank. Ult. Ult again. Down. There's the flash. Beaten off. Can't get any more from there. Oh, flash. Need a Q. Oh, it's not enough.
Wow, what an escape there from Rumble. They burned both ults and the fly flash. That is a huge escape from Rumble to live all that movement and all damage.
On the flop side, they're going to be a bit more aggressive now that Novi was top, so they can push in bot wave a bit more. Keep them under turret. Yep, popping an ult there. I don't think that connected, but, you know, about the concept.
It's the thought that counts. He was pushing the wave. That's what obviously he was doing.
Stealing Raptors is a group with mid and jungle. Ace might be a little deep. They should know that Vi is probably still up there. I don't think they want to take this fight.
He might be a bit stuck here.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
Oh, is Bramble gonna finish it? Doesn't look like it.
no, that was a little closer than I'm sure SFU was hoping, but they were able to secure Jace as he was kind of stuck on their red buff there. So
Definitely questionable aggression to go that deep. And they definitely should have known, even if with the ults down, they know that they're both up there. I would not have, unless Cassiopeia continues following up, I would not have done that. A little bit of trading back and forth, and Vi, with that pick, now is able to maybe grab Grubs rather uncontested as well.
yeah, it does look like especially with Rumble keeping up the top lane pressure, it'll definitely help make. But let's see if she wants to look for the top lane gank, or if she's just gonna finish up the grubs.
They still clearing their camps, so. Oh, they were actually just going for. I think they pivoted. They were definitely there for a long time. I don't think they were doing scuttle for that long, but okay, no, they did get drops. It's still on the map. In any case, good ult, top, and good pick. Trade back from the Jace, who is on their way up.
Yeah, that top lane gank I was talking about did come to fruition, but it ends up being a 1-for-1. So good counter gank there from Fisher.
Bot lane already obviously doing a lot better than when we came in the first map. Game? Match? Match is better.
Yeah, it's all the same thing. But yeah, for sure. I mean, especially as you know, long as again, like they fell behind super early in game one, so like you said, definitely a much better start here to keep their footing. 10 minutes into the game here.
Currently, this is definitely a jungler-driven match, and here comes Jace coming in, and then Cassiopeia lands the hit, but Cassiopeia will now fall. Alts. I don't know. Jace probably can't pop this enough. It's gonna fall. Good roaming from Kennen.
Yeah, it ends up being a 2-for-1.
The junglers are in charge of this game right now, which is pretty normal for League for the past like 10 years. So.
For sure. Yeah, I mean that was honestly, yeah, like you said, great counterplay there from SFU, and they end up securing the advantage with the 2-for-1 trade. So, yeah, definitely a much better start to this game. looks like they've definitely found their footing here in game 2.
Mhm. Maybe upping kills, but the gold is still only 1k difference. It's not that bad yet. But okay, for splash,
Yeah,
is still doing what they do.
that Rylai's first item on the cast is definitely causing some issues for Oriana. You can't even run away. As she's getting poked by the Cassiopeia, you're just getting slowed, and yeah, definitely this is a tough matchup for the Oriana.
Jace, how did we end up over here again? They almost won that, but it's still pretty dangerous. Poking each other out a little bit. Force out. Yeah, I think what FC is trying to do probably is still keep the aggression mid, but only do it more so when they have knowledge of where the jungler is. That's currently the driving factor, as stated. They want to. They knew that the Vi was up there fighting them, so oh, okay, well, hold on. Barrier proc. We're keying in. I don't think we have enough damage yet, Ezreal. Luluwalt, flash knock up. Vi's coming in for a little bit of damage in the kill, and that concludes that. That was
That was a great play.
bold approach.
Yeah, that was honestly a great play by Varus. You know, he pops the ult, forces the cleanse out of Ezreal, and then he doesn't have cleanse or anything else, any other crowd control, and there's a lot of crowd control in that bot lane. So, great force on the cleanse, and they end up closing out the pick there.
Not sure why they thought they could win that out, but who knows? There goes Dragon in favor of SFU. Still doing well.
And speaking of dragons, looks like we have ourselves a Cloud Soul this game. So a lot of extra movement speed for whoever claims it, which will definitely help with those rotations for both teams. So we'll see who picks it up. But honest, a great start for SFU picking up the first 2 dragons.
Well as also just in general rotation for the junglers to clear their camps. And honestly, the way that Jace has been playing might actually be in favor for them. Oriana going down. Burn tick away. Doesn't give the kill to Vi. Dies the turret.
Yeah, it was honestly a great play by Oriana to ult the cast under tower there to make sure that she at least secured the trade as she, like you said, died to the burn tick. But great job by Oriana there to secure the trade.
Ezreal still being much more aggressive than they should be. So bold to just arcane shift into the Varus, especially when they have ult still. Results may vary, but still. And here comes Jace.
Might be looking at a dive here.
Everyone's considered in. Polymorph. Big damage. 1 damage. 2 damage. Oh, Jace actually getting forced back. Oriana running them down. Don't think they can catch up to them now. Oh, try to turn around. Okay. And now Karma also being a little more aggressive than they should be. We're not that
Looks like
strong
she
bot lane.
might be able to get out though. So yeah, that was honestly a great job by SFU to mitigate the dive. Yeah, end up forcing 2 deaths out of Fisher there on the dive bot lane, and yeah, just great job by them to mitigate that.
FC definitely being a bit more aggressive than they should be, given the current. Like they have the gold lead, but in terms of positioning, the gold lead is only on his Cassiopeia, who is able to get 1.5. Nope,
Oh.
2. Does get the 2.
Wow, that was a great play by Cass. Even though the ult ended up not getting any stuns, it's
Well.
still just so much damage.
And let's see what happens here now. Okay, there's the ult.
Yeah, that might be the end of the run for her.
If FC wants to fight bot, they should really do it with the Cassiopeia with them. It's currently their main powerhouse.
And it does look like that Varus will be building more AD heavy, obviously rushing the Ghost Blade, which will help with the movement. And then looks like he will be going straight into a Mana Mune from there. So definitely mitigating the AP heavy part of their comp by letting Varus build AD here.
Mm-hmm. And also just, it's good into this team who wants to run you down and wants to, you know, just wants to run you down. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yep,
Varus doesn't want to
pretty
get
much.
run down. Varus wants to run away.
Yeah, I think he learned his lesson from last game, being bullied out of lane practically by the Lucian Nami. So definitely going to pick up some extra movement That'll definitely help him out, like you said.
At the same time, that is Lucinami. You know, that's the bread and butter that Halo's oldest time.
For sure.
All right, there's the ults. Ew, big flash over the wall, and they're out of there. Here goes the first turret.
Yeah, great job by Fisher. Picking up first turret there, and another great force on the cannon flash, so bit of a trade there, but first turret is huge, and it looks like we do have a Herald up. We'll see if anyone wants to look for it. But it looks like everyone's just going to reset.
Despite how these bot fights have been going, Ezreal up about 50 farm. Don't want to talk about mid because that's as straightforward as it is. Okay, hold on. Fights are happening on both sides as everyone is falling, but how worth? Okay, we have to ult himself again, get out. Definitely a barrier, flash, heal.
It ends up being a 1-for-1. Will they? They might secure that entire bot tower. I don't know if there's another wave just hitting the tier 1. Cass might be able to secure this entire tier 2 bot side.
Oh, big damage. This Jace hurts. The hubris is going to enable them further to keep getting these picks. They want. It's funny to pivot from Nocturne Jace as an AD pick character. Like, you wouldn't expect it to be such a pick character, but you know, Jace does things.
I mean,
Big
yeah, like you
damage
said,
things.
yeah, it's the hubris. Hubris recently just got buffed, and now it's ended up being. It started as more of a useless item, but even recently now it's being built by a lot of those AD jugglers. And yeah, like you said, that damage, man, ooh, pop like
Oh,
a pop like a cherry.
Cassiopeia is spotted, and they all lock in on that, taking both Kennen and Vial. I mean, it was a bold position to be in, with no one able to follow up with you there. And that pivots into a dragon. That's probably a third dragon for SFU then. Yep.
Yeah, putting themselves on soul point. Oh, here we go.
It is. In terms of objectives, obviously, well, no turrets for SFU yet. The dragons will at least help them into the late game. Crazy that the gold lead, yes, from turrets, but also mainly Cassiopeia's pockets. State of the economic differential.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. Even though that SFU is up 3 dragons to 0 and have more kills, it's the fact that Fisher has 3 turrets has given them the a bit of a what is that, a 5k gold lead practically, or 4 to 5k gold lead. So it just shows how important that macro that we touched on for Fisher has been for them to stabilize their economy here.
Definitely need to, SFU definitely needs to better address their this menace of a mid laner who just wants to keep farming. Which they have been getting their picks once in a while, but it's still surprisingly not enough on run yet. Let's see how this bot engage turns out. I know they're all there.
Yeah, it looks like they're
Min has-
setting up for a potential tier 2 turret dive, but we'll see if that materializes or not.
He does have TP. They seem to be feeling that they want that turret. They might on. I don't think they should give this up, but they also shouldn't give this up either.
Yeah, I mean they pulled a lot of SFU's players to bot lane, and they end up securing the tier 2 mid off of it.
1-for-1 right now in terms of turrets. Good ult. The Cassiopeia down. The ult doesn't connect on the Orianna. How low is this turret? Not low enough. I'll say that.
Oh, they do
Possibly
have
this
another
wave
wave here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does look like they're gonna secure. I don't know, he's gonna leave. Never mind.
Well, 20-minute mark. Baron is up. Jace has cleared their bot jungle, so they're moving up towards this way to get the cryo. Bot wave is in a good position. Kennen still has TP to drop back in. Things start getting hectic up here, which I expect them to quite quickly. Walking. Oh, Kennen is walking over a lot of vision.
Yeah, there's a lot of wards in River, that's for sure.
It's still not common days. Get someone's name in conversation. Why it takes you to why something is important.
Bouncing back and forth as they're trying to,
This
I guess, keep
is
the
not
pressure.
justice.
They don't want them near the Baron. Trying to let Cassiopeia make some space first before they attempt anything.
Yeah, I think you said it pretty good there. Just a lot of zoning coming from Fisher here, trying to keep SFU pressed onto their own side of the top lane jungle here. So, like you said, keep them up Baron and just keeping that pressure up.
Without Vi near them, Cassiopeia does get to get away with this for free for a bit. But Vi seems to be hovering this forest, which is understandable. And looks like it's now time for Baron.
Yeah, looks like Fisher will try and secure Baron here. There is a lot of pings coming in from SFU though, and yeah, they're going to back him off of it.
Cancelled quickly after Herald gets dropped mid. Now I'm waiting for someone to make a mistake. Oh, looks like Herald will make a mistake. He has sacrificed her life. A good chunk of damage on that turret.
Yeah, that'll definitely help. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here comes Kennen coming in with a big ult. Lulu ult, cover that up. Yeah, Cassiopeia ult stuns them off there. Ezreal ult gets Orianna. Vi ult drops on the Cassiopeia as per normal. Ezreal still getting picks off now. Jace, another pick there. Don't think Karma can speed them up enough to get the rest of these kills. The side waves are in the favor of FC as well. And that is 1 for 3.
Yeah, I mean that just happened so fast. You know, if we felt like we spent a couple minutes there, them all just staring at each other, and in the blink of an eye, half the lobby's dead. So, definitely a lot of trades there, and like you said, Fisher it does end up coming out on top, which will definitely help as they will pick up the first dragon of the game.
Like, it was a good engage from the Kennen, but the I guess Cassiopeia position was enough to deter it to not be as good. The ult offensively. There. Yep, I'm good at speaking.
Yeah, and they will force SFU to reset here, as it looks like they've dropped some more vision towards Baron as they look to keep Fisher off of it. So we'll see when the next bit of action comes for us here.
About 8k gold lead, forcing Lulu out. Both of their sums, but Cassiopeia is still hunting, zooming in. Forced to ult themselves too. And the ult onto the Vars, trying to get what they can. Unshorting, Kennen comes in to clean up further on the Karma. And that is unfortunately for FC. Too much aggression.
Yeah, I mean that looked like they were going to secure the kill, you know, with the like the Rylai's ticket. It looks like they were going to catch Lulu out, but ends up being a bit off a little more than they can chew. Like you said, as the support from SFU comes in and everyone survives, and they end up getting 2 kills off of it. So great resilience from SFU.
That'll slow things down a little bit for this game. Anything's going to happen now for a bit until these side waves get pushed in.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look at the items here. Serpent's Fang coming out from the Varus to help mitigate the shielding from Rumble and from the Karma. So, and even a Bastion Breaker on Jace to help get the objectives done. So, some interesting item choices from both sides here.
I made that last one up. I've never heard of that item.
Yeah, and
Neither
even
am I in. Takes me back to 2013. I'm a league boomer. Okay. Well, mid wave, or the mid laners, are fighting it out. Bot. Ooh, getting picked out again. Just kidding. Again, honestly. Still about to burn up for the Kennen. Drops in to save the day again with their ult. And we are dancing back and forth. Kennen pulls out the Rumble. Want to try to get the pick on this Varus, which they absolutely do. Not many things left to keep them safe, but this Jace wants to keep going, which they probably do. Good pick onto the Lulu. Good snipe. Connect. Ult doesn't connect with the stun, but does slow enough. Scares them off. Snipe doesn't kill. And that concludes another interesting fight up this red jungle where Lulu is a prime target, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was going to get a little deja vu there with looking like they were going to pick the Lulu and then get worse for wear, but ends up switching over a bit more in Fisher's favor as they end up actually being able to bounce back after looking like they were going to end up losing that fight again. So they proved me wrong. No deja vu this time. We're going to a bit of a different outcome that time for Fisher, which is more definitely better for them. They came out a lot better for wear there.
We're definitely expending a lot of space for these Lulu picks for some reason. I don't think it's that worth considering what the end result tends to be. But we'll see. This Rumble needs money. Rumble has not finished a second item yet. Despite having the 200 CS, they have not finished their own Hourglass.
Looks like he's built. Looks like he's sitting on a couple different components, while also he might be building something while sitting on that Seeker's Arm Guard. We'll see if he ends up finishing Zonia's or if he pivots to a different item.
And like that, Kennen is pulling up with a third item completed now, inversely. So, bit of an awkward difference in the top lane. Everyone else is relatively even. I say relatively, I'm ignoring the fact that mid is mid. With that almost still twice gold difference, but... And that's a pick on the Rumble from the Vi ult. That does allow Cassiopeia to come in and do what they want. Oh, that is a fast snake! The Orion ult is enough. Oh, but a good flash out of there. Jace taking the front line. Ezreal's trying to get this pick on around, and they do secure it. They are forced to run them back further. Still healthy, just have to keep Jace in the front line. Oriana needs to heal off this scuttle.
Yeah,
stepping up a little bit too much. We're still Lulu ult.
Yeah, that was a great pick on the Rumble, but it looks like once again Fisher just bounces back after falling behind early in the team fight to end up coming out on top. But it looks like we got ourselves a bit of a late pick there.
Well, there's still fighting going on as Karma's lost, but Ezreal trades it back. And now Kennen is forced to run to the opposite side of the map that is not theirs, and they will fall. That's Dragon for Fisher.
Yeah, my fault for thinking that we were done. I guess these teams just want to keep going. But yeah, ends up being, what is that, a 4 for 2 in favor of Fisher. So a bit of an extended fight there, but Fisher will pick up their second dragon, and they will look to bounce back after losing the first 3 consecutively.
They're being a bit more aggressive than they should be here, I'd say, alone, but... They are, as I said, this is a fast composition. The Karma enables it so well, the Hyper Gate, Jace, as well, they want to run you down.
And it looks like yep, they're going to look for Baron.
The advantage with the Cloud Drake is also further enabling this. So, and that's a pause.
And we got ourselves...
Back pause as we seem to have lost our Varus.
Yeah, can't really play without your AD carry, so look to get that solved. And we're back. Long time no see. But yeah, so looks like we're gonna have a bit of a break here while they try and get their ADC back in the game, because like you said, we gotta need them. So hopefully an easy fix this time.
Well, this Baron fight that is coming up is definitely going to probably be the decider. Well, not so much a decider. If FC gets it, it's probably the decider. If FFU gets it, I think we still have some time. but it will
Yeah.
definitely stall out and be a important fight nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. I thought that, I mean, early on, SFU looked like they were really bouncing back from a tough first game, but as the game has gone on, Fisher has definitely swung the momentum in their favor. So, yeah, I'd say, yeah, like you said, this Baron fight's gonna be really important, and SFU is gonna definitely need to get set up here and not let Fisher get it for free.
Mm. It's entirely possible, after what I saw in the first game, that Fisher might just be playing the Rumble as a sacrificial lamb to just pull out the Vi ults and whatnot, because that was the success to that last dragon fight after all. It's they might just be running that Rumble into the front line with without a completed hourglass yet, mind that, but it's work in progress. But you know, if they can pull any alts, either the Kennen or the Ori or the Vi ult especially, because that's what Orion is, or that's what Cassiopeia is really trying to hope doesn't hit them. That kind of determines the end game of that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's definitely more about securing the crowd control. Obviously, it's a very crowd control heavy comp, with the Varus, with the Vi, with the Lulu. So those ultimates, like Lulu's ultimate, like you saw just how much the Lulu ult was able to stabilize them after the early engage. So having being able to use those ult defensively is definitely gonna be pretty important.
Well, let's move over to a break while we proceed to resolve this tech issue that we are currently having. We will be back shortly. Stay tuned.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
All right. Give ourselves some times to recover before we commit to this Baron fight. Securing vision, pushing them back. Oh, never mind. Fisher has Baron already. Where'd that go? Baron, where'd you go?
Yeah, it looks like that be right. Fisher did just end up securing it. Looks like SFU kind of just had to give. But we'll see if they can hold their ground or if this game might be on its way to a conclusion.
Well, top and midway pressure coming in. Vi coming in, trying to pick up the Ezreal. Kennen trying to reach in, can only find the Ezreal as well. Cassiopeia gets top turret, and that concludes the rest of that with Lulu ult also expended. That is 3 ults for a pick. Also a turret. Now they will force them back under turret.
Yeah, a bit of a taste of their own medicine there for Fisher. The team that entire comp is built off of speed. They end up getting the speed flipped on its head as SFU flies in and picks their ADC.
Right. Oh, mid turret gone. Top turret also gone. There goes an inhib. Their inhib going down. Like they went for the Ezreal to try to slow down the pushing aspect, obviously, but not enough.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that was a huge pick on Ezreal, but it doesn't look like it's going to end up mattering too much. That's 2 inhibs, which is
damage.
huge. Yeah, but looks like
hurt.
Yeah, looks like we'll be getting 2. Oh, here comes the Ezreal. It's coming down the mid lane. We'll see if it hits him.
It might hit, but it won't do much. But
yeah, probably not. But yeah, I mean that was great.
Is...
They got 2 waves of super minions coming in now with those 2 inhibs falling. So we'll see what happens now.
The spot wave is in a favorable position for Fisher as well. They're going to keep it that way. I mean, there's nothing else to do on the map yet, so I don't blame them. They probably don't want care for this dragon. They probably just want to actually keep them away from the dragon instead of trying to force a fight. Cassiopeia being really aggressive just because they can. Rumble is now going to get picked off with by taking them early aggression. Flashes out. Nothing lost. No ults expended. Except Varus ult was actually expended.
Yeah, I mean, and the
Rumble
Rumble as well. Yep. But yeah, I mean, they get the third inhib and big Ezreal, and it looks like this game might be coming to an end here.
Yep. I mean, slowly but surely. Here comes the last expenditure of all the alts left. You know, I there's Lou ult again. Actually, it's still kind of going either way with Jace down. Okay, no, I don't think. I think there's too many minions. Oh, Ezreal, get over there. Save Cassiopeia. Well, it was good enough.
It ends up being a 4 for 4, and we got ourselves a 1v1 for 40 seconds here. And this might be the end of the line for SFU.
Well, in a grand conclusion, they maintained their gold lead well enough and still strong and held off to the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good start from SFU. But, you know, hey, they listened to us. They got off to a better start this game. You know, they didn't fall behind early, but Fisher was able to mitigate that early pressure and slowly but surely work their way back into this game. And we got ourselves a 2-0 here for Fisher College.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't as one-sided as the first match was, but I have to say, while Fisher did make mistakes once in a while, even with their early lead, I think they adapted well to acknowledge, okay, we should stop doing that after 2 times. I think it was like third time, like, okay, let's not do that a third time. But
yeah, I mean, especially with those engages on the Lulu running away. But
exactly.
Yeah, they showed that they were able to adapt. You know, they learned their lesson when they made mistakes, and you know, I think that'll be one of their strong suits as they got off to a great start here with a victory today.
Right. That was really choppy. I could not. Okay. Well, that will conclude League of Legends for our stream time. But we will be moving on to what I believe would be Rocket League. You like Rocket League, Astro?
Yeah, actually, I'm a pretty big fan of Rocket League, but definitely a different type of league compared to League of Legends. So, but we'll see how it goes.
All right. Yes, we will have Akron versus Kennesaw State for NECC Rocket League. So, look forward to that. That's something I'm more used to casting.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be hopefully as entertaining as this match was.
All right. Let's take it to a break now.
You'll still have common days. Forget someone's name mid-conversation. Count your tips at the end of your shift. Buy something disappointing off the internet. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
But I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst. You were the calm to my storm. You could take the wind, and though the winds were hard, weighing on our shoulders, at least the ice could never break us in.
to you. I gotta get to you. 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far. But at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lot. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, viewers of all ages, we are excited to dive on into some more Rocket League. I did not expect to hear myself through the speakers out there, but you know, in the crowd, it is time to get hype. We have had Rocket League throughout what feels like the majority share of the day, and it is time to bring you the other side of the bracket. We saw Group A on the main stage. It's Group B on this 5v5 stage. We got Kennesaw State Premier, I believe, rocking up against Akram Gold. These two teams fighting out in the group stage. Currently, Kennesaw is 0-1. Akram Gold 1-0, chasing either a first or second victory in a BO7 that will be fun to watch. I got to speak to some of the Kennesaw players. They were very excited to be here. They said, pretty much let it ride and see what happens. However, they're always challenging for the top of the tables. In this group stage, every single win matters, every game matters, and every goal will matter as well. If you're interested right now, you can see behind me, we have the first trials presented to you by the Army National Guard. This tournament has been stellar. We've had 3 to 4 different streams covering so many different titles: Rocket League, Marvel Rivals, Counter-Strike, League of Legends, Valorant, and so much more. I want to give a little bit of a shout out as well. If you're interested, we are here at the Boeing Center here in Techport. If you want to join on in, please come on down. Join in at the stadium level. Come on in, get a pass, interact with the players themselves, and join in on all the action. However, diving into this game, we have to set the stakes. For Akron Gold, you are looking at a 2-0. If you win here, that will put you in the upper half of the division. It would give you a much higher possibility of making it into the playoff stage, into that single elimination bracket that will cause a lot of fun. For Kennesaw, you just want wins on the board. Give yourself the best chance at making it in, as well as the group stage will come to a close. And it all starts here. A BO7 is on the table. You need to start off strong. Don't worry about your losses from before. One of the things that I'm looking for, speed and rotation. These are two things that I really, really look forward to with teams. Are you rotating properly, and are you keeping up with methodical? Might be a little bit rough in terms of actively getting into the mix, being proactive, taking shots, either going for aerials, either going for ground balls, passing plays. It becomes difficult if you're not up to speed. In that same vein, you cannot have someone always on the striker position while not getting any speed. To give a little bit more info, we're bringing in Vaudible, baby, Vaudible. I just heard you on the other side. What's going on, my man?
Not much, not much. I mean, we got to see Norfolk get a 4-0 sweep. I mean, what's new? That's happened so often in the past. So I think the big thing here is that I'm excited to see these two teams face off against each other. Akron Gold, they've been making waves in CRL. They're like basically the A team at this point, at least for this semester before Jonathan does go home afterwards and graduates. But for this KSU roster, I feel like this is such like a Cinderella team that has had so many chances, so many opportunities, but unfortunately have not found wins when they've needed them. This is such a good team that have the skill. But the problem is, unfortunately, we have not seen them really step up to the plate big, right? And I hope in this series, I hope in this matchup, I hope in this tournament that they are able to do just that. So we'll have to see.
So, fun story, all of the Kennesaw guys just turned around, gave us a big thumbs up, and they're ready to play. Like, that was the best part about it. There we go.
There we go, guys. There we go.
Yeah, so
I didn't realize they're right in front of us. That's crazy.
Yeah, so the really cool thing about this stadium, and I have to dive back a little bit, in this stadium here in the Boeing Center, everything's very much together. It is such an awesome state. Okay, so they just yelled at each other. After diving on in, the players are less than 2 feet away. We're less than 3 feet away, so they know we'll get hype at all the action. One of the fun things about this as well, though, as you were saying, is Kennesaw, they came in saying they're here for a little bit of fun. They're here to enjoy themselves. But yes, as a Cinderella story, to make it into a D1 Nationals is an amazing step of its own, I think. A lot of people forget that at these competitions, you've already had to step over either the fall and spring, and it's so impressive to me at the end of the day. So for Kennesaw, what to you would already be those steps going up? As I wish.
to start that first game, but hey, it's a best of 7, so anything can happen. So I would not be surprised if this goes the distance. If we somehow see this go to 7, because these two teams are going to give it their all. But Akron, they want to sweep.
Yes.
They want to sweep. Kennesaw, they want to sweep in their favor. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, they're both chasing after OC Eagles here in the Group B
That's
division
true.
as well.
That's
So
true.
even though we're joking, even though we're talking about this, we do have to set the stakes a little bit. Now, talk to me. So for myself, obviously, I'm coming in here. We want to give as
Yeah.
much value to these games, but you need to talk to me a little bit about what players are moving on for the group stage. Is it top 2 moving on into the bracket? What are we looking at?
That's a good question. I'll get that answer later on as well. I'll have to look at it. I don't have my my actual like laptop or anything on me, but we'll take a look during the break itself on that hit production to give us an answer for it. But either way, there are players and teams that make it on for the group stage.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm thinking at least it's top 2. That's typically how it goes for, if there is a round robin brackets of 4 each, if you want 4 teams to make it on to that playoff bracket itself. But even then, like looking for these specific teams, this could be the match to determine if either of these squads make it into that playoff, right? Or into a better spot in the playoffs as well. So I think that's a big thing to know is like if you get the win here, this could be your ticket into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone likes splitting series.
No.
When it comes down to a situation, because then we dive in, this is what we were talking about, right? When it comes to series, it's much easier to see. When you have to divide on the series, you're now talking about game state. You're talking about how many games did you win. And then after that, I'm pretty sure the determination comes down to either how many goals you scored, where you positioned. Some even go based on time for different esports. So it's a very scary position. I personally would not want to be in the position where, hey, how many goals did you score?
I think it's like it goes
win?
probably like head to head, then games, then goes goals individually. So we'll see once we actually get into the match itself here as well. But it sounds like they're trying LAN ping itself instead of doing the actual matches online because of the ping itself.
Yeah.
We're in San Antonio. It's a little bit farther from some of the servers out there as well. They're stalling things out as much as they can for us. They're just putting on a show for the fans here in the
reference. I believe they're both jokingly talking about some of the pings, so we're having fun with it.
Yeah.
In the situation, though, you've obviously been on the main stage with Rally Cry already. You've actually seen Group A play quite a bit more as well. So talk to us about some of the competitors that are coming out of that group as well.
It's the top 2, right? Fisher, Northwood. Those are going to be the 2 teams to look at throughout this competition, honestly, because they made it to the CRL National Championships. Fisher unfortunately fell, didn't get the win at the end, but had a great run through it, right? Maryville was the one there. Fisher has always been that like second placing team. They've been wanting themselves to get a victory at some point in time, but the problem has been Northwood has been in their way almost every go of it. So it's like they finally got some revenge earlier on, but we'll have to see how things go this time.
I feel like that's always been a revenge story between those 2 big names that you just tossed down. It's through the history, even through Rocket League, even through so many areas. These 2 schools have had such a storied history that we expect them in there all the time. And it's such a rough status when we do see them and we say, hey, they stumbled a little bit, but they always obviously it might be 1 for 1, but it is all about taking either a big step, a little step, or that 1 step. We're in to game number 1.
Like a big thing to note here too, it's not the main Kennesaw State roster that is playing. They do have subs here as well. So Reese and Clixie in for Flitz and Kronovi. So I misspoke on the main stage, but it's okay. TNT though is the main roster player that we've seen for such a long time for KSU. So they have some big shoes to fill for this team. If they could get wins against Akron Gold, massive for their stocks going forward. But Oxy is looking on top of the world.
Already banging out 125 seconds in, and we love it. Easy backboard pass, slams it in the middle, and that's as simple as you can get with the setup. It already shows that Akron, they're here to play.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect anything less from this Akron Gold roster. Right. I mean, they took wins against some of the top teams in Collegiate Rocket League during the regular semester. So they are LAN demons, and we've seen like Jonathan get a couple LAN wins in other tournaments in the past. So they want one more. They want to show their accolades at the end of their collegiate career. And what's one step in that way is Kennesaw State. So if they can get a 4-0 sweep, they'll be feeling pretty confident. But KSU's not going to make it easy on them.
I think for Kennesaw State as well is finding your footing. So when I actually talk to some of these guys about where they're coming into this, are they playing together? As you said, they're subs. A lot of them were just saying we're also warming up to an extent. Now they're currently 0-1. We do have to set the stage for that, but they are still learning to play with each other. What's the speed that you want to play at? Do you like arrows? Do you want to go more? Are you following TNT, or do you have to play a little bit more puck style? all that is figured out here in the group stage.
Looking at Kennesaw State so far, I mean, defense pretty decent from what we've seen. Akron Gold on their end, overwhelming offense, suffocating them, at least getting the boost as much as they can, but TNT does manage to secure some, so it'll be a little bit easier for them to break out their own half and make it that much further down the field than they have throughout most of this game one so far. I mean, Akron Gold have been doing a great job at that midfield presence. Even if we do see some advancements from Kennesaw State, it just hasn't been enough to put anything on the net just yet, and that's been the big difference between these two teams. Akron Gold, they've had shots, they've had pressure, they have a goal. Kennesaw State, they're still looking for something.
Yeah, I mean, always willing to apply a little bit of that pressure in there, and you can see in the middle where Reese is looking. We are primed for this setup, and I appreciate that for Kennesaw State. You are looking at this at the state of, if we can keep them at one goal, great. If we can kind of narrow down their scope and kind of keep that goal difference in a good position, hey, we always have a fighting chance. I will always say I'll take a +1 in the opposite direction versus a +2. I never want to have to be looking down 2 goals on this position of, hey, we got to score 2 in a minute. Like, I really don't want that behind, but if I hear I only have to score 1, I'm slightly better off.
Yeah,
that's
the big thing.
I can't do aerials. Like, it's so bad for me.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that series that we saw on the main stage too, right?
Yeah.
Like, Ole Miss were so close in so many of those games against a team like Northwood, and I hate to say Akron Gold or no Northwood, right? So if you could get one against Akron Gold, you could get one against so many other teams. But the big thing is getting that first goal, getting past that first hump is the big thing here for this Kennesaw State roster, and especially with, you know, a different mix-up of players than we're used to seeing from this team. That's my biggest question for them, is like what we can expect from this side. So Akron Gold, looking on their end, they just got to keep this pressure going. I mean, if we were talking about uncommon traits, I'd say the big thing for them is, like, we saw so much in terms of offense capabilities from them. The overwhelming offense is like the main thing for their side of things. Kennesaw State, though, I would say their teamwork and coordination in terms of like securing their boost, right? The way that they've been performing, just keeping their backline secured, making it much more difficult for Akron Gold to starve them out so that they at least have something to work with defensively has been a big difference maker for them to keep it at this 1-0. But as I say that, Caster Curse, Jonathan goes through.
Jonathan just yawning their way through. I mean, look how smooth this is as well. And I give credit, Clixie went for that opportunity, and love it. Little bit of reaction, a little bit of chatter on the stage. And this is one of those lane experiences that we always talk about. For the Kennesaw team, this is a very nice experience, I think, knowing that your opponent is across the side, but there's that +2 in a position where you don't want to be down. So for Kennesaw, time is of the essence.
And Kennesaw State, I mean, they did such a good job to keep it at the 1-0 scoreline for so long. Can they get the first goal of their series? No. Oh, so close to their end, but not enough. No dice that time, but a great initiative, and that's what they need more of those. Are those initiatives on offense, breaking out of their side and out of their comfort zone as best they can, but 1 minute remaining is not much time.
I do appreciate that, at least for Kennesaw State, they are able to get their boosts as well. We've seen a couple zeroed out, but they're managing. We aren't seeing the starvation that I think Akron could put down in a lot of instances. So that means Kennesaw State are running the field. They are rotating in an appropriate distance. It's how clean is that going to get across this series? Are we going to see them start getting starved out? Are we going to start seeing them have to get a little bit more rough and tumble like we just saw there? Double demo just to open up the rest of this field.
Oh, might have a chance here for Oxy and Patty. Would have been crazy. I'm sure he's going to go devour a giant burger after this one if he gets a goal and gets some wins. But even then, Kennesaw State are looking for an answer. No, it's off the post and out, and misery strikes in their hearts.
Pain, sorrow, anguish. Your hopes of getting a 2-2 tie. Yeah, everyone get mad at Audible. Audible hopped in last second and just caused all that confusion. So,
I'm sorry.
Well done,
guys.
though. Well done to Akron Gold. For their own, a team that we expect to do well is performing as well.
Oh, wow. They're getting up in each other's faces. Jonathan saying, get back to your side. We're not having any funny business here.
Love it so
Who do you
much.
think you are? I am.
Yeah. Listen. When you got the brawn, you got to show it off.
Exactly.
Only cool guys wear sunglasses
there we go.
inside.
There we go.
Hey, there we go. Bring it on the stage.
What does that mean? It's like the boat rider in the front that's just like doing that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yo,
That's great.
those boat riders, by the way,
They're
I tried to
crazy.
balance it, I cannot even stand on flat ground half the time. I'm sweating on my
We
own.
had like dragon boat races in high school where I'm from, small town in Canada, by the way. But they didn't have anyone in front of the boat doing that crazy stuff. So, like, kudos to them. But again, more words being exchanged between these two teams. It is getting heated up in here for our first match on the 5v5 stage for Rocket League.
And again, these are also teams that have been watching the main stage play as
true.
well. We've been having these games played through, they've warmed up, but to actually see your opponents, I always like to say, when you see the path that you are striving for, it does give you a little extra boost. It's not so much a barrier in front of you, it's that distance run.
Yeah.
How far can I chase? And it does start here. You pass mile 1. If you're looking at Akron Gold, it's a mile you've run before. Let's run miles 2, 3, and 4 just as well.
Ooh, potential for Oxy and Patty to get some sort of initiative going in the midfield that time. Didn't quite work out as well as they would have liked it to. Great defensive effort by Oxy, but Patty is going to carry this at least to the midfield. Good potential stop out this time, but it's a tough spot to be in if you are Kennesaw State.
Oh, okay, no, you left it on the side. You're enjoying yourself a little bit. Nice little smooth ride along the wall. And for Kennesaw State, you have a little bit more time to work your magic. Feels like Akron Gold are taking a little bit more leverage and a little bit more eyeballing on there. As we go ahead, hey, we got to see the oh, okay, click C, there we go, yeah! Well, you got 0 boost, bro. Get that boost back. Anyway, joking. We do like to see who is scoring, and obviously the names on the bottom and on the sides are giving us such a grand view of it, but to also see how many touches they have, how many saves, we do want to know that, because I feel like Kennesaw State have saved so many already, that they're defending against Akron Gold, just like that.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in too for this, Kennesaw State roster, right? We've seen some great looks for them in that game 1, but now they're back to where they were before. They're stuck on their half, and we can't really see too much opportunities from them as well.
A little bit more on pace. Oxy looking, double taps, crashes in the back end, ball slips out sideways. Nice little deflect, but again for Kennesaw, we're chilling on the back end as we got that lovely stage presence. Eyes out for the fun. And it'll be a roller, slow roller to the side. So for Akron Gold, again, they're slowly rolling around the field, trying to poke and prod against what would be maybe a defensive position. Are they running 2 back line? Are they running 1 defender? Are they rotating appropriately? What are you looking for? There are so many different ways to kind of look at it. Kennesaw State, though, watching as Patty slips it underneath. Good defensive end on the end. On multiple ends, I should say. Reese with a really good save.
Yeah, Reese has been doing a pretty stellar job so far on the defensive end for this Kennesaw State roster, and it's a much closer affair compared to the last one we saw, right? I mean, we saw so many opportunities from Akron Gold, all the pressure on offense, and not really enough from KSU, so they haven't let 2 goals in yet. I didn't want to speak too soon on this one, but the demos do come through. A shot comes out, and, well, on cue, Jonathan's just going to score every time.
Jonathan, see, have you ever seen NAP competitions? I feel like Jonathan is the champion of those. So dang good. Namesake puts them to sleep and makes it look easy. And once again, Akron Gold, in game number 1, looked a little bit more reserved, playing smart. This one as well, hunting for those cracks up there. Don't want to get too messy, and I feel like they're having fun on the stage. Don't get me wrong. Respect, though, for the opponents still facing off against you on the other side of the stage.
Like, the fact that it's so close is kind of crazy to think about. Like, Akron Gold rightfully should be stomping at this point based on the caliber of players that they have on their team, but Kennesaw State, I mean, with these new faces on the team, with Clixie and Reese, they've really been making a name for themselves so far, so I'm expecting big things from them. I'm curious if they're like new recruits for this team too, and looking to go ahead into that like fall semester with some more potential of more teams for Kennesaw State. I mean, they've been expanding their program and doing some great work. I mean, I'm just getting a feast of Georgia teams to cast in. I love it. I had North Georgia from our rivals. Now I got Kennesaw State here for Rocket League as well. Sorry, Akron. Kennesaw State's a little closer to me, but Akron Gold, I mean, we know how good they are.
There's a bias in both directions. Yeah. For Akron Gold, you got the experience, you got the history. For Kennesaw State, I don't have to drive as far, bro.
Yeah.
Like, this is great. This is great. So, 2 amazing teams. As Jonathan says,
he's just telling you to be quiet.
Yeah, I know. I actually saw him turn around and like be like, "Go, guys, come on, give us a little bit."
Ooh. Doing the neck slicing emotes here for a second and saying, "You're done. Get out of here." And, well, they might be out of here pretty soon if the series continues this way. I mean, 2-0 is looming ahead of them. 3-0 in the goal. Oxy, what an insane read.
That's one angle that I would not look at in the future. Beautiful
Sheesh.
shot, and that's that passing play that we got a taste of.
Is that
back in
boost
game
for the
one.
Kennesaw State side?
Listen, you got to keep the hopes up running
Yeah,
a little
I
bit
get it,
high.
I get
And
it.
there's a massive demo explosion off kickoff, causes the ball to spiral out. Give us a rule one in multiple ways. That would be hilarious as well.
Please. That'd be awesome. But even then, Patty sets it to the heavens. Potential, if they can get the follow through from Jonathan. Drop down for Patty, looking for their first goal, mind you. Jonathan and Oxy, the only ones to score so far this series. But even then, there's been a lot of potential for Kennesaw State. They're still looking for their first goal of the series. They got to get possession of it and only have a minute left in game 2 to get it.
And this is one of those positions you've been watching so far. Kennesaw State have started getting starved out of that boost. That's why we're seeing them kind of roll along the flatter side of the field. It's been tough for them to really get any major offensives going. And Akron has taken shot after shot after shot. Ball rolling onto Akron's side of the field for the moment. But I do feel like they're going to be able to knock that one away very, very easily. Not only that, with only 30 seconds left, 3 up, there's not much you have to be on the offensive about. Instead, play defensive. Don't let anything else through. You're good to go for game 2.
Well, less than 30 seconds left. I think this is just a formality at this point, unfortunately, for Kennesaw State, as Akron Gold are locking things down. Not enough time at this point for KSU to come back, just based on what we've seen so far, right? No golds yet. Still looking for their first, and kind of similar to the Ole Miss Northwood series on the other end in Group A. So, time ticking down, so do their chances for one last opportunity here. A bit of a fake, but will go the other direction. We might see a 4th goal for Akron Gold, trying to make a statement at the end of game 2. Still keeping it up. Rule 0, first rule of Rocket League, not the last one. Last one's to have fun, I would say. But even then, off the backboard it goes again. Kennesaw State, can they get their first goal in 0 seconds? They're still keeping it up as long as they can. Almost jumps down, but it's on the side wall, and Akron Gold will get game 2 3-0.
We got some words being exchanged, maybe. We got a car. Is that a car coming? Oh, that's a little. That's,
it's money. He's trying to bribe him.
No. I think there was a.
Oh, he throws it away. He's not taking the bribes.
Not enough. Gotta go higher. You tried. Good tries all the way through. But at the end here, there has been a noticeable little piece, as I believe we lost a little bit in the audio. Uh-oh. Hello, we are back and back into the fray. So, before we kind of watch in this position, I was wandering and watching all the players on stage. It was very fun.
Exactly.
I got a little lost. It's very fun up there. And again, for the players, it is a new experience in there.
Yeah.
But talking about this, and I want to dive a little bit further. As you said, Northwood took victory, I believe, in Group A.
Yeah.
As we're watching Akron Gold, do you appreciate the level they're playing at, and do you think they are stacking up against these other teams in Group A?
I gotta say it. We gotta see more from Akron Gold. I mean, come on, guys. It needs to be more dominant. I know you haven't let a goal in yet, but I'm expecting more 5 flying goals like the one we saw from Oxy. What's happening?
I think Jonathan's just gave you a dirty glare. I think
Jonathan's doing great.
Yeah.
I need more goals for Patty. Patty needs to get involved in goal scoring as well for this team, but KSU, they need a goal. That's the big thing for this roster right now, right? Didn't get one in the last game or the previous one either, so that is the biggest difference maker. Can they get on the board, or will Akron Gold perfect sweep them? And, I can't fault Akron Gold if they do get that perfect sweep, so that's kind of what they're aiming for at this point.
100%, and I want to see that sweep as well, because I feel like, even though it may happen with the Nationals, great teams come out, they play strong, they play well, there are going to be 4-0s. What I'm also impressed at is proving a point to your opponents down the road. You want those numbers. You want to pad your stats. You want to look like the golden boy out there.
Yeah.
The one that can take that crown home.
I mean, if there's any weird tiebreakers too, just making sure you don't have to worry about that either. But there's Patty. Thank you. I've been waiting for this.
Took him only 15 minutes.
Something like that, yeah. Too long, but not long enough, unfortunately, for Kennesaw State.
Should only been 2.
Yeah, exactly. They said try again, is what I'm hearing from the comms between the teams. I mean, yeah, Kennesaw State need to try everything that they can, because right now they still have not been able to get a goal. Patty looking for the double tap, sends it through, and gets another one.
There's the Patty that we know and love, and obviously showing off a little bit more on that side
He's standing up.
of the field. And a big thing showing that you're not only a single, but a double threat to any team. You can't mark just one, you gotta mark 2, 3, and maybe the 4th flying member in there. That is the teamwork that they've shown.
I love this 5v5 stage because they're so much closer than they are on the main stage. You have a decent gap on the main stage. You're like behind these big, LED panels and stuff, and there's a lot of noise going on, especially with the commentators in your ears. This one, you are unleashed in your element as best you can, and yeah, it's not the same as being in the pit, but this, honestly, I feel like is better for these players.
Yeah. As Oxy goes in for a nice little save. I like that Kennesaw State still throwing down some of their own aggressive movements. 1-2 passes in there, but so far it has been denied. So for Akron Gold, you're going through the paces. You have the playbook in front of you. You know your defense, you know your offense. A little bit of a roll. Oxy looking at the corner, bounces off the side. Jonathan really wants a goal this time around as well.
So close for Clixie on that one too, like way back when, trying to get that first goal for Kennesaw State, but unfortunately not exactly where they wanted to find themselves in this best of 7. Oxy though, we did see them have potential, a great save from Reese going in from, pulling from within to get that save in their own net. Unfortunately though, they're still down by 2 goals, 3 minutes on the clock remaining in game 3, or else Kennesaw State, if they can't get goals here, gonna have to pull off a reverse sweep in this best of 7.
Anytime I hear reverse and sweep, I pray I'm not on the lower end of that. Like, those are words. If I ever hear someone say, I'm like, bro, I just lost all my confidence. Even if I already know I'm up against a tough opponent, it hurts hearing that. But it's the truth at the end of the day. A little bit of a draw.
Come on, something. Anyone?
Hey.
No? Okay.
TNT, small explosion to take the ball out of the field.
Yeah, I respect it. I respect it. But, you know, I respect more a goal. We need to see a goal from Kennesaw State. Haven't seen one so far in the first 2.5 games at this point. Oxy with a great pass, and Patty Patterson with the hat trick.
Too easy. We now seen 3 different goal types from Patty. I believe a solo flyer, a passing, and then in front, just a simple trick in.
Thank you, Patty.
Beautiful work, and we get to see that mushroom cloud 3 times, which is a silly one. By the way, still very excited for Ratatouille. I have no idea where that collab came out of, but I saw that. I'm like, I guess I'm playing Rocket League.
Yeah, one of the weirdest collaborations for sure, but we might see some weirdness here from Akron Gold.
Come on. That's what they're private for, is that right?
Maybe.
I don't know why they chose Rocket League.
Rocket League, yeah. I mean, it's probably a combination between like Fortnite and Rocket League. Ratatouille, yeah, that could be it as well.
I'm gonna leave.
Either way,
I'm good.
We have fun here on the 5v5 stage, even though it's 3v3 between these two teams. Imagine a 5v5 Rocket League, that'd be crazy. Tried 4v4, it was okay. But less than 2 minutes remaining for Kennesaw State to get on the board there. It's the closest they've been in some time, but it won't be enough to get past Jonathan himself. The tank will defend that goal line.
Strong defense as well. TNT, we have seen actually run very nice interference a lot of times. Most of the saves that come through has been TNT with Reese on the back end for the second tap, and that's why we are seeing those demos with Clixie trying to get in the middle, and it causes a little bit of interference. For Jonathan, though, you know this play. 1-2, missed by Oxy. Breath of fresh air for Kennesaw State. Maybe Akron Gold got a little bit too fancy with the multi-passes.
Yeah, I mean, almost an own goal on their own side. That would have been another type of goal that we haven't seen so far from this team, but thankfully for their sakes, it was a defense back pass to their own backboard. That's what I'm calling it at that point. 1 minute though, and we see Clixie so close to getting the first goal, denied though by Jonathan. Who else?
Roll on the side. Clixie wants some sort of action for the Kennesaw State squad. Stepping in, really, you know, kind of stepping up to the challenge, I have to say. On a main stage, and especially as we talked about with 2 subs, you're doing what you can. You're fighting your hardest. I respect it all day long. And I don't see a demoralized face on anyone. They're here to have fun. They're here to experience. And for that reason, I fully respect what they're doing here.
Yeah, I mean, good camaraderie between the Kennesaw State players, keeping themselves locked in as best as they can. But the problem is it's not enough.
Still want a goal. Not gonna lie, still want a goal.
Yeah, that's what we're begging for at this point. Yes. Please give us a goal, Kennesaw State. I know Akron Gold don't want that to happen, of course. Yeah. It's gotten really close, and the closest it's ever been in this game 3. But we will have time tick down and another goal from Patty from another crazy angle.
At this point, what is a threat position Patty cannot play?
There isn't one. That's
There you
the
go.
thing. Patty
Yeah.
can play from anywhere. That's what we see with that goal specifically. 6 seconds left on the clock in this best of 7. And, well, we might have more goals ahead of us, especially a kickoff one from Jonathan. Sorry, Patty, you're not going to be the only one scoring this game.
So the best part is I'm pretty sure even Akron wasn't expecting that.
No.
So I'm pretty sure
You
that
saw
was
the
a demo.
shocked faces.
Yeah, I think that was a demo by a little bit of a rush, and both of them went, oh. The open net was there.
Oh, they could have gotten a kickoff goal themselves. Oxy
Yeah.
keeping it up at the last second here. See if they can do anything with it. But no, Akron Gold 1 game away from making it to the KSU graveyard. I mean, the victory lap here as well.
We're in there. We're in there. Looks like
Oh,
we
they're
are
doing a team
good.
talk.
Yes.
Team talk amongst each other.
All
It's
right, all right.
huddles, huddles.
So for Akron, what are they talking about? What do you think? Can we read the lips? What are they talking about?
Yeah, they have to cover it up so we can't see what they're saying. But the other
wait,
team's trying
wait.
to sneak a peek at exactly what's going on and get involved in the team huddle and see exactly what the strategy is going to be.
Yeah,
I don't think this information is going to help them, though.
No. Listen. Patty, we want you to score less. That's your best goal right now. I've
That's
totally your teammate, and this is the best choice for you. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to pass it to the other. Sorry. I thought this was our huddle. I'm so sorry. Yeah. We'll get out of here. Listen, he didn't take the bribe, but I totally heard their strategies. We got this, guys. We got this.
That's what's going through their mind if you're wondering what's going on right now. But even then, the strategies have been leaked. They've been had some sort of snake in the grass situation there, and unfortunately they fell victim to its bite. And we'll see if that's enough for a goal to come through and saying, hey, let's just give them a goal, give them a confidence booster. That could be what they were trying to get in their head. So that could be what happens here. I don't know if that is going to be the case, but Akron Gold 1 game away from a perfect sweep in the group stages here. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah, and giving themselves a much better chance facing off against OC Eagles, I think, later on in the day.
That's going to be a tough
well.
matchup.
It is, and that's going to be the fun one. And it still goes down to why, even in these times where we're obviously having fun, we have to emphasize you can have fun all you want. I do not care. You can go high flying, you can go low rolling, you can go solo dribbles. You can flare all you want. Get the win at the end.
Exactly.
I really need to see that win at the end. I cannot see you drop in the middle.
We'll see what happens this time as well. Akron Gold 1 game away for a best of 7 victory. Oxy with a demo on the TNT. I mean, I guess he's living up to his name at that point after getting demolished and an explosion just left behind it. But Patty, great pass over to Jonathan. Might be Oxy in the way, but that's an amazing save by Reese.
Third tap, another save coming through, so very well done from Kennesaw State, digging 3 times to ensure that first goal doesn't go in, which is already improvement. So when I talked to the Kennesaw State guys, they were just like, hey, if we start playing together, we've already won. We're subs coming in, we want to play on the main stage, we want to do this. That was a 3-piece defense that would not have worked if all 3 were not in good rotation. Maybe the comms were messy, but still, you made it work. No goals. Now it's a full-on solo dribble where you got as close as possible to the net. Doesn't go in, great save coming out from Jonathan.
And some change. I mean, it's been a bit of a struggle, I would say, for Kennesaw State so far this series, but they've been keeping Akron Gold at bay, and it's been working out well enough, especially after that heroic save from Reese. The problem is, Akron Gold, as soon as they get one, there's bound to be more to follow. The floodgates typically open from then on out, and you cannot contain what has been unleashed, especially with a goal like that from Oxy. Perfect setup from Jonathan.
It's just that simple. So I believe, funny story as well, Jonathan took game 1, game 2. Oxy had a hand in game 1. They've now, I wonder if this is it. They're starting to rotate who gets the striker
goals
position. And I like it. I like
I
it.
respect it.
Yeah.
You know, you got to get everyone warm for the rest of the series today through that group stage. So we'll see, if that continues on throughout the rest of the competition. That would have been an insane duo strike from Akron Gold, but nobody's home. Got to be careful, especially on this counterattack. Jonathan does get the barely save pitched off their own post multiple times, bouncing off back and forth, and even with Reese sending this one over to Clixie and TNT, it's not enough. Oh, okay.
A little bit of mess in front. Kennesaw State attempted to put an offensive together, but of course Akron Gold have way too many options on the defensive end.
So
Love how they're defending in here. Even if it looks like it's a double defense, no. Looking at this, Akron Gold just need another as Oxy goes ahead and deletes one more off the table.
Well, now seeing Patty on their side as well on what they can do on this end. I mean, Akron Gold have been doing a beautiful job throughout this series, but Patty, again, going into the net for another crazy angle for the explosion afterwards, and Kennesaw State will have to see what they can do.
Another one in. Oxy, Jonathan, both getting a piece of that action. Great little shell shock at the tail end, but wanting a nice taste for their own. And that's going to be a spinner, a little bit of a slow burner, but Oxy's like, I can do whatever. So very nicely done. Halfway through, second half in, and Akron Gold already see the finish line.
Yeah, Akron Gold just doing like a best job that they can here. Again, like the pressure they've been putting up, Kennesaw State haven't had much of an answer, unfortunately. And Akron Gold, we've seen some good looks from them so far on offense, but 2 goals, a little less than I kind of expected in this game compared to the last one.
I wonder if Kennesaw State are definitely playing a little bit faster, maybe a little bit more recklessly, which we do see from teams that are trying to hammer in a goal in any way possible. I will always say if the standard doesn't work, you have to deviate. You have to bring something else to that table. And it is going to happen whether you play solo, whether you play aggressive, whether you play on your own or with the rest of the team. You just have to shake things up, which is why I do think we are seeing Kennesaw State become a little bit more lethal, more willing to trade more of those bodies out, even if you're gambling another goal from Akron Gold. So I appreciate that Kennesaw State have not really lost steam in this position, which is why we also see Reese in the front, keeping us offensive on, forcing Akron Gold to defend over and over.
Akron Gold, I mean, again, even with all this pressure against them defensively, they are still as stalwart as ever. No pressure that they cannot overcome so far. And even with all of the sweat that is on their brow, they just shake it away and lock in and load up for another salvo of attacks on offense. With a minute remaining, Kennesaw State still looking for their first goal of this series. Can this be it? TNT doesn't get the connection. It's not a fake, it's just a straight up miss, and goes the other direction. Patty for a dagger into the back net, but misses himself, and Oxy still can't get it either.
Tough times right in front. Akron Gold. That's it! TNT! Shell shock Akron Gold. Get their first of the series.
Oh, they're both standing up at this point, shaking hands. It's not a perfect sweep. They got a goal, and TNT prevents the perfect sweep. But hey, they still have a chance to get a game.
40 seconds. Let's see it. Kennesaw State, give me another. Give me another. Give me an OT, please. Make Akron sweat a little bit. That'll be your day in the sun.
Not much time remaining, though, for Kennesaw State if they want to come out on top here. And a bit of a miss that they had a wide open net opportunity. That one's got a sting.
So roll in. Reese picking it up, and with time ticking down, one last offensive low roll on the bottom, open net on the side. Do you got the speed? You do not. Akron Gold. Say you got one, but we got 3. Great take away.
And the showboating continues for Akron Gold, of course. Yes, they let them have one. That's fine.
How many
That's
emotes
what
have they done
the
so
strategy
far?
was. So many. I mean, like, they've been spamming those emotes. We're not doing that emote, though. I was talking about our producer, but even then, no more games allowed for Kennesaw State. Time is no longer here in this one. No chance for a comeback. Maybe a consolation goal. They'll be happy if they can get that off the backboard. Jonathan denies it. Other direction it goes. Patty for a potential redirection, but it's not enough. Akron Gold, either way, get the victory in a 4-0 sweep. GG's across the board.
And you know, the rivalry, the bitterness between the two settled on the pitch. Or not. Maybe there's more to be had. Couple of tough words being exchanged. Face to face. Teammates ready to back him up.
Aww.
It has been talked out. Kennesaw State and Akron Gold, please give a big round of applause. Beautiful time on the pitch, but for Akron Gold, it is still another step forward when it comes to the playoff hopes. They are currently in the running for the top seed in their Group B.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we see them like go the distance against
Right.
OC Esports, right? We've seen Oklahoma Christian do some great work before, but they've also had some struggles, right? And I think a team like this Akron Gold roster has a lot of potential ahead of them. So I think with, the spirit that they have, the showboating that we see from this team, OC Esports might not be ready for that.
I don't think so either. Listen, I was going to go on a big rant about how I think a little bit of showboating is necessary, but I'll leave that for another time. We have more Rocket League on the docket, especially with Vaudeville here now to give you even more in-depth action than I could ever bring to the table. With that being said, we'll go to a short break. We are leaving the NECC for a brief moment, though. Project One, if you are participating, a viewer or an enjoyer of that side, please go ahead and stay tuned. 2 matches on the way. Don't go anywhere.
You'll still have common days. Put off your term papers till the last minute. Eat cold pizza right out of the fridge. Update your fantasy roster. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Welcome back, everyone. We are set for our second series of the day here on the Rally Cry 2 stream, this time moving into Project 1. I'm very excited. Once again, Vaudable is here on the desk. I will not solo cast and sound very, very silly. Again, though, my name is Orbital, and we are bringing to you Quinnipiac versus Michigan, two teams that have a history in Rocket League, but one of them, as you've been talking about off stage, we've been talking a little bit in the green room about how dominant we've seen them be.
True. Yeah, I mean, we've seen some great looks in other competitions for this Quinnipiac University roster, right? Pyro, Slugger, and Thwack. I mean, Thwack just sounds fun to say. But Pyro was really the star of the show. We saw them perform in the Chalkcast Collegiate Invitational. I think it was just a couple weeks ago now, and they looked on top of the world. Coming in from another conference, of course, and then actually making it in through the open play into Project 1 for these national championships. Then University of Michigan, I mean, Division I school, right? So they're looking to showcase their skill. I believe they're a club program, and they're looking to, prove themselves as well for, the greater campus. That's such a massive institution. I mean, we see them be like really big in college football, so now they're having, Rocket League here, which is great to see too. So I'm expecting some good things from them as well.
There's a lot of hope in there. Now, to keep in mind for the Project 1 side of things, some of these teams have fed in from other conferences.
Yeah.
They went through a qualifier. But what you're going to be seeing come up next is also going to be Michigan against Missouri State, which I
That's
believe
true.
was the other school that is in this group stage area. So for Michigan, this is also not only a test against one of the top dogs, one of the projected top favorites, but also a doubleheader, which I want to talk about doubleheaders because I don't think we see them too often.
That's
there are
true,
some
yeah.
others that
Especially
have
on
been
the
more
stage.
just 1-1s, four-team rotations. But in this situation, I am curious, what would a doubleheader, is there any other inclination? Is there an endurance worry or anything like that?
I think it's a benefit in my mind. Like, you get through the jitters in game one, or the first series, and then in the second one, you're able to, showcase your skill because you're all warmed up is the big thing. You're used to the setups themselves, and you'll have to see what you can do from then on out. But Quinnipiac, I think they're going to be the ones to look out for in this specific division, just because we've seen them really, improve through some of their recruiting. They have some really great players on their squad. So now we'll have to see exactly how they perform, though, in this specific matchup.
It is impressive as into game number one, we already see fast-paced action. Good rolls ahead as that ball opens up strong territory. As stated, Quinnipiac very strong off the starting line.
Yeah, I mean, Pyro, the one that is expected to be the striker for this team, and seeing exactly how they're performing out the gate is what we wanted to see from this Quinnipiac roster. The big thing is, like, what can Michigan do to try and counter them?
Very important to see. Kickoff rolling on in. Off to the right side, but Thwack is joining us here. Big shout out, I forgot what it is. There is a game out there that uses Thwack very well, but it's a fun little saying. Off of the ring zone, Quinnipiac do want to put a second on the board to hold on down. Big eyes on Michigan defensively. They're holding on as well. AJ as well as Sushi and Emzo are going to be doing their best to roll in front of the squad. Minigon, no other major aggressive moves. It's all about jockeying for position, feeling out the opponent right now.
Great names, by the way. We got Sushi and Thwack. I mean, I love to see it here in the Collegiate Rocket League sphere, but also great vehicles, right? You have the Ghostbusters vehicle for AJ there as well, trying to showcase their style points here too, and I think we can expect, the style to continue for this University of Michigan Esports roster. So Quinnipiac, they're going to get outstyled at least, even if it might not be the goals necessarily.
I like it. Listen, what's Rocket League without a little bit of flair behind it? How many backflips into kick rotations into resets can you do? I strung along 4 words, and I'm pretty sure should never be said in a sentence at once. For Michigan, as well, as much as they do like to have a little flair behind them, we do want to see them put goals on the board, contend against Quinnipiac here. 2 minutes rolling by, the offensives have been good. We've seen them take control, but zeroing out like that, losing control on the top floor, becomes a lot more difficult. Good defense from Quinnipiac as well. Pyro and Thwack and Slugger, all of them getting into the mix. Double demo to slow down that pace of game. Everything kind of stalled out at the end for about 15 seconds.
Ooh, as you say that, though, spoke a little too soon, and we see Sushi getting on the board. A massive
need
pick
to just
for them.
stop.
Yeah, I mean, that was me the other series, right, with Jonathan that we saw from NECC specifically, but now that we're on Project 1, which is another division that they put on, it's nice to see, Michigan getting on the board, right? They tie things up here. Quinnipiac, I was saying, they're the team to look out for, but Michigan have really surprised me so far, especially with the Ecto 1 style from AJ.
I love it, and the previous one was actually a steal goal as well. You bumped it off one of the Quinnipiac players, chased it into the goal very nicely. This one, rapid fire offensive into defensive position. So in less than about a minute, we've seen an amp up to 11 of both these teams, as that's a soaring goal. Zemso says thank you very much. Michigan now on top.
Great looks for Michigan so far, and I think it comes down to the cut rotations that we're seeing from Quinnipiac. Not as defensively minded, I would say. We saw some great offense from them in the past, but right now they're on the other foot and they are just wobbling. They're awkward is what we've seen defensively from them, and they need solid ground to put a foot down and at least stand tall against this Michigan roster, who are looking really strong so far in those first 2 goals.
Would you say Quinnipiac's defense weakening and struggling a bit is a cause from Michigan playing a little bit faster all of a sudden, kind of causing them, or do you feel like it's Quinnipiac just kind of letting loose in the early stages?
I think it's a little bit of both, right? I mean, Jitters, of course, playing on the land stage for the first time in probably a while for both of these teams. So Quinnipiac, maybe it could be those nerves getting to them as well. Michigan, though, I mean, there's such a big program in general, like as a college institution. So I feel like they have, you know, the environment around them that they're used to having, like crowds and going to big games and all the sports action that you can expect from that. But the esports side, there's, you know, some things you can carry over from it as well. So Michigan, I'm liking the looks from them so far. This kind of aggressive style from them on offense is really nice, and if they can keep that up throughout the series, they'll be looking pretty solid. But Quinnipiac, I think if they get rid of the jitters, they'll also be pretty good themselves, at least through the rest of this best of 7.
1 minute remaining for this game number 1. Michigan looking to hold on to this lead, starting to chase a little bit faster, maybe trying to buff a little bit of that longer ball action, burn as many seconds as you can off that clock. For Quinnipiac, you are chasing right now a situation that maybe you weren't expecting, on the cusp of losing out on game number 1. We mentioned their strengths, but yeah, a little bit of that cold feet. It might take a little bit to get your afterburners kicking. I do wonder if that will fault them yet another game, but at the current moment, they are chasing 30 seconds left. It's still doable, of course.
Yeah, plenty can happen in this amount of time, especially with how close these 2 teams are so far. And this bodes well for Michigan, just based on their performance in this game, going into that doubleheader as we were mentioning, and seeing exactly what they can do later on. But again, playing 2 best of 7s, they could get exhausted, especially with how long these games can go if we don't get a sweep in their favor. So we'll have to see what they can do, though. 5 seconds ticking it down, and right now Quinnipiac need an answer real quick, or else they're going to be already down in game 1 when they probably expected themselves to be up on the other end.
And in this situation, I feel on the flip side, for Michigan, you're actually very excited about this. This boding of, okay, we start off on the right foot, especially since we know we're going to be staying on stage. We have another matchup coming up. You get your feet warm as quickly as possible. Even if you start falling behind, I think this is a beautiful start. You lock away that potential 0-4 position. You're now in a 1. Or, again, you can also look at the 4-0 for yourself. But it's a great start for Michigan's side, where we already said we got to make sure they step to their own.
Well, 10 shots to 5 is also another thing that we got to talk about here,
that
right? Like,
might be helping.
I think that is definitely helping Michigan. We saw the confidence from Quinnipiac at the start. They got the first goal, and then they took their foot off the gas pedal, and it's like, okay, we can coast, cruise control all the way into, you know, the first game win. And then they realized, oh, we can't. It's a car crash happening in front of us, and we have to swerve out of the way. And unfortunately for them, they can't do that so quickly. So adaptation is the big thing on these land stages. So we'll have to see if Quinnipiac can adapt or not. If it is going to be University of Michigan taking the initiative again, they got the first game, but that's only the first of a best of 7. So this could be our first Rocket League series of the day on stream that we do see it go more than just a sweep, and I wouldn't be surprised based on what we can expect from this Quinnipiac roster.
Yeah, and I think that's what the Forge Trials are all about.
True.
Testing players to the absolute limit, whether they're ready or not. You mentioned a car crash. I say you got entered into a street race that you were not aware of. You were told, hey, I'm just driving, and there you go. Quinnipiac say, okay, we're street racing. Let me turn my NOS on. Let me take a go. A 7-second goal, at least on stream here, the fastest we've seen thus far.
Yeah, great look there from Thwack. I was actually thinking that they were the one who needed to step up the most for this team. So nice to see them get the goal there. Michigan, though, on their end of things, they had a quick answer back last time, so they're not too worried. They have the game 1 cushion, so they have a lot working for them. The big thing is how will they position themselves after Quinnipiac have kind of adapted and got that first goal again, but they struggled to have some contingency plans after their first goal last time.
I love this little juggle here as well. Quinnipiac trying to carry that ball, figure out if they can go low, they can go mid, they can go high. Mid looked like it carried a little bit of weight, but that might have just been Michigan understanding that they can defend in the net instead, which I do respect. Quinnipiac testing though, rounding the ball around their own side. Good demo coming out of Sushi, and Michigan holding it in front. Slight dead ball. Sushi trying to set up a teammate, but not going to happen at the end. Ball rebounding to the other side as the crossbar will be hit. Second tap behind. Thwack sends the second for Quinnipiac.
Name sounds so nice, we got to say it twice. With 2 goals going through here in the first minute, Michigan need an answer and fast, because this is the Quinnipiac I was talking about. The electric style on offense that they're able to snowball with, where when teams face off against that kind of overwhelming pressure on offense, especially with the boost steals that we've seen, from the top teams, and Quinnipiac are no strangers to that. Michigan, they showcased their skill, their mettle. They got the first game, but they have a long journey ahead of them if they want to take this win, especially being down by 2.
It's a tough spot. The longer you let that goose egg against the 2 sit, it ain't going to get better with time. It just feels heavier, really, at the end of the day. That's
weighs
not
you down for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you see it grow larger and larger in your rear view, and then suddenly it's in front of you, you're like, that's not great. Of course, they are still challenging. We are seeing Michigan go ahead, keep up with the boost as best they can. Semzo's currently locked out, but they're going to go ahead and get more of their own. Quinnipiac trying to take control of those boosts as that's a flyby. A little bit of a miss. I don't think that was a misplay or anything like that. Just timing a little bit off.
What's interesting is, we haven't seen too many shots from either of these teams, right? The 2 that were from Quinnipiac were able to be successful goals, and even Slugger having just a single shot and trying to keep the pressure up themselves. There's been 1 or 2 from Michigan in the first 2 minutes. They've barely had a chance to break out of their own half, so getting control of the ball, I think, is the name of the game for this Michigan roster, because that's been the biggest struggle for them, at least in game 2.
When it comes down to that position, sometimes you got to have a breakaway. A lot of their goals in game number 1 came from those steals, from reading where Quinnipiac was going. So if you can't pass, might as well seal, prime a little bit of chaos, get into their heads, force Quinnipiac to get out and about. However, Quinnipiac not going to play that role. Demo to aerial, tries to shut it down. Great defense from Michigan's side. Fast roller to the right, still nothing. As you said, not exactly shot registry, but there is still a lot of aggression on this pitch. A lot of the players jockeying for position.
And Quinnipiac, kind of a different ball game than last game as well, right? They had the first goal, let off the gas, and then they just got smoked, left in the dust behind Michigan State as they drove ahead. But Quinnipiac this time, they've been in the driver's seat the entire time. All hands on the wheel and all hands on deck on offense, and haven't given Michigan the time of day with the ball. And they recognize, hey, if we give them possession, they're going to take it the distance, and they're trying to do that right here as well. Off the backboard with the follow-up, a great save by Pyro.
Lighting a fire under their own team on the defensive end. A lot of those shakiness and the nerves that we saw in game number 1, where Quinnipiac maybe weren't ready for the speed, for the territory control that Michigan were willing to throw down. Completely shielded up. They've gone ahead. Rotations look clean. The botting, keeping track of where that ball is, where it's going to go. Very, very solid from what we've seen here today. As you said, not too many shots, and that's because every so often we get a glimmer of a hard knock corner. Still, though, it's not in. Quinnipiac and Michigan sitting on this 0-2 scoreline for the last 2.5 minutes.
A little bit over a minute remaining here for Quinnipiac to secure their first game win. Demo coming through makes it a bit difficult here for Michigan, especially as they are stuck on their side again. Great back pass from Thwack over to his own teammate. Slugger looking for an angle but can't find it just yet. And it's so interesting too, the Oshawa buff. They have their own little mini Oshawa figure that they carry with them at all times, just to keep them, as secured and all of the confidence that they need for these matches, which is great.
Listen, support any way you can, whether it be in plushies, whether it be in teammates, whether it be in just your own skill. Pyro goes ahead and puts a third away. With this being said, with 30 seconds left, Quinnipiac very much in control of this game.
This is more of what I expected from game one,
Yep.
right? Seeing the confidence from this team, it took them a bit to adjust. First match of the day on stage, and now they have come online. The biggest thing for Michigan is how do they adapt? How do they overcome in this next game? And looking forward, I mean, less than 30 seconds, 3 goals. We haven't really seen the speed, the pace of play that they need to overcome that mountain. And as time ticks down, so do the chances close in on getting at least something on the board here and now. And this pressure just so overwhelming from Quinnipiac. But, you know, game 1 and game 2, completely different ball games, essentially. Yeah. So Michigan, if they can find out what worked out so well in game 1, take it into the second one, then they'll be able to change things up.
Ball is up, ball is down, and the game has ended. Fist bumps all around. And I think for the side, as you said, of Quinnipiac, a little bit more within your wheelhouse. You're now a little bit more in control of the pace of play, and they're going to be okay with that. A little side note for Michigan, I am worried that if you cannot identify what went wrong that game or what changed, that you almost assume game 2 was not such a fluke, but it's a standard. And that's what I really like talking about in these series where it bounces back and forth. Have you appropriately identified what went wrong and what went right?
Well, what did go right in the first game, I think they had more shots, right? They only had 2 shots this time, so more pressure will make diamonds for them. And I think that's the big thing we got to see from this roster for Michigan is that they just need to get more opportunities. They didn't have many. They only had a couple of them here and there and 2 shots. Like, they were able to bring it to the midfield, but then they completely lost possession of the ball every time because of the counterattacks that we saw from Quinnipiac. So I think if Quinnipiac keep playing their game the way that they did this one, then they'll be fine. But for Michigan, they don't want that to happen. They maybe go for some demos, disrupt the rotations a little bit, because they were playing to the tune of their opponents a little too much.
I think they really were as well. And I defer back to game 1 because that's unfortunately the main one that we got to watch.
Yep.
It's the fact that you started reading in, you know, it's great to play and knowing your opponent, and to know what your opponent's going to do. Playing to their tune and doing exactly what they want is that issue. Where Michigan were before, they were reading the patterns, reading the passes, reading the in front of the net passes and items from Quinnipiac. If you can zone in on that again or read if there's going to be any sort of long ball passes, you can get away with that style of steal and score, and as you said, breaking up those parts. So I like that identification of you have the patterns, and it's always adjustments through there. I always liken it to chess. You're always trying to one-up on the move that the opponent gives you.
That's so true. Well, this is, you know, the Project 1 Nationals for these teams. There's still more matches to be played because it's round robin between them and Missouri as well. And, you know, talking about that momentum for Michigan, even if they do go down this game, they at least have another series to look forward to, this round robin. And I believe they'll probably do their own playoff bracket as well for that too. So still a lot to look forward to. You know, it's 1-1. Sometimes you get a game against an opponent that's pretty strong that we see for Quinnipiac, but I feel like Michigan has it in them. They've shown that they have it in them in game 1. We just need to see more of that. That's the problem.
That's what we always say, though.
Like, I know. There's only so much we can say as casters. It's like, yeah, you got to do better. Yeah, you did good in this game. Do better like that in the next game. But, I mean, like, it's tough because, like, taking this time at least between games, right? They have some time to cool down, to calm down, to focus in and focus up. And I think that's a big thing, right? So taking that time between games is massive so that you can reset the mental more than anything else. Because, like, LAN environments, more than online, I would say, are such a mental battle because you have the crowd, you have all the different games and stages going on. There's Smash Bros, there's Valorant in the background, and you're distracted by all the shining lights. So you got to focus in on the game at hand. And Michigan looked to bounce back after dropping one to Quinnipiac, but Quinnipiac just got to play their game, and they might be on top again.
It was probably the funniest thing I heard. One of the a player actually talked to a player at one point, and they're like, "Yeah, I just zone out." I was like, "That's baller way to play a series." He's like, "Yeah, I just zone out. I listen to my comms. I just take shots." This was a Valorant, but it was impressive, and it's cool. Like you said, if you're not experienced at lands, it will get to you. Those that are experienced, though, know how to ride that win and ride kind of that energy level. Going into this game number 3, Michigan and Quinnipiac taking it a little bit slower, going far more into the aerial territories, trying to juggle it out, trying to long ball it over the heads of the opponent. Low roller, but there's a cheat. Michigan, though, reading that well, playing their defense appropriately.
Quinnipiac, you know, in this first minute, I think this is the longest amount of time we've seen them take to try and get a goal. It's been a struggle for them you know, after they got that first goal in game 1. So I think they're being a little bit more cognizant on taking their time, because Michigan, they have all the cards in their hands necessary to come out on top. But the problem is they haven't been able to put them down the right order to make a winning hand for themselves. So Michigan, again, if these shots could be on target or not deflected by the defense, they'll be game-winning ones at that. But Quinnipiac are just a little bit faster on these defensive efforts.
An attempt being made. Zemzo. Emzo. At some point I'll say your name right. That's not it. Quinnipiac though. Say my name. Whack. Thunks one into the net.
Most goals for the side of Quinnipiac so far. 2 in the last game, 1 in this one. So, you know, keeping up that performance for Quinnipiac, and I think a lot of it comes down to the setup plays that we're seeing from the rest of their team. And kickoff story could have gone the way of Michigan. Unfortunately, no small boost pads available to them. Backboard potential from Slugger on that one, but deflected aside. Not exactly as accurate or the angle that they wanted on the play. So tough spot to find yourself in. Quinnipiac were wanting a follow-up goal. That's what they were lacking in game 1. And Michigan, they have to do everything in their power to stop Quinnipiac from getting that second goal, because they saw it start to snowball quick in that last game.
Even though we say quick, it can sometimes feel slow to the opponent.
True.
But it is true. That fast pace of getting that second goal and then it just staying there, it does feel quick. I mean, if you're watching that too, just stick on your scoreboard, all of a sudden the minutes are done and you have no more room to play with. It is a very difficult position to be in. So, rolling on in, ball to the side. I agree, Michigan, we need to see that kind of fire from them, which might come in Sushi's favor, but Sushi unable to keep that ball under their control. You were talking about some of the demos. We're not seeing demos, but we're seeing a lot more bumps coming in here. Maybe a little bit of crash course trying to skitter off and get to the ball instead, but those bumps are just as deadly.
Yeah, I think the big thing too is like a speed difference as well. Like maybe going a little bit faster for Michigan if they can. The problem is they haven't been able to secure the boost as well as they would like in this matchup. So Michigan, they're doing what they can with the hand that's been dealt to them, and hopefully they can find something to pull from within to get this goal. They have some great pressure. They have some good opportunities. They've had more shots than they did the last game already. Just AJ alone has more than the entire team had in game 2. So that's a marketable improvement, but will it be enough?
I think it is. You know what? I'll say it here. I
Okay.
think it is. I think seeing this
Pastor
improvement
Blessing?
of getting in there,
No!
it's getting close. Put it away! Zemzo, I gave you a blessing this time.
No curses this go around, but the crossbar almost did just that. Bounced right in front of their faces, and they were dangling a carrot so delectable that they had to take a bite, and eventually they would reach the promised land of tying the series. 1:40 on the clock now. Michigan, they've been in this scenario before, came out on top in game 1. Quinnipiac, though, they're starting to sweat a little because they were expecting not something of that caliber from this team.
Well, it also happens once again in one of those kind of overlooked situations, one of those positions, as Thwack quickly evens it up, and that's what we want to see Michigan do last game. This position of once you see a score goes down, you need to answer it as quickly as possible. Very well done.
Yeah, Quinnipiac doing exactly what we're hoping from Michigan's side of things before, but Quinnipiac are the ones to strike true this time around. So Thwack, 2 goals in the last 2 games each, so they are putting up the numbers for this team. And as I mentioned, they were the one who were relatively absent in game 1. Like, didn't really get too much going, maybe not as warmed up as they would have liked. Well, this team Quinnipiac has all engines set to red, and they are ready to take off throughout the series.
Moving as quickly as possible. Pyro on their own, ensuring that that gap will extend. Michigan, I saw a couple fist bumps on the stage. They are not disturbed or perturbed about it. I love that there still seems to be a lot of energy left in their fight. They know the series can be long.
Potential here in the midfield if Thwack can get that one away. Slugger has been more of like a third man in the rotation for Quinnipiac, actually playing an active role on offense, getting that demo for the squad. AJ, I mean, they had so much pressure in the first half of this game, but haven't been able to get a shot going. So close from Sushi to get the touch, but not where they want to find themselves. It's a hat trick for Thwack, 3 for 3.
thwack, 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 and you put this game away. With 40 seconds left, it is very, very difficult to overcome. I will always state about 25 to 30 seconds is an average range. If you want to give yourself maybe leaning on the faster goal side, that's what you want. You need to score 3 in 40. You're giving yourself maybe at best 7 seconds each.
Not much time remaining, as you're mentioning, and Quinnipiac, they're looking to capitalize on this, slow down the roll of Michigan and shift the momentum back into their favor. Great save by AJ, so a good rotation back into their side, and Sushi almost able to take this the distance, but the defense of Quinnipiac a little too strong here as well. Slugger, unfortunately, hasn't been able to find their mark just yet, but the rest of their team are able to pick up the pieces. Just keeping that continual pressure is a difference maker for Quinnipiac.
And not only that, just playing and knowing you have that air, that time to bank, and you can see almost the floating lobs, that ability to juggle. They know they have set this away. For Quinnipiac, this is yet another stepping stone in. You can see good smiles on all the faces of all the players, which I highly, highly respect for Quinnipiac. Just 2 more games.
Yeah, 2 more games on the docket here for Quinnipiac, and, well, we have at least not a sweep guaranteed, right? Because we did see that first game go to Michigan. Yep. They do have that on the docket. Bodes well for if there's any, like, weird tiebreakers. I don't think it can happen in a 3-team round robin, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. But the big thing here is the shots. We actually saw more shots from Michigan than we did Quinnipiac by 1, so the pressure was there. They just couldn't get the finishes that they needed.
Yeah, and I do wonder if that actually offset them a little bit. There is such a thing as too much offense, where we mentioned it in game 1, where there's a scary moment where too many members are pushing forward, whether by call, whether by just need, and you funnel into this position of, we forgot a little bit about defense. We saw it from Quinnipiac and from Michigan. I really don't think that happened here, but I want it in their mind a little bit, because if you start gaining momentum of, we need to attack, we need to attack, we need to attack, you lock into this position, and then it actually spirals when you sit there and go, well, why are they scoring? Well, we aren't attacking it. No, no, no. Keep the balance going.
Yep.
I like that there have been so many shots on all ends. I really, really enjoy that.
So we'll have to see, how things continue here as well for this Quinnipiac roster. Can they keep that momentum going into those last 2 games that they need for the win? Or is it going to be the Michigan comeback? We saw a sparkle of it. We saw a little piece of it, and then they got the goal, and immediately their hopes were dashed because there's a goal right the other way. Thwack hit them, and that's what we heard, the sound effects ringing out through the arena. But Quinnipiac back into the driver's seat again with the ball, but no, it's going to be Michigan taking the initiative off the kickoff. Does give enough room to Quinnipiac for them to play a bit more defensive on this one. I would have liked a little bit more aggressive from Michigan here, and that's exactly what we see. The shot comes through, the earliest one we've seen from Michigan to boot.
And I will say, they're also coming off a singles. So the best way I can kind of imagine it is they're not waiting for their teammates anymore. If they see kind of a free range angle, they are going to try and take that long ball action in there. So I respected that Michigan are going for wider angle shots that have what we usually see as a lower percentage angle. Like, if you're single hitting these, it's not always great. You need the pass, you need to get past the defender. I appreciate it. Quinnipiac can see it coming from a mile away. I highly appreciate their defensive angle as well.
Especially with the positioning that we're seeing here, right? Like Michigan, I like the more aggressive stance that they're taking. They saw, hey, we made the adjustments, we got the shots, we just didn't get the goals. Let's get it out the gate this time and not take as long as we did last go around, and eventually put enough pressure that Quinnipiac makes some mistakes. And Quinnipiac kind of had to play perfect defense against Michigan here, and we saw it in the last game, right? The 1 goal came through, and then they closed the gates. No one else was allowed entry, and this time the passes might not be denied for Michigan for too much longer if they keep it going. And AJ, they don't have to worry. They have their teammate Zemso there to back them up defensively, and I'm really liking these passing plays for Michigan too.
I mean, they get them moving, but again, it's so difficult breaking through on Quinnipiac's side. They just aren't finding that level of success. I like the mixes that they're throwing in, but yes, their passes are extremely clean. There's that demo that we were waiting for, but that's more Michigan just actually clearing out Quinnipiac's chances at a touch in front of the net. Just like, dude, no, go back on your own side. We're not dealing with you today. We're keeping these goose eggs for this game so far.
Return to sender back towards the Quinnipiac side, but there's the demo from Sushi a little too late on the Pyro, so easily enough Quinnipiac will carry that up and over and away and make it that much more difficult for the save. If that was on target, it would have been a goal.
Would have been a taste of their own medicine. Quinnipiac maybe stealing that one away, getting a sneaky goal and putting Michigan down 1. Meaning of the Mines, ball popped in the air. Slugger is the first one onto it, which is solid. but do they get a little bit more? Around the corner they go. Good knock by Michigan once more. Ball rolls in front. Demo on the back end. That will be a catch of 1 for Slugger. Ball nailed straight down to the floor as Quinnipiac push it out to Michigan's side. 2.5 minutes gone. 2.5 remaining.
Quinnipiac, I think the big thing to look at here specifically is that they have been the team to get the first goal every single game. Even the one that they lost, they have been able to get it, and there they go again. I mean, the consistency strikes true, and that's the problem that Michigan have been running into, right? Not being able to get that initiative, not have the comfort zone to be playing from ahead, except for when they were able to get 2 back-to-back goals in the first game. So they need to find something from within to dig out and take onto the field and take out Quinnipiac. And it could be those demos. We saw some of it, but just not enough.
And they really do need to dig because, yes, goals are one. That's great. But then you also need to have the intent. I don't want to see accidental goals the entire series long. That means that relies a little bit too much on everything else. I want to see intent. I want to see that proactivity that we saw actually Sushi and Zemzo actually have earlier on. Where we saw the passes, where we saw the plays, where we saw some of the goals come through, where they are feeding off of each other's energy and understanding where they need to go for these goals, for the steals or anything like that. We've seen that. We know that they have it in their bank. Another beautiful shot, but easy defense by Quinnipiac, saying we read that play too. What else do you have in the book?
Well, what's in the book right now is that time is ticking down, and if Quinnipiac get this game, they will be on a match point for this series. So Michigan need to put the pedal to the metal and fast. I like this angle, but Thwack has been reading that the entire way. Love the mirroring of the play from him.
2 saves so far, multiple more in the 3 earlier games. For Quinnipiac, it feels like a little bit of a slow but steady race that they fought against another tortoise or hare, depending on who's on the pitch. It feels comfortable. They're in a position that they've been in, as you said, almost every single game, and I can only assume they're going to do even further through the Project 1 Nationals here at the Boeing Center. Ooh, what a safe position, though. Michigan saying, you're only keeping 1 for now.
Yeah, keep it as close as can be, and that bodes well for them, especially with the time remaining. They just need possession of the ball is the big thing here for Michigan, and it's a struggle so far because even the cutbacks for Quinnipiac, they're able to keep it in their own half, and high and dry and away from Michigan is how Quinnipiac are trying to play this last 30 seconds, not give them a chance to get possession at all, and it's just been hot potato between the Quinnipiac players.
At what point does it cool down?
Right now, I guess. Got to slow down a little bit with
That's
15
fair.
seconds.
I never want to hold 1 for longer than like 0.5. It's a tough time. 10 seconds left here as Quinnipiac are cooling this game and this series. The momentum that Michigan had earlier on is almost out of steam. Well done by Quinnipiac as they put themselves up for just 1 more game. Unless Michigan is able to keep that Rule 0 moving. A little bit of a dump on the side. Doesn't touch down. But I think this juggle can only go so far.
Yeah, okay, yeah. We've seen multiple of those today where, like, teams have been playing so well to keep it up at 0 seconds, but no goals yet. I want 1. By the end of this weekend, we need a 0-second goal of some sort. And not just one where you're already going to score, right? One where you're keeping it up at 0 seconds to score. There's a difference.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've only cast 1 moment such as that. It was the craziest moment I've ever had. 100%. It's electrifying. Not just for us as the casters, but for the players, and especially on the lane environment.
And then winning an OT after doing that?
Yeah. Well,
another level.
For the one that I saw, unfortunately, it dumped right afterwards. It was a very rough time. But 100% agree, there are situations where they go crazy, and that can sometimes be that light on them as well.
Okay, I got to interrupt here for a second.
Yeah.
So much defense. How to be played by Quinnipiac is insane. I mean, having to make 7 saves, and we saw 8 shots. That means all but 1 shot was directly towards the defender for Quinnipiac. I mean, hey, Michigan are doing something right if they're putting up those numbers on offense. The problem was they just have not been able to get past that defense. So, like, they're so close to brilliance. They're so close to getting these game wins. But, there's something that they got to find. And I think the big thing is that Quinnipiac are just playing keep away once they get that goal. If they can get that first goal, that'll be the difference for Michigan. They haven't done it yet.
And it's so real that you point that out. Like, yes, we know they need to. And we here on the desk, we can say that all we want. But we have to give credit that Quinnipiac are playing to that level.
They're
as
playing
well.
amazing.
They
Yeah.
are doing so well on the defense. I've never had like 3 saves, dude. It is rare because you're also communicating with your team.
Yeah.
You have to rotate. You have to be aware where everyone is positioned. Yes, give them credit that they deserve. Michigan are fighting. They are constantly putting that pressure down, but you do have to break that shield eventually if you want to fight back in this series.
No.
That isn't open. That is not how you break the shield.
No.
That is not how you want to start this game off. But for Quinnipiac, it's great.
Exactly. Slugger getting their first goal of the series. Thwack, of course, assisted. I mean, they've been probably having like 75% participation in all the goals we've seen so far for Quinnipiac. So MVP in my mind would be Thwack, and then Pyro right behind. Slugger doing a great job too, just to keep them, as a glue for this roster. For Michigan, I mean, we saw, AJ do pretty good for the team. Zemso, Sushi as well. I mean, I think both Zemso and Sushi really need to get activated in offense for this team so that maybe they'll have, a better option on their side to get that first goal, because that's been the thing that's been lacking. That goal, that one moment where they can push past just the bubble that's been growing ever larger throughout this series. And that was the problem that we've seen in the previous ones as well.
It's that moment of, I can't break through. It's a tough one. I will say, the bubble around this dome holds to hold true as Quinnipiac buff that bubble even more. Thwack is on a tear so far. It's not 75% anymore.
Yeah.
We're looking at 80 to 85, I'd assume.
Somewhere around there, yeah. I mean, they have 6 goals to their name throughout this series, so putting on a showcase. I mean, we saw something similar to, Jonathan in the last series as well, but even then, Michigan, they have their work cut out for them, especially because they've been struggling to get a goal, and Slugger gets another 2 for the price of 1. We've been seeing so much great pressure being enacted by Thwack, and he just delivers it on the doorstep. An unfortunate deflection, though, from the defense. It does net it as an own goal, but either way, I think the pressure would eventually end up being in a goal, so they can't fault themselves too much on that one. It's just an unlucky bounce.
It truly is. Another bounce coming through as Michigan tried their best to land one on their mark. However, it doesn't go their way, so Quinnipiac still sitting with that 3 and feeling better and better. At this point, it is that victory lap that we've seen teams take before. But of course, for 3.5 minutes, that's a very long victory lap. That is far too long for a victory lap. You want it a little bit closer. Once we see under that minute, it is going to feel so much better. For Michigan, though, you're going to fight for every inch of this field that you can take.
I worry for Missouri State after this, because Michigan are going to be hungry for a win if they can't come back, of course, in the next 3 minutes. And there is time on the side of Michigan. We haven't seen it yet, but they've had all of the makings, the full ingredient list for the recipe to success. They just have not put it in the oven yet. It hasn't cooked long enough, unfortunately. And, well, we'll have to see it for this one. Quinnipiac, of course, are doing their best here, but Michigan are just doing, Michigan are doing their best here, but Quinnipiac are doing just such a better job on offense, especially with Thwack getting yet another goal.
At this point, he's showing off.
Yeah.
We talked about aura farming. We talked about showing up, getting that confidence here. This is like, I'm not going to compare, but there were a few other players in the earlier series that had this type of energy moving into their future series. Very strong, confident, take the goals, know that you can do that.
Yeah.
Give yourself breathing room, which I think is very important when it comes to these matches.
Well, with time remaining on the clock and how many goals have been scored, a mountain to overcome for Michigan themselves, but if anyone could do it, it would be them. We saw them be able to activate as much as they could in Game 1. Get the first victory against Quinnipiac, who were hesitant on the land stage, but eventually were able to smooth things out. So Zemso, expecting big things from them. Flip reset potential, tries to bait it out, but the 50-50 too strong for the defense.
It's a tough one. Rolling into the second half here. Quick demo, Michigan. Starting to get funky with it. I appreciate it. As we said, if you got to break up the monotony, if you got to break up the plays, that's one way to do it.
Oh.
Demos, options available.
So
great
close.
save. And a denial by Quinnipiac, who, again, trying to keep up their numbers of like 90% save registry.
It's been insane. Like every time an opportunity comes out for Michigan, Quinnipiac is there, but not this time. Sushi breaks the stalemate and puts it through.
Step 1, get a goal. Step 2, get another goal.
Yeah. Step
3, get another goal.
Yeah.
We want to see that happen. And Sushi, the man that you said was one that we watched for earlier that could have that
Yeah.
opportunity to make moves, to create a wave for them, has stepped up big. Can it happen again, or was it only a coincidence?
We'll have to see, especially with the time remaining. Sushi looking for another.
Oh
The
my
answer is
gosh.
there, though, from Slugger on the defense, making Quinnipiac sweat a little bit more so than we saw before. But the problem is they can't get overzealous on offense, especially with the comeback throw-in from Quinnipiac's own end. I love these counterattacks that we're seeing from this team, and that's what they're focusing on. They have the lead. They don't need to leave their side as much as they want to, but again, play it short and simple. Keep it to your chest or your car, I guess in this case, as much as you can, and you should come out with the win in Michigan. With time ticking down, so are their chances for a comeback.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, though. Listen, we just had to give him a little room to breathe. We were talking for so long. Sushi's like, hold on. Silence the crowd real quick. Great job with number 2. Again, though, 1 minute left. You need 2. 3 to win, 2 to push it to OT.
It's possible. This is the most goals we've seen from Michigan since that game 1 is the big thing too. So they have broken the curse that has plagued them throughout this series. And I think that bump from AJ clearing the way was enough for them. And I love the setup play we saw there just again. Putting it in front of the box, had the follow through. The problem was there's 3 defenders that time.
Yeah.
And they are just crowding the box as much as they can, making it so that Michigan are not going to have an easy time breaking past.
And I love seeing it because we're starting to see more bumps as well. I like that Quinnipiac. You can see a little bit of frustration, a little bit of irritation in their gameplay, but they can't be drawn into Michigan's status of let's fight fire with fire. Quinnipiac needs to pull out the fire extinguisher and put this one away. Ball rolls out, and they are extending time. 20 seconds left in this game number 5. Demo by Sushi.
See something here from Sushi again. There's a good flick over top. The backboard was available, but great defensive effort. Slugger's been the MVP on the back line, the anchor for this team, and keeping them together throughout thick and thin. With time ticking down, so does the chances of Michigan bouncing back. No chance now with 0 seconds left on the clock. Quinnipiac will get the win, but they did bleed a little on the way.
And I think that gives a lot of respect for all the teams that have made it here to this national stage. Here with the NECC Project 1. Project 1 Nationals, of course, for the Rocket League side. These 2 teams have fought it well. Handshakes, fist bumps being exchanged as Quinnipiac will take 1 step up.
Yeah, they still have Missouri State to play against a little bit later on, so we'll see how that goes off stream. But we have Michigan playing a match right after this against Missouri State.
Yes.
So I think we saw some sparks, some signs of life, some sparks of hope towards the end there for Michigan. So if they can carry that into the next series, like I said, momentum could be enough for them to get that victory and at least have the 2nd seed going out of the group there, unless there is, Missouri State takes down Quinnipiac. Then we have just a weird tiebreaker, which I was talking about why those goals and games matter so much.
Yep.
So if they can get a sweep against Missouri State, they'll feel a lot more comfortable there. And I think there's potential, right? We haven't seen Missouri State yet, so I can't talk too soon. But Michigan have potential, which is the big thing, and why they're here at Nationals.
I think potential is all you need. You've proven yourself to get here. Now it's to prove you can step over them. It is only time will tell, but we will be back after a little bit of break once we get everything set. You'll see us here in just a bit with your next matchup, Michigan against Missouri State, as stated. We'll see you in a bit.
You'll still have common days. Get caught in traffic during your commute. Overthink a text message. Get a song stuck in your head. This is not one of those days. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
For Project One here with the NECC Nationals, we're excited to see what the next match has. We are set for our second Project One matchup for Michigan, also their second matchup of the day, facing off against Missouri State. Michigan hoping to get a win under the belt.
I can't wait to see this one, right? I mean, we saw AJ, he was waving at us before, well, as we were getting ready for this matchup too. They're feeling confident. They're locked in. They got a little bit of a breather from the last series, and I think they needed that, right? So they can talk amongst themselves, strategize, figure, okay, this worked, this didn't work, let's go with this strategy, and then carry that forward to potentially getting at least a second place in the group stages for them. So if they can get a sweep or any sort of win, honestly, here, that would bode well for them, because Missouri State, they got to play Quinnipiac later. We saw how that was against Michigan as well. So that's going to be the tough matchup for Missouri State off stream later on. And then, later today, we'll also have some ECAC being streamed as well. We have some, I think it's Overwatch that's also being played after that too. So there'll be a lot of games going on as well. So these teams getting ready. They're hyping up the crowd, and they are excited for the matchups. And so are we. I mean, we've seen some insane games so far.
Yes.
A little one-sided. But there has been heart that's been put in by every single team that has been here. And that is what is important as we get into game number one, Michigan versus Missouri State here for Project One.
I don't even care about this game, though, because I just want to know what the dude was jamming out to. Man was dancing on the end of that Michigan stage, and it was awesome. But I will agree, looking at Michigan, they had a little time to warm up, and I want to dive in a little bit deeper because it started with Sushi. Sushi was the one that we started to see really rotate in, and we want to see an increase of either Sushi's play or opportunities, whether it's facilitated through the teammates or if Sushi is able to facilitate out to the team.
I always want to see an increase in sushi myself, especially when it's at a restaurant. So in the game of Rocket League, what more can you ask for?
Why would you do this to me? I really want sushi now. Anyone that knows me knows my love for sushi.
Well, we also know your love for sushi, at least in the game here as well, right?
Yes,
we saw them do
100%.
so well. They got the first goal for Michigan in the entire competition, and then they also got the final two that we saw there as well. So Michigan doing everything that they can against Missouri State, but that first goal is going to go to Spicy on this one.
Spicy is as spicy does. A little bit of hot sauce on my sushi, no go, but spicy salmon is definitely an okay one. Missouri State, though, showing immediate strength against the likes of Quinnipiac at the same range. Very quick, very snappy.
You're making me hungry now, too.
I am.
But you know
I
who's
just thought of
also
like
hungry?
snapper tuna or anything like that. Like, I got fish on the brain.
Well, Michigan need to fish for a goal at this point. That was so close from
Ooh.
AJ. I believe would have been their first that we saw from them too, but unfortunately not enough to get on the board at that time. Very close shave for Missouri State in there. Counting the lucky stars that didn't go in, and AJ again just keeping the pressure up.
I will say, looking at this matchup, I feel like Michigan, the net feels a little bit more open. I don't know how else to refer to it.
That is the
but
way to
whenever I
refer to
look
it.
at this, Michigan, the eyes are a lot more open. If they can get closer in on the goal, I do feel like they have a better chance. Maybe those passing plays that weren't working against Quinnipiac, if they can replicate it here, there might be opportunities for more goals down the line.
Well, that's where like a lot of even top teams say, play to the strength of your opponents. It's like the big thing there, right? And that's what we're kind of seeing here already from Michigan. AJ's had like 3 or 4 shots so far in the first 2 minutes and in the last one as well. So doing a great job to keep the pressure up. Eventually something has to get through though.
Yeah. A shield can only last for so long, but sometimes the spear finds you more. Missouri State. A nice little roller is a little bit slower than maybe we were expecting, but a goal is a goal nonetheless. Andrew, great top rope play.
He's Zen, if you didn't know. No, it's just his title in Rocket League that you could get as well. But yeah, I mean, both these players so far, Missouri State, pretty standard goals. And Michigan, I think a lot of it's just them exhausting their resources on offense, trying to go for more extended pushes into the orange half and hope that that's enough for a goal, especially if they get a follow through. But AJ flipping to the side in the Ecto 1, it's not enough for them to get rid of the ghosts that are in front of their faces. But Zemso will be the savior this time.
And Zemzo, the name that we haven't said too much, but about 3 games ago, I was really hyping up alongside Sushi. Zemzo was the one that was layering in, I believe, those 2 goals earlier. Maybe they weren't as consistent, but they have that explosive power if given the opportunity to be that striker. So for Michigan, they're starting to find their own footing. I'm very excited to see what more they can do.
I mean, the passing plays and the follow-throughs are definitely the big thing here for Michigan, and if they keep that going, then they'll be in the best spot that they can be throughout this competition. But Missouri State not going to make it too easy. They just need to get possession of the ball, and they'll go for another counterattack. Sushi keeps the pressure up, though. AJ for another angle, and here's the demo and the goal. AJ's first on the stage.
All it took was one moment, combining demos with excellence right there. That was gorgeous. And for Missouri State, they did everything correct. They tried to challenge, they tried to take the ball away. Speed was the name of the game. Well done for Michigan, showing major signs of life, of improvement here in even just game one.
This long series ahead, though, is the only worrying thing for both of these teams. It looks like it's just going to be a grudge match between them, fighting tooth and nail to see who can come out on top. Michigan, as they keep the pressure on offense, unfortunately they don't have the boost to work with or the angle and possession to go for a shot. Backboard remains uncontested because they didn't really need the follow through afterwards. But back to the midfield it goes. AJ, potential, but does get deflected in a better spot for Missouri State to contest.
I like it. So far, Michigan still playing their game as well, saying, hey, those might have been good goals, but we need more than that if we want to go ahead and maintain our second position here, put Missouri State into an even tougher position of trying to beat Quinnipiac on their match-off stage. A little bit of a roller, though. Andrew saying, I want a piece of the action as well. Tries to roll into the corner, but the midfield is picked up instead by Michigan. Ball ekes out to the side. Good low kick once more over the defender. I'm going to assume that's Top with a beautiful shot.
Top QZ doing everything that they can, acing the quiz as well for this goal to go through, and they are passing with flying colors so far from Missouri State. But will that be enough? There's a minute 15 seconds. Michigan, we've seen they have the capabilities to get quick goals in succession. They look for another one here. Great passing play to AJ. There's the shot, but deflected by the defense.
And there's something that we don't see as much in this game as well. The highest scoring game we've seen on stream thus far, well, between the two teams.
Yeah.
Very aggressive in there as Andrew punches one more. That will put him at 4 as Michigan reeling from that sudden impact from Andrew on that left guard.
Everyone getting involved in the goal scoring here from Missouri State, and there has not been an answer in some time from Michigan, unfortunately. The last goal we saw at the 2:16 mark from AJ, and time is ticking down for them to mount a comeback of epic proportions, but Sushi's going to be the one to do it.
We got a game. We got a game on our hands, Audible. I have been waiting so long for this. Even you have.
Yeah.
When up on the main stage, when we were watching the NECC Nationals D1 up there, we were talking about it. We want to see that action. We want to see that fire from the teams. We want to see the combativeness on both ends. 3-4 right now, and this is game 1. I hope it continues to this level.
Up into the heavens it goes once more. Michigan are not taking their foot off the gas pedal for a moment. They are taking this the long road ahead of them. Not looking too far away from tying this game, but there's not much length available to them with the time remaining, right? 23 seconds, the shots are coming through, but there's still too many defenders in the way of them.
So you send in the bludgers. Send them the bludgeon boys. Knock them away. Get it close. Off the back. Defender yet again. A third strike did not land. You got one more shot. Sushi. Do you have it? The conveyor belt is closing down. Not like this, Michigan. Not like this. Get your last feed in. One more plate. It ain't going to happen. Missouri State stave off a tie and will take game number 1.
Most goals we've seen from Michigan so far,
Yes.
which is great. The problem is they let too many opportunities go past them from Missouri State. So they were playing from behind through a lot of it, right? We saw, again, they let the other team get the first goals, the first initiative. They have to play catch up, and that's not what you want to find yourselves in at the early stages of a series like this. So 2-2-2 across the board for shots for Missouri State, and only 2 of them not going in. Michigan, on the other hand, they had all of the pressure in their favor, but 16 shots only netted them 3 goals.
So my question then becomes, what's the issue? Because a lot of teams, we actually look there and say, hey, you're not taking enough shots. You're not getting to the net in time. You're not being aggressive enough. It's a little bit too much balance. For Michigan, it has now been almost confirmed that they have the aggressive nature.
That's
so
true.
Is their playbook too readable? Are their shot ranges too
Let me
simple?
see. Yes, it is too
Okay,
readable, unfortunately. No, I don't have their playbook. That's just my notes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is too readable, unfortunately, because they're having a lot of simple shots, right, that are easily deflected by the defense. And I think instead of playing, more of that reactionary style and waiting for the counterattacks like we've seen many teams do, they're having to go so far forward, get so much pressure on because they go down early. If they can get that first goal, that'll be the difference maker for Michigan. So I hope for their sakes they can, but it's looking like dire straits, but they do get the save.
Not just that, I think even the pace of the shots could be sped up a little bit. If you want to keep the same shots but try and accelerate the pace, hey, that 40-mile-per-hour shot turns into 60, goes a little bit higher, and all of a sudden those are hard to read. As Sushi! What a slam! On my own, I will go.
Off the crossbar and in, perfect read, goal maxing as their title says for that one. 4-4-4 on the clock. The first time in the last series and into this one we've seen Michigan with the initiative.
I love it. I don't care. That is another improvement. And now we're actually looking at Missouri State. Now, I understand we haven't seen Missouri State yet. We know that they came in here and they have tough opponents. Now it's up to them. Are they going to play to that level of, say, Michigan, of, say, Quinnipiac a little bit later on? That is what I'm curious about. Once again, one of the most fierce and offensive games last game. Let's see them do it here as well. Missouri State, though, currently fighting for a little bit of their life on their own side of the field, not really getting good control over the ball as AJ flies in for yet another steal.
I love this more aggressive, forward operating we're seeing from AJ compared to the last series, right? It felt like they were hesitant a couple times, Sushi and Zemzo being the main goal scorers for this roster in the last series, and it's been a different change-up of their game plan. So I like the adjustments that they've made between series. They've kind of addressed some of the glaring issues we saw last time against Quinnipiac, but one goal, we can be, as jazzed as we can about it. It doesn't hold up in court too long. So with 3 minutes and 32 seconds left, Missouri State have plenty of chances to come back.
But I am guilty of assuming only one goal will do it.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does.
Yeah, I will say all you need is one little piece of evidence and you're clear and you're good to go. At the same time, agreed, hardening that case, making sure you are set 2-3 goals higher up. For Michigan, at least, you're good. For Missouri State, you really got to bite as hard as you can. I want to see that level of play that we saw earlier, whether it be tagging Sushi, keeping track of them, bumping AJ out, bumping Zemzo out, who Zemzo has also been very quietly that stalwart support for the team. What will Missouri State do in these 3 minutes?
Only time will tell, and unfortunately they don't speak. So Missouri State will have to see what they have inside that they can pull from within to take down Michigan. They got that game one, but we saw the flip side in the last series, right? Michigan got game one and lost the rest of the series. So Missouri State had to play behind this time. It's the biggest struggle, I'd say, for a lot of collegiate teams and teams that aren't even at the pro level, and some pro teams even, to find out some way to turn things around when you're playing from behind. And that's the biggest difference maker between the great teams and the best teams, is if you can adapt on the fly and still pull off a win when you start down. And Missouri State, they have it in them, but we haven't seen it just yet.
I mean, there's also plenty of room to play, as we said before, but I do agree. When we don't see some of these aspects cleared, it always will leave doubts in our minds. Of course, with the teams, it could also be, we know there are doubts, but we'll shore up our strengths right now. We'll worry about those doubts in the future because we just have to prove it with our gameplay. I was told that at one point, which I felt really bad for ever saying, we're doubting you. They kind of proved me wrong. At the same time, though, we are doubting if there is going to be another goal here. 1-0 has been the main hall.
Don't curse it.
I already did it. I'm just going. One of my wings is white. One of my wings is black. I don't know which is which at this point. 1:30 left on the clock. Michigan and Missouri State fighting on the wings as that's a carry.
Ooh.
Great save from Spicy.
So much pressure from Michigan still being met out by Missouri State. That's the one thing that they can be proud about, is the positioning we've seen from them at the midfield, some of the counterattack options they've been going for. It just, that final touch has been missing from Missouri State. And this is the same issue that Michigan had last series. So they're just in a different driver's seat, a different arrangement than we saw last time. And Michigan, they feel sorry for them, but not too sorry because they're the ones up right now.
it also feels good, I think, for a team that if you see the exact same mistakes you were making on the other side, there is a little bit in me or in the player sometimes that says, we can actually learn from this.
Yeah.
What's working against the same issues, and you can carry that on to future. Now, again, that's a whole different story because you have to focus on this series, like that save right there by AJ. As a save is great, but you need more. You need to punch back as the ball is rolling into Michigan's hands on their side of the field. It's a little bit dangerous. High fly ball missed by Missouri State, picked up on the third. Beautiful save to push it out of the net. Michigan scrambled for the save, and in the final 30 seconds, holding their breath.
So close, yet not enough for Missouri State. 20 seconds counting down. There's an opportunity. Does go by the wayside. The box is going to be shut down by Michigan this time, but Spicy having to go back to base. Tops is there, but it's not enough to go through, so instead, time ticks further down and away. Missouri State, maybe one last chance that they could get possession, keep it up with the clock at 0 seconds, but no, touches down, and we have a tied series.
And just like that, Michigan are right back in the same scenario that they were in the Quinnipiac series. However, they are the front runners is the best way to put it. They looked strong in game one. It was a 1-goal difference. And this situation here, such a difference. We saw, what was it, 12 shots
16.
previously. 16.
Yeah,
Why did it change so drastically down to 4?
They got the first goal. That's the biggest difference here. They had to play so much more, I guess, risky, you could say, in the previous games when they're down and having to come back from behind and try to get as much pressure going as possible. But the problem is, that's not where you're comfortable, right? Where you're going out on a limb and hoping that it's going to be enough, and then sometimes you don't find anything. You just fall to your doom. But they're able to stand tall, get that game win. Just depends on if they can carry that momentum into the next one. Getting that first goal proves how crucial it is here. They need more where that came from.
Absolutely, and it also comes off the fact that you pointed it out in the last 2 games, some missed opportunities on both sides.
Yeah.
And shoring up those differences, I always like talking about it because mistakes and opportunities in Rocket League go by in the blink of an eye.
So quick.
We see those opportunities, and you can start recognizing it. A ball that dropped in front of the net that just stalls, what I like to call a dead ball, 50-50s, sprint out to the sides where not everyone can get a handle on it. These mistakes can easily transition to a goal if you have a heads-up moment. So I do want to see if the teams are able to funnel through that as well into this Game 3.
We'll see as we get into Game 3 if Michigan or Missouri State will be the team to take the initiative and the lead in this series. Michigan last time, it was a bit of a different story. They started up and then went down. Well, Missouri State, they're looking to be on top of the world, but a great save by the defense.
But that's one of those opportunities. We were literally just talking about Missouri State. If you had followed up, if you had someone on that rotation, maybe you could have scored that goal. That's one of those moments that you can't let go away if it's as close as a 1-0 or a 2-1 position throughout every single game. For Missouri State, I want to see that sped up a little bit more. For Michigan, wipe that sweat off your brow and do the exact same thing on the other side.
It's got to be tough for Missouri State too, right? Because they were expecting that goal to go through, especially with how close it was to the goal line and passing past it. But Michigan, all credit is due to them for that save. The problem is Missouri State. They had so many opportunities in the last game, and they're just continuing to pile on into this one. So momentum-wise, it's in their favor. We saw such an early goal in the first 20 seconds of the last game. That decided things. Michigan can only hold on defensively for so long.
So far, that so long has been at least 5 minutes. I will give them credit for it.
That's true. That's a long time.
Yeah, but I agree. At some point, your arm gets weary, your knees get weak, and sometimes you drop a little spaghetti. But for Michigan, there's going to be a moment where, once again, you can break through the guard of Missouri State, and I do wonder where it's going to come from. Sushi has been awesome, but Zenzo has obviously had those kind of bright moments. And then AJ, who got a taste of the action back in Game 1, we want to see them break through as well for Missouri State. Andrew, really good top, has always come narrowly close to scoring for them. Spicy, the one that has put away goals. Everyone has that strength in them. Where else is it going to come from, though?
I'm realizing it might be Topaz. I think it's Topaz.
So I wanted to say Topaz.
I think Leet speak. It should. I think it's probably
You think it's
Topaz. Yeah, I think it's Topaz. Either way, though, Missouri State versus Michigan on this one. Eventually, someone needs to score. We're almost at half of a game gone with no goals yet. Just goes to show how close these two teams are.
Yeah. I'm going to ask him next break. I know they can hear me. I know they hear me talking about sushi. They know I'm hungry. Well, we'll take a look.
Spaghetti as well, you know?
Yeah, listen, spaghetti, dude, I love pasta. Of course, at this point, everyone likes precision. We're looking at what we hopefully see as maybe a one-star Michelin restaurant of action, of clean play. As the teams, once again, clinically, it feels like you see the plays ahead of you, the plays are being made, and yet you just can't really convert it there. We're seeing the largest goose egg situation for these two teams in quite some time.
The diagnosis that I have to give this series is lack of clutch so far. We need to see some clutch from either of these teams to get that goal and break through the stalemate that Michigan and Missouri State have found themselves in. But Topaz doing what they can defensively to position themselves for success and send this into the midfield. Spicy, they were the first one to score in the previous games, and well, here they go again. They get on the board, 141 now.
And you asked for a clutch factor between two defenders, able to punch out third, screaming by their ear, just barely makes it in. And that's one of those saying, hey, it might be 50% luck, 50% skill. It is all your own goal. Any sort of goal will bolster you moving forward in the series.
Now let's see if Missouri State can be the Icemen themselves and prove to be cool, calm, and collected throughout this remainder of Game 3 and get the lead in this series back in their favor. Michigan, only one goal at the beginning of it was what determined them as the victors of Game 2, but this time might be just the one needed for Missouri State.
Another tap. Good hold by AJ. Looks it up and above, but a good intercept by Topaz, we will say. Rolls out to the right side, 1 minute remaining. And for Andrew, crashing into Sushi. Good pickup by AJ on the flip, though. As right now, it's a chase. A little bit of aggression by Michigan, but Missouri State holding on dearly. They're now the ones with the fishing line. They're ready to reel in this catch.
Good deflections there just to keep it in the orange half, at least for Michigan. But the problem is that they don't have as strong of a possession game as we've seen in some of the previous games. I do like the potential there for the shot. And there's another one from Sushi, the savior of the day for Michigan.
I gave him the foundational weight for Michigan. Absolutely clutch factor right there. It's far and few between. We do want to develop that clutch factor, but if anyone has what feels like the energy in the current series, 100%. It is Sushi. At this point, you are fighting for OT, and to not go to OT, whoa, that's way too close. Oh, and Spicy. Beautiful save to pinch away from a Michigan attacker right there. That could have been the end of the game.
Speaking of spicy, that was a spicy meatball of a save on that one, and unfortunately for Michigan, they cannot get it away. The clutch factor continues for Missouri State's back end, but the problem is they need to move that momentum forward as 10 seconds remain, counting it down. Michigan on offense, looking to close things out with a win before our first ever overtime, mind you. We haven't gotten one here yet today.
Beautiful work, and you'll roll it. Welcome to the big OT. Michigan and Missouri State now have unlimited time to score one goal. For those that don't know, this can end in a flash or 7 minutes later. We have seen both ends of that scale.
Shoot, I think like the longest is like 20-something minutes in ROCS history. It's pretty crazy how long it could potentially go. But both these teams, with how long it's taken up to this point for the goals to be scored, I'd estimate like 2-3 minutes is probably the exact time that we could see it happen. But this just goes to show that the pressure has not been higher. Both these teams know Quinnipiac is the team to beat, and if they can beat each other, then they will be at least guaranteed that second spot out of their group for the playoff matchups for Nationals in Division, or Project 1, excuse me. But almost a minute gone now. It's looking kind of in favor of Michigan, especially with Sushi. Great deflection, though, by the defense.
They stuck in the net. They're like, nah, not today. I know what exactly is coming around the corner. Well played and well held. Missouri State, though, still rounding the corner, trying to send one. Great demo to lock that ball away, but still picked up on the far end. Sushi saying hello once more. And the restaurant is still open for the time being. Feed that last customer. There will be a swing out in the center. Double tap, rolls it out to the side. Sushi, once again in prime scoring position, pinches it against the top wall. Carried out in a way you won't get the backboard help this time around.
Missouri State just waiting patiently for their opportunity to attack. But the problem is that they got to be careful on the back line, especially with the shot from AJ. We do have more demos galore from Michigan and Missouri State exchanging blows. One fist to the other as they're just battling back and forth to see who can get this final goal and the advantage in this best of 7. They know that this game might determine how the victor eventually rises their heads at the end of the series, right? I mean, the big thing is, like, these teams are so close that anything can happen, and if you get that one advantage now, that could be the difference maker between you winning and losing the series.
And it's scary because you also talk about momentum swing! But when you talk about T, you talk about the momentum you gain. Zemzo sees the opportunity and seizes it.
2 minutes and 7 seconds was all it took. So my prediction was pretty accurate with, you know,
I
2
would
or
say
3 minutes.
extremely accurate, actually.
Okay. I was trying to be humble. But either way, I mean, seeing Michigan, they seem like they have new wind under their wings, you know, wind in their sails, and are able to just carry forward with new momentum that we didn't see in the last series.
Yes.
So the question is, was that because Quinnipiac are so good, or is that because Michigan have figured out how to, you know, change the game enough and actually get those completions with the goals?
I'm going to lean in favor of they've started to figure out their goal strategy.
Yeah.
I really want to lean into that because it's rare that we see these kind of you catch me looking upwards because I'm not looking at them, but I'm really looking at this factor of, hey, Sushi seems far more active, and I need to figure out why they look more active. Obviously, they've been in the zone, and they've been at the forefront of a lot of plays, but far more activated. We're seeing more passes go through.
I think I know why. I think a lot of it comes down to, you know, the rotation from this team, right? I think it's a lot cleaner, a lot more synced up. We're seeing, you know, follow-throughs as well as a big thing from this team of Michigan, and that was the problem against Quinnipiac because Quinnipiac played the ball so close to their chest, and whenever you got an opportunity, you took it for Michigan. Now they're taking a little bit more time, which I like that approach because even with having 14 shots again, this team has shot the most out of any team today, mind you, from Michigan. I think it's like a numbers game to them in some cases, but they also know if they get the advantage early, they have the chance to just hold on as well. So they have the clutch factor, they have the shots, they just need couple more to get their first victory here on the main stage, or the 5v5 stage.
I just realized Michigan are literally just the guy that hides behind a pillar and is like kind of blind firing around the side. They literally like throw a whole magazine in there and they're just tossing.
It's like,
hey, this one.
It's paintball.
Yeah. Okay, well, hold up. I like my paintball. No, I agree. It's this feeling of we are going to take as many shots and eventually something will land. It is the quantity over quality. And it just reminds me of that factor of, hey, we'll take as many shots as we need and pray something goes in. Is that a valid strategy? If it works for you, go for it, please.
Oh, I was going to say, well, there's evidence of it. And now there is. Zemso is the savior here for Michigan. Got the OT winner and gets the first initiative this time.
You know what? We say savior normally under a minute. Before 4 transpire, I will give them the leader, the vanguard of pushing this game forward. Beautiful work, Zemzo kind of stealing that spotlight back from Sushi.
Yeah, kind of going toe-to-toe between these two. I mean, Sushi got at least 2 goals, or 3 goals. Zemso's gotten 3 themselves as well, so we've seen some great looks from this Michigan roster. But Missouri looking on their side, I mean, they still have a lot to make up for, especially with the goal here by Spicy. Massive one there. 1 shot, 1 goal, all they need.
It's a quick tie-up, and we talked about so many pieces when it comes to a game, to a series, to a team, and how do they deal with these pressures. One of those is not staring at that goose egg, staring at that opposing goal for too long. You need to answer it quickly. We saw it before with Quinnipiac against Michigan, so Missouri State taking a page out of the good old playbook.
Zemso, I mean, they've gotten the last 2 goals for Michigan, so I'm kind of looking for them to be the one to strike again for this team. And they got the centering chance, but Sushi wasn't in position for the follow-through. And Michigan, I feel like they're being over-careful at this point. You know, they're hesitant to go for some of these challenges, and that gives too much space to Missouri State, and is part of the reason why they got scored on by Spicy.
I can sit behind and agree with that one. Right now, challenge is meant for Michigan as Missouri State look to get a bit aggressive. Ball ekes out away from their possession. Sushi tried to nab that one up. for Michigan, they've had opportunities where they look like thieves in the night. I love how they always go for those steals around midfield or so. They love just trying to overtake. I know you called them cautious earlier, but every so often you'll see them just kind of like, can I get the steal? I'll go for it. It's been aggressive. It's been so fun on that gamble aspect, so when it does hit, I'll be very excited. For the current moment, it hasn't worked. Michigan still kind of floundering on the defensive end. First time that ball has kind of left in a while.
Potential here from Zemzo, but unfortunately the angle isn't going to do them any favors on this one, especially with Sushi going for the play. The follow through from AJ, they're just knocking at the door and nobody is letting them in so far. They got to bust it down if they do want to get that at least winning goal and get them on to series points. Again, Michigan, if they can get this Game 4 win, they'll be that much closer to their first victory, but Missouri State looking to tie things up and send it even further into a longer stalemate between these two teams.
I gotta give credit, by the way, that save, I'm pretty sure AJ was out of boost and slowly trucking his way in front of the net. Like, that was a flip for the save. It was great. Taking a look at a little bit further, Sushi being able to punch it out, but AJ now fully boosted up is going to run their territory home. Andrew and Spicy, though, out of boost. We need this. A great territory attack, but Topaz comes in with the save, the one deterrent with enough speed and boost in there. Great denial as we're heading to that 145 mark. Left on the clock. What a carryover! But it's a crossbar. It ekes out, and Missouri State don't have a secondary. That could have been it.
That should have been it. Spicy was there, but it was not sweet enough for it to go through, and it's a sour taste that's left behind because they will not be getting the lead this time. 1:26 on the clock. Michigan need an answer back and fast. They know the momentum is in their favor, but they can't get possession of the ball quick enough.
But there seems to be a fire lit under them. They saw how close that was going to go. Missouri State also understand if they fall here, it's series point. You cannot have that hanging over your head in a way that you have to win 2 more games. For Michigan, though, you just want to get that victory. AJ out of boost once more, waiting for a team to come on by, pass across the crossbar, clearing that one in a much better fashion with a teammate once again on defense. Again, rotations looking better and better.
Andrew, need to see a little bit more from them. We haven't seen anything since that first game, and that's the biggest thing I'm wondering for Missouri State. That might be a change of pace for them if they change up the rotation at least a little bit. Yes, it's been working so far, but you want a little bit more where that came from in Game 1, and we haven't seen much since then, aside from individual goals here and there. It's been, for the most part, the Michigan show, especially after getting the opening goal in this game and Missouri State having to play catch-up. But 15 seconds here and now. Missouri State, we'll see what they can do.
Second OT. Not today! AJ swings it home. Am I a blessing or am I a curse? I will never know. Michigan up 1.
Well, for both teams, it's kind of one or the other, right?
Yeah.
So you're both.
I'm going to get either like a cup of water thrown at my head or like a flower. I don't know which side it's going to come from.
Both. And then it's going to make sure that the flower has enough water to
there
stay alive. So either way, though, time ticking down. Missouri State, they have one last chance. Off the crossbar, need the follow-up. There's still 0 seconds on the clock, but no, Topaz can't get it just yet. They're trying to get it into the net one last moment, but it's still not touching the ground. Missouri State are so close to taking this through, somehow keeping it in the air this entire time. Michigan State just need it to touch ground, and they will be on series point. Missouri State, unfortunately for them, could not keep it up.
I mean, that is tension and a half. We went from, hey, nothing's really going to happen, slow roll into a gore scold. Okay, we got a little bit of energy. We just tied it back. Even more energy. Bam. Almost 10 seconds left, immediate second goal coming in, and all of a sudden, all engines are hot. I am loving what these teams are doing, albeit it takes them a little bit longer to get there. The fire is in their eyes. I respect it all day long, and Michigan now just need one more.
So close for Missouri State at the end there. They were on the precipice of greatness, but it was not enough once again for them. And this is just a mirror of the last series, right? We saw Michigan be the team that got the first game win and then lost the rest of the series. Now it's happening in reverse.
Things are going a little bit all over, as right now I believe we have a little bit of a timeout being called I believe teams do have that ability to do
That's
so,
good.
especially if you're in a
I'm
position.
surprised we haven't seen one today.
Yeah, we see it actually. I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, it is a little bit relatively new. Normally we have tech pauses and everything like that, but I believe breaks are a little bit new functionality when it comes to Rocket League. Normally you just kind of speed through.
Yeah, I mean, best of sevens too, right? It's nice to have that
Oh my
available.
gosh,
Stretch
yes.
your legs, you know, shake out the nerves, I think is a big thing too.
Yeah.
Talk amongst yourselves and just focus up. And you can kind of see that happening here
Yeah.
from Michigan. They're just stretching their legs. They're in the home stretch as well, right?
Yeah.
One more game is all it's going to take for them to be at least guaranteed that second spot, depending on if there's tiebreakers, of course.
Yes.
I guess I can't say guaranteed, but I just feel like Quinnipiac, looking at these two series, they kind of have the edge in terms of like power rankings if we were to make those
Yeah.
right now. You know, we love power rankings as casters, but it's 3 teams. You can only rank so hard.
Yeah, especially when it comes to something like this group stage and
Yeah.
the round robin. We do have to give credit to those positions of, hey, you do have to rank yourself between everyone. You do have to kind of put yourself in that position of, hey, where are we going? How are we going to do this? So let's take a step back and, again, go ahead and position them. At the current moment, Missouri State are unfortunately a little bit lower than Michigan. Michigan have
So
positioned
close,
themselves
though.
in that right spot behind Quinnipiac and are now warming up even further. So, question is, how do you climb? What are we looking at from not Quinnipiac? We'll see them maybe
Missouri
later.
State, though,
yeah,
yeah.
for Missouri State, how do they climb up that ladder?
I mean, the biggest thing here, getting that first goal right. I think that's where Michigan have struggled to play from behind. They have still gotten wins off of it. I mean, we saw evidence of that in 2 games ago at this point. But
Yep.
the big thing is for Missouri State is setting the pace, right? Getting that first goal, and then another one, and then another one. We've seen them get like a goal, and then Michigan come back and then win the game. So having that momentum in their favor, the cushion, essentially, that they have not had to keep themselves comfortable throughout a game, that's what's been missing.
You know what? I stand by that as well. Missouri State, they took that break. Let's chill out. What did you talk about? Were you talking about how to get things back in position? Were you talking about rotations like we saw right there? Great defense being played out. Yeah, you lost someone on the demo, but that ball went much further away out of the hands of Michigan. For Michigan, you're responding in kind. Play it smart, play aggressive, get back in the faces of Missouri State and lock this away. A little bit of a fake. You're trying to divert energy away. And it was Sushi that tried to be the one-man army with the alley-oop. Not going to happen.
Not enough. And we saw a lot from, you know, Spicy and Topaz specifically on offense in the previous game. So I'm kind of looking at them to step out of their comfort zone on defense and get something going in Missouri State's favor. But Michigan, they're happy to play the slow game at this point. They've shown that, hey, we can go, you know, full throttle with all the shots in the world. 16, 14 shots we've seen in different games. The last one, though, Missouri State was the team who had the most shots, 9, where we saw 6 from Michigan. So they showed more faces to Michigan than we saw in the previous series, which I think is what was missing from this team. They've really grown across the series, which again is what benefits a team playing a doubleheader, right? You can learn from your mistakes in the first series, make improvements in the next one if you have it in you to adjust. Some teams don't. Some teams, they just have a plane crash that's going to never stop until the doubleheader's over.
You know what? That was me. That's me. We'll take that.
Same.
But we also posited it before. We talked about that fact with the doubleheader. What goes into a doubleheader? What goes into the mental fortitude and the play? Is it
Yep.
endurance? Is it mental? Is it everything? You hit the nail on its head. We've seen the improvements that we wanted. We didn't want to see them plane crash. We wanted to see them play smart, increase, push that throttle forward, and continue to climb ever higher until they're at their comfortable cruising speed. For Missouri State, you're still trying to get out of a little bit of atmosphere. I'm not going to get into that. I don't know that technical spot. But for Missouri State, you are up against a very harsh win. You need 3 games in a row.
They do need 3 games in a row, and I'm really curious if we will see something break past the mold from Missouri State. The problem is that every time we've seen them have an opportunity, it's been stopped by Michigan in the midfield. And even when they go for a challenge, Michigan's been in a better position than them. I think Michigan have really grown throughout the last series into this one to know, hey, we don't have to go all out. We can play our game and let them play to our pace and set the stage and style that they want to go about with. And that's what's working so well here. Beautiful passing play to Sushi, not even having to go from the angle. They just go down midfield.
And it's that rotation once more. You talked about the passing. You talked about that accessibility, that teamwork that we've been waiting for them to develop. And we saw it there, just this ability, hey, go center. I will get that ball to you. We will score. And now you put Missouri State in a dangerous spot where they feel they have to straight up demo to open up on that kickoff.
Time ticking it down for Missouri State in this series. One goal might be all that determines the fate of Michigan in their last one of the day. Topaz, though, will be the one to strike true, and Missouri State even things up.
Just as quick, Missouri State did this back in, I believe, game 2 as well. Quick strike, being able to even it up, keep it at that net 0 level. Nobody gets a momentum piece ahead of the other. For Missouri State, though, it's the momentum of we got it back to even. What will come out? Doubleheader on the kickoff, both sent spiraling sideways. Nobody gets full control over the ball, but boost being collected on Michigan's side. Very much ready for that full offensive. But a great defense from Missouri State shuts that down, winds away another 30 seconds.
Michigan got to be a bit careful here. We saw all three of them commit on that challenge and easily could have been a counterattack if Missouri State were in a better spot. So Michigan, they have the odds kind of stacked against them. It's on them to step up to the plate here. Again, yes, they do have some mulligans in terms of games if they do drop this one, but they want to close things out. They want to enjoy the rest of the festivities here for the Forge LAN itself. Forge Scholastic Esports Championship powered by Army National Guard, and Topaz is a member of this Missouri State team powering this roster.
Cut number 2 in the fine gem of Topaz, just by a defender as well. And I feel that one was kind of cool in its recreation where it went slower. Topaz actually slowed down the shot, saw the defender maybe out of the corner of their eye and said, okay, let them bypass, we will swing it in. Well done. All of a sudden, Otis on Michigan, you got 30 seconds. Can you bring it back? Are you going to a game 6?
That's the question here. Michigan haven't really had possession in quite some time, but that's a ball going towards the other end. Luckily for Missouri State, it's off target, but the blue trail behind it led me to believe that there was a chance for a follow-up. Unfortunately for Michigan, too fast of a ball for them to go towards. The demo actually not favoring AJ in this instance because it allows Andrew to respawn. The bump, though, in the net. Zemso ties it up. 8 seconds remaining.
Sushi has taken a back seat. Zemso with the hat trick, well, shots at least, and shots, I'm so sorry. Two, I can read. But still,
Might
Zemso.
be telling the future.
All of a sudden, I have like a crystal ball in front of me with the wings. This is going to go terribly in any lore book. Beautiful job. We are now looking at yet a third OT in the series. Bump along the crossbar. It ain't going to happen.
So close.
Third OT in one series here in the Project 1 group stage.
Oh my gosh, not third OT, second. We almost had a third one though in the previous one, but it was up for like basically an overtime, and here's it all over. AJ will be the one to score. Michigan get their first win.
They take the series in one of the more unlikely positions, and yet Missouri State gave one a hell of a shell shock. One of our most fiery series yet. Here on the 5v5 stage, I give them
in Rocket
all.
League in general.
Yeah, I give them the glory that they deserve here.
Yeah. Very close affair between these two teams. Unfortunately for Missouri State, they now have a prize against Quinnipiac that they have to face off against off stream for that one. But I'm sure they are excited to, make up. Again, having that momentum is a big thing. We saw how it worked out well for Michigan. Could work out well for Missouri State. I'd honestly say these teams are pretty evenly matched so far.
Yeah. And it does come down to just that one moment. We saw glimmers, and I love what you were saying before. You need that clutch.
Yeah.
You need that clutch player, and I swear as soon as you said that, we saw like 3 players step up.
Yep.
But it goes back to it. On that side, I saw 2, in my opinion. All 3 players played great for Missouri State. Topaz and Spicy, the 2 names that kind of stepped out in my eyes.
The dynamic
I
duo.
want to see if they can create even more in the next series.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Andrew do some great work as well, but they were more of like that passive, like anchor role for their team specifically. So it's a tough spot there for Missouri State, but it will be a great victory to be celebrated by Michigan State themselves. So congratulations to them for getting their first win. 1-1 in the group stage, 0-1 for Missouri State. Quinnipiac waiting on the other end of it, also 1-0. So could be tied, could go the distance. I'm just excited to see how things go for the rest of the competition that'll be happening later on here. There's some ECAC, which will have some remote broadcasters for that next match. Then we have some Overwatch, and more ECAC Rocket League at the end. It's going to be a good one. There's so many good matches happening this weekend. Check out all the streams, for real.
Yeah, there are actually quite a few, so let's go through them real quick while we have the time. We have Rally Cry Official. You're watching Rally Cry 2 right now. And then also just all over the place. We got NECC streaming out the NECC Nationals all over. So there are so many different places that you can watch, not only in the Rocket League side, but if you look around us, there are so many different names that have helped us along the way. I really want to shout out Vaudeville. You have been on almost every single stream. Yeah, you can see Apex Legends.
Shout out.
No. This one specifically, we love this one. I also League of Legends. Yeah. All right. So here's the deal, though. Vaudeville, you not only cast, Rocket League. What else are we going to see? There's one game in particular that we are going to see that you had a lot of fun covering earlier.
Marvel Rivals.
Yes.
We won't see it on this stage, though. It'll mainly be on the main stage in the NECC stream, just because it's 5v5.
Yeah.
Marvel Rivals is 6v6. It's not Overwatch. But we also have Overwatch, right? Like on the main stage later on. I think it's the Aurora Series Grand Finals that are happening today. I think it's U of T facing off against... I can't remember the other team at this point in time. It's
we have so many
missing
teams.
my mind. Yeah,
we have so many
teams. Yeah, but
amazing teams as well.
You know, I remembered U of T because Toronto. I gotta root for those guys. I think it might be Fisher. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Fisher has teams and everything.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, so many great competitors, so many great sponsors that help make this all a possibility. Shout out to Army National Guard as well for helping put this all together as our presenting sponsor for the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship. Rally Cry as well. They're helping us a lot here on production too. Big shout out to everyone who's made this possibility. All the back end staff too, right? I mean, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, I mean, we also want to give a big shout out to
yourself too, by the way.
Thank you.
You've been doing a great job.
But again, and I want to do this because I can before we go ahead and send it to a break. The eyes that you see, if you are in the venue right now, we are at the Boeing Center here in Techport. It's an amazing venue with not only the main stadium action, but also across the way there's a LAN center with more games being played.
And a food court too.
Yes.
Like there's so much stuff to enjoy here.
It is, and not only that, the teams. You get to interact with the teams, with the competitors, with all the schools as well. You also get to talk to people in esports, those that are helping.
There you go.
Actually
you can see
to everyone.
The pit over there too. There's
all
the
information desks.
Well.
All the information desks. Like if you want to get in on this as well, and I please implore. I don't get to say this very often. We're collegiate. We are collegiate here. This is what this is about. If you have someone interested in playing in collegiate, try and get in to the esports scene. Go to your local high school. Come here. Talk to schools. Say, hey, I know a guy that literally was like, they asked me to play like 6 months ago. And he's now here at Nationals.
That's crazy.
So cool. So please get involved. Come out, check out the competition, or just keep watching. We'll have more information and more games along the way. Maybe not Marvel Rivals, maybe not Overwatch, but all the action in the world. Please go ahead. Stay tuned for more Rocket League action in just a bit.
Who are you not to be uncommon? Who are you not to be one in a million? 100 million? Your day job is what you do, but it doesn't define you. In a world of common, it might. But you?
If it cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find the energy to rewind and reset. Sometimes I lack the bravery, 'cause I know I fear the end. One day we'll see a victory. Carry on until the sun will set. To break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to knock me around? I won't make a sound. I won't make a sound until I hit the ground. I won't make a sound. So don't shoot me down. I'm not broken. We're just getting off the ground. I hope you're better now. I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We can reach it. Yeah, we got it. And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face, I know. No more racing, we got it. We could reach it, yeah, we got it. Oh, I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking around here at ECAC Founders Nationals, hosted by folks up here at Forge. And we are here with Wichita State up against LIU for some Rocket League. I'm Blast, your casting, head of production for ECAC, and I'm joined by a good friend of ours if you tuned into any of our Rocket League streams on air. It's here with Puma. How you doing, Puma?
I'm doing phenomenal. I hope you're ready for some Rocket League action. This is going to be some high-flying action. WSU has been very dominant throughout the ECAC this year, earning their invitational right, but LIU still no joke themselves. Both these teams very deserving of being here. We got a lot of fans for LIU already in the chat. Hello, everybody in chat. I hope you're having a great time so far. And for the people who are just tuning in, thank you for tuning in. It's going to be a fun time. A little bit about what's going on here is if you've never been here before, we're actually coming to you live from the Boeing Center at Techport, which was built for events just like this. You got a full arena, a LAN center, and a tech campus all in one place. What's unique about this is you're not just getting an event venue, you're in the middle of a working tech campus, and you're seeing these two teams really come together, and I'm super excited. Both of these teams have been known to pull out some very high mechanical plays throughout the years, and we're hoping to see a little bit about that in this best of 7 going in.
Yeah. Even outside of the Rocket League sphere, Wichita and LIU are two schools I hear about all the time when it comes to this game. These are players who are passionate, as you can see, very excited, ready to go. And they have support in and off stream. Yeah, like you were saying, this incredible venue here, the Boeing Center at Techport, connected directly with that tech campus, helps, give the students here, the players of all age brackets that we have, which isn't really typical for esports. Usually it's divided out, but it's a really big focus between the grade school, high school, college level to kind of combine and consolidate that esports community that's so important to the game, the players themselves, and really helping players get their foot in the doors professionally and just in other post-college future stuff. Parents who are tuning in for their, tuned in for their kids or just watching with them in the background. We're getting very close to that, Avocado. It's a great way to get your foot in the door for all kinds of careers that the camera can't handle it.
I can't lie. I applaud you for holding it together as best as you could. I had to mute myself.
Hey, we have fun here. In and out. You can hear we got stacked stadium out there of folks who are ready and excited to see this game through. Like I said, we have everybody in chat who's showing support. We can't thank you guys enough. Wouldn't be able to do any of this without the support from the folks down there and the folks in here. And we'll be getting ready to hop into this game between Wichita and LIU very, very soon.
Just making sure that the lobby is good to go before we jump in there. But before we jump in, let's talk a little bit about the rosters with WSU starting off. The captain, Boone. We have Aqua and Knight representing the WSU varsity team. And for your Long Island University, you have July, Racers, and Hazard Frenzy 12. I'm just going to be saying Hazard for everyone at home, just so you're aware. I like making that note just a little bit.
Sure, they understand.
Longer names. Yeah, hopefully that way. So we're going to just jump right on into it. We're getting into this as the start of the weekend here in Texas. A fake right off the rip from July. Going to go up top. Has low boost. A flip reset, but a good challenge there by Aqua. Still trying to work their way in off of the corner. Thrown to the middle, but no one's there. So a good clear here by Long Island. Both teams just probably going to be feeling each other out. A good control play by Knight up top. No boost to get this towards the middle with the flip reset. Trying to find a follow-up, though. Out of the corner, Boone, the captain, leading the charge just a little bit wide. As now Aqua takes control themselves back across and able to find it on this one. A great job by Long Island to strike early.
See, they're already putting on so much pressure. That entire first 30 seconds of the match falls entirely on Wichita's side. Long Island is not giving them a second. And if they can keep up that pressure, they're going to be sitting very pretty. But you can't go all in yet.
As I am taking a quick note, it looks like the teams might be reversed. So Wichita did score that one. As Boone working the way in. The pinch a little bit wide. Trying to take control here off the side. TJ not able to clear at Knight. Trying to find any pressure. Up top. Boone, flip reset. Trying to go down low. Great. Take that off. Back towards the middle into the corner. Passing plays coming out. July, the drop pass, not going to be able to connect that first. TJ now taking control. Turns it over. Knight trying to go corner to corner. Trying to find the angle. Not able to get it past July. Back in the middle. The slam up top. Aqua flip reset. Trying to go down. Second flip reset. Can't get it to go. Still in front of the net though. The follow-up is there. And Knight is going to be able to double up the lead.
Off the backboard over to Wichita. They got annoyed that we were getting the name wrong. That was just disgusting pressure, and they are not letting up. Although, it is a best-of-7 set. You don't want to burn yourself out too fast. Dude, starting off strong.
In game number one, you usually see a little bit of a feeling out process. It seems like Wichita State is throwing that out to the side and just wants to go absolutely metal to the floor, back towards the middle. A good 50 by TJ. It's bouncing around in front. The shot's on. A good save by July. Not able to clear it just quite yet. Still in the corner. The team pinch off the sidewall. Who's going to be able to be up? It's Boone not able to connect as they were playing the 50 and the fake comes out. So pushing it back down. Great. Not going to be able to find anything as they're going to get demoed off the ball. Bouncing around. It's up top. Aqua, good 50, gets July off the ball. Great. Shot on. A good save there by Boone. Still bouncing around. Not enough boost, though, from TJ to be able to jump at first, so Boone still has control. The pinch, it's on target, gets put to the side. Still working their way around as Aqua puts this one back towards the center. No follow-up, but TJ no boost. Can't get this one out of their zone. Still stuck in the corner. Great. Not able to get a good first touch. Still in the corner. Good 50. No boost. Has to just stay behind it. Able to stay behind it and muscles their way out.
Just 1v3 it looked like from right there. They need to force out of the corner, but still Wichita State keeping that ball on Long Island side.
And the problem is when you keep it on their side, you just start strangling that boost as Knight goes for a crazy shot, but July takes that away. But July, no boost, and you're just seeing this constrictor angle coming from Wichita State. No boost as all three hats are on the ball for Wichita. Puts it back into their own corner with Rate putting on pressure. 50 coming out. July's not going to be able to get to this one as it's bouncing around. Now trying to make the dive. Not able to connect. Boone looking for the pass back towards the middle. Pre-jumps there. Goes off the ceiling, but July has a good read and puts this one off to the side. Make sure that there's no follow-up. Boone trying to get this one on target. The triple commit, it won't be able to keep it off. It seems like they got the first save. Isn't enough as a dunk came out.
Just not quite. Wow, just that, all three members piling over each other, trying to get that ball away from the goal. Again, Wichita State are refusing to let it up. Who's just gonna pop somebody on Long Island side. Here we see Long Island's trying to play a bit more aggressive themselves.
It's just bouncing around. His Rate puts this one back across over to TJ, able to take control. Puts this one back into the zone with a minute left. You got to start building something on offense here. If you want a chance, the shot's just a little bit wide by July. Rate has a good 50, stays in the middle as Knight takes control. Aqua pre-jumping from their corner, trying to get there. Not able to get it, but a good shot anyway as Knight's able to score this one. A great effort from this team as Wichita State still dominating game number one.
They're not just there for that constant pressure. So beautiful by Knight. Just as soon as that opening presented itself, as soon as Long Island flinched, they were there. Oh, a little wide. The ball's just gonna be spinning a little bit there as we approach the 1 minute mark. Wichita State currently up 4-0. If you're Long Island, they might be able to pull off a miracle, but I feel like it's a bit more realistic just to look inward, you know, try and keep from tilting. Talk about, you know, what's got to go different next game. What can we change?
Right now, you just want to start building a little bit of momentum if you're at LIU. You don't want to let up another one, or you want to find a little bit of pressure, see what works best. And more importantly, you got to see a little bit more communication, as it seems like there's been a lot of double and triple commits from this LIU team, and that starts with communication and not trusting each other. So as TJ gets bumped out of this one, it gets put back into the middle of the shots on, but a good save by Knight. As Rate is back post with 100 boosts. As July on the chase, the demo comes out, it's in the middle. No one's there to follow it up just quite yet. And in the final 10 frames, it looks like Wichita State is going to win this one handily.
We're just going to let that timer tick down. Wichita State starting off strong in this game one. Best of 7 sets, so there is still plenty of time, but Wichita State very, very much feeling themselves after that one. Maybe it was the avocado, you know? They have a supporter in the field.
Just
They have a
maybe.
mascot right there.
The mascot buff may be just what is this difference maker. You're just seeing Wichita State really having three hands in this fight as they're attacking from all different angles. You've seen Aqua with a couple of solo plays, Knight with some solo plays, and Boone. You just saw them taking control of this, going back and forth, and even though it's not successful every single time that they're coming in, it's forcing LIU to have to defend all three players at all given times. So as we had saw the stats come up, a lot of defensive side from LIU. I'd like to see a couple more shots coming in, even if it's from long distance. You never know what happens in Rocket League. Just one bad touch can flip the momentum on its head. So for LIU, I'm just hoping to see some more shots, especially from this captain July. You saw a lot of great stuff from them. I want them to be the one leading the charge here.
Oh, yeah. With how many games we got here in this best of 7, the worst thing that LIU can really do here is let that mental snowball too much. You know, you gotta, all right, it's a new one, big fresh, like you said, kind of just base off what was Wichita reacting to best, and what else can you try and kind of figure out where the cracks are.
There, as it goes towards the middle, just bouncing around. Already pre-jumped though. Aqua drops it down, not able to connect on this passing play. July gonna take control. Looking in their way out, it gets 50, not able to get behind it fully. Rate gets a good clear, but won't be on target just quite yet. Challenge off the ceiling won't be successful. As Knight takes control, skims it back towards the middle. Aqua's up, but July makes a good stop. Now Boone trying to find the double off the corner. It's going to be off, but it's still in the middle. Rate gets a good first touch just to put it off to the side. TJ is going to make a dive at it, but it won't be successful just quite yet as it's still in the zone. So Hazard's jumping in, bouncing around. Hazard's still behind it as Knight's going to go with the back pass and just reset this play.
Isn't it not? Still 0-0 here. Oh, that's going to be an opening and a swift execution from Wichita off of that frag. Wow, just bouncing off the roof. Boone with the closer. A beautiful first point, but Long Island definitely finding their footing a bit more this game.
I agree. Long Island, you're seeing a lot of good things from Long Island. They're starting to string it together a little bit more as Knight looking for the double. Not able to get this one target. It's going to just bounce off to the side as Rate going to get 50 back in front of the net. No one's there just quite yet. A good touch to put it off to the corner, out of harm's way for the moment. But Aqua off the ceiling, has a flip reset, passes it over to Knight as a team passing play. Third one not there just quite yet as Boone elected to wait. Another double play coming out. It's just off the post, though. Fourth defender coming up big.
All right. Hazard trying to push it up the right side of the field, but Knight right there to pivot it back towards. Nice save from July. Boondot letting up, trying to set himself up. Here comes Knight. Getting off that right side, off the roof, off the backboard. No opening yet. Aqua keeping up the pressure.
It's a great read there, too, to make sure that that doesn't fall in. Knight forces out a double commit. July has to go early. Able to take control, has just put it back to the mid-pitch, but that's as far as it's going to go. The demo's coming out once again, but won't be able to find a target on. Knight doesn't have a full tank. Gets put to the side. A big save there by Rate, and it's just going to go wide as now Wichita State has to go all the way back. Might turn it over at the mid-pitch. Knight low on boost, gets 50'd out. This one's going on target. Will it go all the way? A good diving stop by Boone to keep it out of harm's trouble.
just enough to keep Long Island off the board. Trying to push it up the right side of the field. Knight right there in center. Ray going for the save, and they managed to just force it out of Wichita's hands. Frag there will give Wichita an opening.
Long Island looking for the counterattack. Aqua up. Good 50 there. Good shot on two. Starting to build a little bit of pressure back into the corners. Bouncing around. Boone's low on boost, but so is everyone here, as it seems like no one had boost. There must have been an oil leak somewhere, but July trying to solo it. Good stop there on the goal line. Back across. The pinch going a long ways away. Rate needs to get up and does. Gets a good touch. But Boone, full tank, able to take controls. Trying to pass it out. It gets read out. A good diving stop by Knight to take away the shot. Knight still in control. Looking for the flip reset. Gets one around the last defender and able to take it coast to coast. A beautiful solo play by Knight.
Oh, you could see July going for the save just off target. Yeah, July, or like I said, Knight just gonna tap that in. Putting Wichita up 2-0 in our second game.
Going off to the corner, July has to take a 50 here. It's going to just go back into Wichita's favor, looking for another double, just a little bit off the mark, but Boone taking control. 80 seconds left in game number 2 as Long Island is still working their way out of their own half. As Hazard pops it up for Rate, who's able to pass it over to July just a little bit off the mark to get the 3-man pass and play together. It gets by Rate and Hazard. Boone, the solo play, trying to take it themselves, not able to find the bump, so July is able to make that save. Up top, July doesn't get the flip reset, not able to get the bump. Knight, no boost though, as it's a scramble. July takes control and puts us off to the side. Hazard puts it just a little bit to the side, but Boone able to do a good job controlling the car, making sure that they get back in control of it. Bouncing around, 40 seconds remain. Boone trying to find the exclamation point. Gonna go off top, the ceiling, the dunk, and we'll be able to find it. A beautiful play by Boone's Die.
Which is from on high, jumping off the roof. That's a close thing to a dunk you're gonna get in soccer. Beautiful. I think that's... No, Aqua still again. I was to say, maybe a full house for Wichita, but not quite. Other side, 30 seconds left.
Another couple of demos come out too as Wichita try going the distance just one more time. With 20 seconds remain, it should boa constrictor this Long Island team out once again. Is it gonna go all the way back? An unfortunate bounce is gonna find the back of the net, and you start feeling a little bit deflated off that one. It's going to be interesting to see the Long Island's mentals as Rate had to try pre-flipping and it just finds the back of the net.
Another point on the board for Wichita, and if you're LIU, you've just really got to start. What's going wrong? I'd love to, be a fly on that wall, sitting in that call. What is going wrong here for LIU? Really, Wichita just... Like you said earlier, it's all about the communication. Wow, what a last-second save by Knight. Not letting LIU get on the board quite yet.
And both teams doing a great job just trying to keep their composure as we're moving into game number 3 here. A great save by Wichita to keep that momentum rolling in their favor. And as we move into game number 3, once again, you're seeing Long Island doing a little bit better. More shots on the board. You're seeing everyone getting a little bit more involved. A couple more saves in the last game as well. But Wichita just controlling the pace. You're seeing them have a lot of passing plays, both forwards and backwards, just controlling the ball and making sure that whenever they're attacking, they're having full control of this ball. I want to see a little bit more from Long Island in that regards too, as you're seeing you saw a couple of attempts on those passing plays. They came very close to connecting. If you make a couple connections there, you got yourself a problem. So I want them to not give up on that just quite yet. Go right back to it. You saw the pops up to July, who then passed it over to Rate. I want to see a little bit more of that. And honestly, this is still anyone's series. We've seen crazier things happen here. It is 2-0 in favor of Wichita State right now, but the biggest game is always the next one. So, Long Island, got to dig deep here. You got yourself a 2-0 hole, but you can start taking away just after this one as we're going to get right into game number 3.
The 2-0 point Definitely a bit scary, but doesn't start feeling really locked in until those majority games. Early demo, Knight going for it. Shot not quite a target. Wow. July diving in, trying to keep the pressure up onto Wichita's side. To pivot this momentum any way they can.
Great dive. Able to make a big stop here. July puts this one off to the side. And now you're seeing Long Island making a couple big stops early on. Can they flip this momentum on its head? The pass out to the middle to Rate. Not able to connect. TJ's in. Is low on boost. They're going to have to try just jumping at this one as it's off the post. July takes control. In their corner, full tank tries faking out Boone, but not able to find it successful just quite yet. The bounce a little too high, so Ray takes control, trying to make a fast play here. Not able to have the boost there, but July passes it over to Ray. Shots on, a good save by Knight, who's going to put this one a long way. TJ is in an awkward spot, but a big save by the man. TJ keeps it away from the net for a little bit as Boone's up. Shots on. Aqua looking for the redirect, not able to find it. July, big touch here. Raid's already up, puts this one a long way, trying to alleviate this pressure as Raid just jumps in front of this. But Aqua takes control off the backboard. A big stop by July. It's going to go a long way on the goal line, and Knight again is going to turn this one away.
Just refusing to let up. Keeping that door closed. Get ready. There's Boone with the first shot of game 3. Once again, putting Wichita on the board.
Beautiful play by Boone to pass it off the wall to themselves, keep that momentum going, and using the momentum into a nice little redirect. Not a full flick, but just pops it over the last defender as Knight doesn't get the best first touch. Still bouncing around. Raid has a chance to take this one up top. Has a good first touch, but a great dive by Boone just gets above and beyond. And now looking for the pass play, but July reads that one out. Over to TJ looking for the redirect. It's to Raid. It's back in the center. Double commit comes out by both teams. An opportunity arises for LIU. It gets passed towards the center. Raid not able to find it. It's going to go off the post as Boone. No boost. It goes over to Knight, who's looking for the big bang. Not able to find it. Still in the middle. Raid trying to put this one a long way and keep the pressure on Wichita State as it starts to mount a little bit more and more. Aqua puts it down low, not able to get the pass, but a good touch there, puts it back towards the corner where Rate and TJ are. It bounces in between both of them. The pinch comes out towards the center. Rate with the pre-flip, just a little bit too far. So July takes control, has no boost, is just going to work its way around and find a little bit of boost on the way. Shot off the post, goes off to the side, as now the ball just bouncing around. Another banger by Boone, but off the, I think that was TJ who was able to make that big stop. Not credited for it, but on the goal line, big save nonetheless. July looking for the 50. It's in their favor. It's in the center. A big stop by Boone. Both teams full cylinder firing right now.
Boone trying to pivot the momentum here. Long Island have done a great job getting their foot in the door. There's Aqua trying for that tap in. Knight coming in and no one's there to save it. Beautiful follow-up. The alley-oop off the wall from Aqua. Widen that gap for Wichita State. Minute 49 on the clock.
It was a tough stop for TJ there as they had to pre-jump the touch from Aqua and then able to follow it up, but TJ trying to take this one themselves, not able to find the full power on the flick. And now the pre-jump by Aqua from Boone, trying to find it towards the center. It's off the post 3 times. Can they make it a 4th? No, they make it into the net. And they, you know, fortune favors the bold off the pre-jump, but then hits the post a couple of times. But Knight finally able to find the back of the net.
Just the lightest little love tap to finally secure that goal.
And as we move into the final 90 seconds, TJ's going to be able to get a shot on here. The pinch goes all the way back off the spawn. TJ's not able to get there, so July has to put this one up top for a bit. Rate takes control. No boost here, has to try playing it low, but back up top. Good 50 by July, working their way into the corner as Rate gets a good bang here, just takes this one all the way. They need to start finding some shots on if they want to start coming back in this 3-0 deficit as TJ makes a good stab at it. Knight's up though, not able to find that first touch, trying to get all the way back, pinches it out. No one's there just quite yet, so Boone jumping on control. Rate not able to find the touch, it's bouncing in front. Knight able to just bury this one and take the 4-0 lead.
That gap is widening further and further for Wichita. 2 games on the board, 4 points in game 2.
As we enter the final 50 seconds, just once again, would like to see LIU do something to build some momentum back in their favor for the next one. As now Boone does take control as an exterminator comes out, I believe for Aqua there. Good save in front of the net by Rate. Still has a little bit of control and some boost. Tries taking it up top, burning Wichita's boost, but Knight has enough to be able to get there and put it a long way. Good 50 back towards the center. TJ, awkward spot, so Rate able to make that save. Over to July. Up top, 60 boost, trying to take it over, but Boone gets up and able to get that block. So entering the final 15 here, looks like Wichita is going to be able to take this one a little bit handily as TJ makes a diving stop. Will it be enough? It does for now as that goes off the post as TJ, maybe that's the momentum they need going into this game 4. Reverse sweeps happen all the time, and it all starts with 1.
See, it's an awkward start, but it starts somewhere. And off of that, like I said, showing signs of life here. Boeing Center from LIU, and they're gonna need to. 1 game away from getting knocked out here.
Both teams trying to work their way in. Shockers 1 game away from being able to take this series as LIU still in a prime position to start clawing their way back in here. And this is where you can start delivering that first punch. A lot of the times you can see a lot of teams slip up in this game number 4 and the momentum can ride all the way through. So LIU, tall task ahead of you. You just got to take it 1 step at a time here. I would like them to just start by getting a goal on the board as they have been very close a lot of times. And you see Long Island still on that 4-shot total start breaking in as you had a lot more shot opportunities that went a long way. Just cash in on 1 and start going from there.
It's an important lesson to learn. Stats don't tell the whole story. Despite how the score lines have looked for each of these games, LIU has been consistently improving in their response to Wichita State's aggression. Wichita, they haven't been stuttering. They have not tripped yet. They're going to try and go for the full 4. But Long Island, they dig deep. Their backs to the walls like this. They really do have a chance here.
Off the corner, Aqua's not able to get that first touch. The shot just a little bit wide as July is able to escort that away. Diving stop by Rate, though. Keeps that one from finding the back of the net. Floated back towards the middle. Rate needs to get another. Able to beat out 2. Back into the corner now. Aqua not able to fully control this one, so it's going to give it up, but is able to find the demo in July. Back towards the net. Knight's able to find the boost steal. Going to go across. July in control. Puts this one a long ways away. Catches Aqua a little bit off guard. Finds the dive just a little bit off the mark as they were almost able to cash in there. Hazard was so close, but yet so far. Back towards the middle. July. Big bang as they're looking to get themselves out of harm's way. Boone puts it into the middle, but a good read by July. It's over to the middle. Rate puts this one on. A good save by Knight. Trying to turn defense into offense. The skim a long way. July's able to catch that one, though. In the corner. Looking for the 50, able to win that one over to Rate. Rate puts this one up top. Aqua's looking for the double tap, a good control, looking for the shot on and able to bury it like clockwork.
Saw it coming in. That was just beautiful execution. Barely out of reach for Long Island. Now, once again, we see Wichita State get on the board early.
Hazard looking for the shot, but puts this one just a little bit to the side, so Knight's able to take control. Rate gets a good 50 towards the center, but Boone's able to just catch this one, trying to put it all the way just a little bit off as Boone and Rate find the trading demos. Aqua finds another one themselves. Hazard, good stab at that. Good bounces up top. So Rate has to turn. It goes back towards the center. Demos coming out everywhere. You can barely see, but Knight comes through the clouds and able to bury this one as well through all the smoke and all the explosions from both sides. Excellent job by Knight to be in position.
The most consistent thing about Wichita State, there's very clearly some very strong coordination, communication. These are players who are in each other's heads and know where they need to be.
Wichita in the corner. 50 comes out. Hazard has to find one around. But Aqua takes control, puts this one up top. Looking for the redirect is Knight, though. Not able to find it. Off to the side. July passing this one over just a little bit too far for Hazard to commit to that one. Goes up top. Boone is going to get out 50 by their own teammate. He goes off to the side, as I believe they were looking for the pinch towards the net. Hazard drops this one for July, who gets a big bang on it. Goes off to the side. Not able to get it. Rates up, but a good beat by Boone, as July has to play this towards their own corner, but they have to be careful. They aren't able to get boost and ball. The shot's going to go wide as well. Full control as they get bumped off. You hate to see it. Knight not able to get to it, as July still on that ball somehow. Very impressive from themselves. Still on it. Passes it out, but Rate's going to get demoed before the shot opportunity is able to come out.
Like the save, we're seeing it fly back over to Wichita State side. Like we're trying. July with another demo. Hazard goes for the shot and is just a little off target. Wichita State will take that opening. There's no one there. Knight.
Yeah, it looked like it was a mechanical error, as it looked like July might have got there, so Rate was trying to bail on it. A very awkward spot, but a beautiful shot there. I believe that was by Knight once again, to be able to sneak through and find that shot on. Bouncing around, July has to find any touch and able to do so as Boone. Flip reset up top, trying to get back to this one. Gets cut off by Knight, puts this one back towards the center. July up top. Looking for the 50. Takes a flip reset, goes down low. Rate takes control over to the sidewall, looking for the pinch around one. But the next one up is Knight, who passes one off to the sidewall. Not able to connect just quite yet. So July trying to work their way out. Only as far as Aqua, who stands tall. 50 comes out after the trade of demos as Knight comes up. July has to go for a pre-jump, goes down low. A beautiful effort by Knight to find their hat trick.
Stack of points on the board here. Full 3 for Knight and 4 for Wichita State.
Wichita entering these final 90 seconds seem to be fully in control. I'm still rooting for LIU to pull one out and find a goal on the board, though. I would love to see that from them, as Rate takes control, goes up top. The shot will be on. What was that?
I said miracles happen. Aqua mid.
True.
Force that ball out. So I trying to set up something here with that with a boost restock.
Hazard puts this one up top. July's going to be able to cut this one. Goes back towards the middle. Rate not able to find the shot fully on, so it's going to get saved out to the side. Knight trying to take control, find the shot on. Is going to pass this one over to Aqua. Who's going to take it back. Who they didn't like what they saw and want more boost to be able to set something up, as Knight goes up top. Hazard's under. Gets a good 50, but it's still in Knight's favor. The shot is just a little bit wide, so Rate tries to take it over one, able to find it. If they can get some power on it, they will be able to find one, but July, no boost. Finds a 50 up top. Knight, a little bit awkward, but barely gets to it in time. Working their way into the corners, Aqua finds the 50 out front. July cuts this one, puts it over to the sidewall for Hazard. Flips this towards the middle, not able to get it to July, though, is Rate. Long way. Hazard's trying to pre-jump it, but a good cut by Aqua, trying to find another shot on just a little bit to the side. And in the final 10, Wichita State going to be your game 1 winners, taking it in 4-0 fashion.
Beautiful display from Wichita. Again, the payoff here of a coordinated team who just really knows how to play with each other.
And want to note as well, Wichita has some world-class players, as you saw RLCS contenders on there all across the board. Great first effort by Wichita, taking this one in handedly fashion. Handshakes coming out from both sides. As we move forward, Wichita State going to take the series number 1, 4-0 once again. But there's still going to be a lot more Rocket League, as I believe we are going to take a break, as we're going to have
No, we're
break,
done.
no break.
We are
I lied.
finished
I
up.
lied.
Don't get too excited, Mister. You might have more. You might boot up some, but here for 4G Sports, we are.
My fault. Both
Yeah.
teams working their way out. We saw some beautiful stuff from everyone, though. As you know, you saw some great things from July and Races, Hazard, TJ, all coming up and making big saves all across the board. You saw some highlight plays, especially from Knight and Boone as well.
I want to know which player it was that had the avocado on the setup. How much of an impact did it have?
That is a great question. I am not too sure myself, but
Yeah, I know. It's
as
all good.
but for
Really?
also for all the families that are tuning in, I just want you to know this is a good example of how esports is being used to get students into the tech field. As you're seeing, there's a lot more than going on than just the competition. You're seeing students that are getting involved all across the board on the production, on the casting itself, across. You're seeing all these different avenues coming together to be able to put this together. And as it keeps growing, there's going to be students that need to come in, be able to fill in for the esports scene, and be able to keep pushing this forward.
Yeah, no, esports is a giant interwoven community, both with the tech that helps supply us, with folks like us in the production. Not everybody's playing, but everybody's just passionate. You meet good people, you meet folks who you can rely on, you end up trusting in. You meet people who you could really perform with, as we just saw from Wichita. All
We
right. Overall, we're going to hit a break, folks. We are done when it comes to Rocket League. But if you like some Overwatch, if you're a bit here more for your hero shooters, then we've got another match up in just a few with who is it again? Trine and Purdue, another set of absolute monsters. If you have caught any of our production before, and those names will ring bells, and you'll know that you won't want to miss it.
Now, not everyone wants to build their own PC from scratch, but if you're the kind of person that just wants a powerful, reliable machine that will get you up in gaming right away, the G700 is perfect. Pick the configuration that matches your budget and game library, and you'll be on your way. Now, apart from its standout style, there are a few things that set the G700 apart. First and foremost, the G700 uses high-quality ASUS components designed and built by the people who made ROG the best brand in gaming. From the high-performance Intel or AMD processor to the new ROG Astral GeForce RTX 50 series GPU, each combination of parts is thoroughly tested and validated for performance and compatibility with a cooling system that's been optimized for this specific chassis and the components inside. And speaking of compatibility, that's another advantage of the G700. Unlike many pre-built desktops, the G700 uses standard-sized components for everything, so you can easily upgrade parts down the line without worrying about proprietary connectors or unconventional mounting points. This accessibility is perfect whether you're an at-home gamer or outfitting an entire esports team at a local school. And if you hit a snag, there's only one company you need to contact for support. The G700 comes with an extendable 3-year warranty, and our service team can help you with anything you need.
Performance sets the limit. Stability determines the journey. This is ROG, engineered for gamers. A true ROG design. Every core component is focused on real performance. Pure ROG DNA, aura that fuels fearless souls. Built to be pushed, cooled to endure. Air moves with purpose, heat exits with precision. Every rigorous military-grade test ensures stable performance at extreme levels. Global support wherever you play. This is the ROG G-Series gaming desktop.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. frozen over like I am. Well, I know you know that like it's colder, colder when I'm older, older than I am. And I know you know that I have lost composure, but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. suffer no fools. Serpents, daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I had. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know.
Hello, everyone. We are here for the ECAC Nationals Founders Invitational. We are here in San Antonio, Texas, for the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship. My name is Multikel, and this is
Elsie, what's up, guys? We are so excited to be here, and we are jumping into the next game.
right now we are going to be seeing Trine versus Purdue. How are we feeling about the game so far?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty awesome. We've been on main stage all day. This has been such a fun experience to have. I mean, this is an opportunity for teams that is unlike anything that they have ever had, and it has been so fun to work with Rally Cry to kind of get this event going. So I'm really looking forward to the next game.
This event is so packed, man. Like, we have Valorant, Rocket League, as we just saw in the past few, like League of Legends. Like, dude, there is so much going on at this event right now. I am so happy we're able to get an Overwatch event here and, be able to cast with you. So I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to this map.
100%. And looks like the players are readied up, and we are readied up, and we should be starting soon. We got some arms in cam. Let's go. All right, starting off strong, we have two bans coming up, Jetpack Cat and Farah. I can't say I'm surprised to see a ban on Jetpack Cat. She's kind of been unplayed.
I'm also not surprised about the Farah ban either, and it's considering this is Lijiang Tower. Farah can be very dominant, like, especially with the tower. It's very easy to kind of poke out with Farah, so I'm actually not that surprised. Banning that isn't very uncommon in Lijiang.
Correct. I feel pretty similarly. These are both characters that can fly and knock you off the map. So if you're on a map that's floating on a tiny island, these are the last two people you want to be able to play in this game. You have Farah's rockets, you have Jetpack Cat's ult. She is more than happy to grab you and drag you right off that edge. And also, talking about a confined space, Farah into a confined space is almost unkillable unless you have a really, really good hit scan on your team. And once you start getting into the nitty-gritty of Lijiang Tower, into the middle, like, actual controls section, you're really in a tight quarters, so you really don't want a flying character to come in and just be able to nuke you coming through these very, very tight spaces.
As a tank player, getting ulted by a Jetpack Cat, getting blown off the map for your team defend yourself is not a very good feeling
It is not. Cannot say I'm surprised at all, again, by the picks that are coming out from either team. We see very strong comps with this Lucio and this Kiriko. And honestly, the Symmetra, I doubt they'll keep it, but everyone loves to use her teleporter in the beginning. It just gets them to the point a little bit faster. But I'll be curious to see who these two players actually end up swapping to on DPS. And I'll be even more surprised if they actually stick with the Symmetra.
I'm kind of hoping the Symmetra sticks around, because once you hit level 3 on that beam, it is just very impressive, again, especially against an Orisa such as Moose here. It's just very difficult to face against it. But it looks like we're not going to be Symmetra today. We're going to be Tracer, actually. So we're facing we're going right into the first point here, with Purdue already taking a lot of map control here.
Yeah, and it looks like we're running a identical support comp, which, you know, has its pros, has its cons. It really will just come down to matching each other's ult, especially when you're talking about a Lucio Kiriko. Those are very, very powerful ults that are really able to keep the entire team alive, so you have to use it very strategically.
It looks like while we're talking about it, Purdue is kind of struggling with their defense a little bit here. The Reaper's going to go down here, and it looks like it's going to be flipped over to try and take in the first point.
Yes, but we do have almost half for most of the players on Try Blue. We're coming up on Orisa. Coming up may be a strong term, but that Orisa's already at 70, and it looks like Purdue is not going to have any ults to match that.
Oh no, what a tragic environmental kill. Mods hitting the javelin, and it looks like Trine is going to take this point, this team fight, waiting for their tank to come back. It is very tragic to see.
Looks like we didn't need Jetpack out after all.
That
Somebody is still flying off the map.
Look, there's still so many characters in the environmentals. You gotta watch out there. So we're probably gonna play very careful into the year. Hopefully not going, maybe going coast again. We gotta be very, very cautious about that javelin here. Looks like they're taking a lot of poke damage. Alistar taking the siding ult here, and it looks like Sub 1 is already on the point contesting, forcing the ult out of Mods here. Unable to get anything so far. Kitsune Rush is going to go by Echoes here, TPing right out at the perfect moment here. Sub 1 is going to go down here. The copy of Suze is going to come, the Kitsune is coming out here. The Pulse Bomb's coming out. There is so much to keep track of. I'm already losing track of everything here. There is so much going on this point so far. Alistar's going to get 2 kills, 2 headshots here. 10 is going to shut them down. The Graviton ult is on. It's going to come out here. Not sure if they're going to be able to follow up on that. Nope, it's not going to come out here. The recall is forced here. Mods is gonna get environmentally killed here. Payback for what happened earlier, and Purdue is gonna take point control.
Yes, but unfortunately, that was a bit of an expensive fight for Purdue. I mean, you're down the Grav, you're down the Kiriko, and it looks like Trine is going to be coming up on some more powerful ults again. 77 for Sojourn, 99, basically 100 for 10 on Lucio. I mean, they're going to be able to push into this fight with some very powerful ults, but huge shout out to Purdue. I mean, Tracer and Zarya, they really held down that point. We're able to flip it for them.
Absolutely. Even though that Graviton didn't get any kills, I don't think it really mattered at the end of the day because they just weren't able to take that point control. And it looks like we're going to go right back into the first point here. Alistar looking for another sneaky kill here. He's going to take you back to his team. Sub 1 is going to go down here with the ultimate. That was very unfortunate to see. 10 is going to pop the ultimate here. And it looks like point control is going to go back to Trine Blue.
Yes, and they didn't even have to use the Sojourn ult, so they still have that, along with Tracer, along with Orisa, coming up for them. But it could be met with the Lucio ult coming out of Purdue, so it just comes down to who's going to use them first.
Purdue does have a very big ult advantage in this next fight, and it looks like they're going to already start forcing point here, forcing Mods' hand here to take point control here. Are we going to see that Death Blossom in this next fight? I can already see Sub 1 TPing in their backline, already coming into it, but we're going to contest here. Sojourn ult going to pop out here. The Lucio ult popping out as well on Purdue's side here. Pulse Mob isn't going to get anything. And it looks like Reaper's only down here. Fuji's going to take down Neeb here. As Trine is going to try to look for a way to flank on the side here. Going to get eliminated by Alistar here. Those headshots are hitting. So Death Blossom coming out here. Mott's popping out the ultimate here. Kitsune popping out here. Everyone's popping their ult today. The environmental skill is not going to come out. No, it's going to come out here. The Suzu saving ABC's life here. And Alistar is going to struggle for their life here. Hopefully holding the point at the very last minute to get a little bit of percentage here, but Trine is going to flip it right around.
You know, what's really impressive about Purdue is that despite not technically, quote-unquote, winning the team fights, they have flipped the point in their favor twice now, just by using those ults and forcing Trine Blue to back up.
And it looks like we're in final fight territory here. Overtime coming up. Kitsune coming up from Alistar here. And Mods is going to go down here, putting a severe disadvantage towards Trine here. Recall is going to come out here. A lot of cooldowns being forced. ABC is going to have Graviton, and that may be over here. 10's going to go down. Fuji's going to take down Sub here. The point's going to get flipped by Purdue here. And ABC is able to live just a little bit longer here. It's going to be final fight territory for both sides here.
It looks like Mods is swapping to Ball just to be able to touch that point. I mean, this is getting to be a very close fight. You're really just playing the stall game, especially when they're not coming up on any very powerful ults besides the Lucio for Trine, and they're going to be met with the Tracer.
Absolutely. The Pulse Bomb is going to come out here, not going to catch anything. Alistar hitting all the headshots today, taking out Fuji. Subbo's going to take out Mods here, and it looks like Trine is at a very big disadvantage here. Purdue trying their hand, trying to save the game here, but it's just not going to be enough, and the entire team is wiped out with Purdue taking round 1 of map 1.
I mean, what can you say, really? It really came down to those crucial moments where they were able to flip the point. Even if they weren't killing Trine, they were flipping the point and stalling long enough to get us to 99-96 and to kill that ball that was trying to touch point to fully take the 100% on the first map.
See, I like the idea of Mods switching the ball in order to touch the point. The unfortunate reality is that ball isn't very effective on that map, I feel, and it's going to be very difficult to sustain, as we kind of saw in that last map here. I definitely think ball was a way to kind of come back onto the point, but I don't think it was just enough. What do you think?
I don't think so either, honestly. I mean, at the end of the day, ball is for stall. It rhymes for a reason.
True.
And that's all there is to it. I know a ball player out there is very offended. I'm so sorry.
I know a lot of ball players that would very much hate you for saying that one sentence. Neeb's going to get the TP out, switching over to Tracer here, and it looks like Trine's going to struggle getting out of point here. It looks like we're going to take the shield perk, being able to take a little bit more space. Fuji is going to struggle out here, getting contested very hard by Neeb out here. But on the bright side, Echo is right there to help out Fuji, and looks like Neeb's going to get taken down with a melee here. Trine's going to take more point control here and hopefully be able to flip this map for him.
I mean, again, this is what Purdue is good at. Tracer may not have landed the final kill onto Fuji, but he forced him off of height, which is so valuable to the team.
And someone's going to get punished for TPing right into their point here. And we're just getting all environmental kills today here. The Lijiang, I know you said earlier that Jetpack Cat wasn't going to get us environmental kills, but it looks like we're seeing all of them here. And Fuji is going to be contesting Alistar here, contesting the headshots. And it looks like Trine is going to be pushing up, hopefully holding them in this store.
You know, this is honestly a much stronger map, I believe, personally, for Mods. Just walking straight through this hallway into his Zarya, the Javelin, like everything, the shield that they chose for their perk, it actually gives them such a huge advantage in such a tiny hallway because the other team is running a lot of dive, and if they're not actually able to get behind and dive because of Mods' defense, they're going to find a real struggle here.
Absolutely, and Sub's going to look for the flank here. Echo getting out just at the right moment here, and Pulse Bomb coming out from both sides here. Alistar getting taken down, Echo getting taken down. Looks like we're short one support on both sides. Tenda's going to struggle to get their health back. Astra's going to get taken down here. Now, Purdue is going to struggle without any supports for this next fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, that Lucio was getting close to that ult they could have used there.
Very much so here. Alistar does have the Kitsune Rush online here. Neeb is going to be forced to use a recall here. Looks like we're going to see it come out just now here with Purdue taking a lot of match control here. The ultimate coming out, Prima the Orisa here, the Lucio coming out here, the beat coming down, saving their last minute, but it's not enough for Mods. Mods going to get taken down early here. It's going to be very much a struggle for Purdue to come back from this.
Mind you, Purdue went into that fight with the ult advantage. Unfortunately, they did have to use both support ults in order to cap this point, and we slid off the map.
Oh,
Fiji,
no!
But that was a very expensive fight for Purdue. Good on them. They did flip the point. That is what they're good at, but they did have to use both of their support ults to do it. So now we're going to see Trine come up on those ults a lot faster.
Absolutely, and it looks like we have the Death Blossom online for sub 1 here. He's definitely going to look for something for sure here, but he's got to be at the cooldown before he can go in, no?
I mean, you also got to watch out for that Orisa.
Absolutely, too. Well, both sides are very dangerous here.
Spear straight to the dome.
Never know when it's coming. Never know when it's coming.
Mods is waiting for it, though.
He is very much waiting. He's so ready for it.
Cool that out from Mods to it.
B coming out, getting taken out at the last minute. Sub's not going to be able to pop that Death Blossom here, and they're trying to push right in, crusading onto this first point here. Alistar taking down Fuji here. Indy taking down Alistar, 1 for 1 here. Great trades all around here. And it looks like this first point is in Shrine's favor here.
Yeah, 100%. And they do have the Kiriko ult coming online much faster than Purdue does. Unfortunately, they're not going to have beat at the same pace as Purdue does, but, you know, Oh, it comes out pretty early in my opinion.
I mean, I feel like they're also trying to get some good point control here, you know, trying to make sure they can shut down that early push here. Maybe they're trying to bait something out a little bit early, you know? Mod's going to look for the Death Blossom here. I already kind of feel it coming into my bones here. He's just waiting for that perfect opportunity, but it's going to get shut down by Fuji here alongside Echo and Siak here. Oh no, we're going to see the boop out for Master. Fuji getting taken down here. Kitsune Rush is online, ready to be taken out at the last minute, but they don't need it. Purdue is going to take this next point, making this map very, very close.
See, this is where I have a bit of a criticism on Echo for the early use of the Kiriko ult. I completely understand wanting excessive point control, but you have to understand when a team is coming into the final fight, they are going to try and charge their ults as fast as possible. And if you have nothing to match it, knowing that your Lucio does not have ult, you should not use it that early, in my opinion. But there's a reason I'm not up there. So.
Absolutely. And look how much point control Purdue is already taking with that early Kitsune as well here. You know, to your point here, it is important to save those ults, but you could take really good point control here. And it looks like India's going to be taking the point a little earlier, forcing their hand here, taking the fight back over the point. But I do got to agree, Purdue does have a very good ult advantage here. Fuji's going to pop the Sojinal out here. It looks like India's going to go back to retreat. But Asher just popped the Lucio beat here. Fight's going on. Fight's going to have no point, and they're not able to touch. Purdue will win this first map.
I mean, said it once before, say it again. Purdue is good at stalling enough to flip the maps, and that is what really has become quite the problem for trying to play into. You know, you push up too far, the Tracer comes behind, they're playing your location more than you think you're playing your location. And that's why you have to be very hyper aware of who is where, what ults you're using. Should I walk forward or should I go back to point before Tracer comes behind me?
What an absolutely amazing play of the game by Moz there. You know, like you said earlier, you don't need a Jetpack Cat to kind of make this a little bit, get those environmental kills going. It's still possible, even with Lucio, even with Orisa. It is a very tight fight.
It is, of course that it is. You know, I'd love to see Prod throw a environmental kill counter up on the screen.
No, seriously.
One map, just see what happens. I think we should start counting. I think we were at maybe 5 or 6.
I think a little bit more than that. I don't know about you, but it's like that first point, like both the points, even on like that side where the Mega was towards second point, you can struggle here.
Take your pick. Are you going to get Lucio booped? Are you going to get grabbed off the map? Is Orisa going to spin you off? It's happening, and it's all here at ECAC.
But I just gotta talk about Alistar real quick. Just like, did you see the amount of like headshots? Like they were hitting on nearly everyone. Like it's like, you know, this is why support isn't called yearly, because supports can do damage too.
Of course, of course. And again, just to talk about the gameplay between the two teams, at the end of the day, I think Purdue did have the stronger understanding of positioning, which is what allowed them to win the maps over the team fights. I mean, at the end of the day, your goal is to win the map, not always to win the team fight. I could kill the entire team and I could still have points. So it's just, you know, kind of balancing between those. Do I chase the kills? Do I push this person off height? Where should I position myself so I'm in a good spot? I mean, you're running into a dive comp. Trine was fully running into a dive comp with their own dive comp. And at the end of the day, whoever has the positioning advantage into that is going to be able to keep their players alive long enough to cap the point. Especially running into that Tracer, especially running into that Lucio, that Kiriko, all these characters that have abilities that make them able to escape those fights. You can't rely on kills alone.
Not at all.
They're just going to come behind you and cap point.
Just remember, Overwatch is an objective-based game. That kills at the end of the day. They're nice to have. Play of the game, nice to have. You know, I'm sure Mods is like, you know, let's go, the first play of the game of the entire series. But at the end of the day, it's more important that you won, because that's what's going to win you championships.
Yeah, you know, I can't even say anything. When I see that MVP screen come up and I vote for myself, there's a little ego behind it. I won't lie. I want to win.
You know, the ego's nice. It comes after, though, because at the end of the day, you don't want to have the inflated ego only for you to suffer.
Of course, of course.
Right after.
And we are going into map 2 soon. Just waiting on both teams to ready up and do their pick bans. But, you know, I mean, there's nothing to be said. Both teams putting up a really great fight. I mean, what was that? 99-99 both games?
99-99 both games. I could definitely see this is a really good matchup for both. And we're going to see the bans here. Oh, maybe not just yet. Never mind.
Coming up. There you go.
There we go.
Awesome. All right, we're moving on to Kings Row for map 2 of this series. We're going to see the Orisa ban from Purdue. We're going to see the Bastion ban from Trine. I am not surprised to see the Orisa ban from Purdue
Absolutely.
at all, especially after the last map and watching everyone play into that. And again, like I said, Orisa in these tight hallways, there's nothing you can do. She's just pushing you back. And then, you know, Bastion, Kings Row, any of that really drastic firepower going straight through that tiny tunnel on that first point, I mean, you want to eliminate that as much as you can.
Absolutely.
I would honestly be a little bit surprised, or I actually am surprised to see that they didn't ban any flyers.
I agree.
I do find that Kings Row, especially from their last bans with Jetpack Cat and Pharah, I find that Kings Row with flyers is a little difficult, especially coming out of that first point, because they go up, and then they go down, and then you cannot do anything about it. You're hiding behind a double-decker, you're in the trees. I mean, you know, Bastion might be shooting you straight on, but if you're looking for a Pharah somewhere on this map, you're not going to find her.
Not at all. I mean, considering they're shutting it on the Bastion, it's like you said, especially that arch or even in streets, you know, it's objectively a very defensive-sided map. I would say you can for sure like hunker down either on the payload or you're on the defensive side of things and kind of shut things down pretty early. So I am pretty glad that they are shutting it down to Orisa and Bastion here. I think we're going to see a comp that's a bit more fast, a little bit more rapid, especially with that Kiri Lucio we're seeing on both sides with Trine and Purdue.
100%. I would be very surprised to see a dive come out from either team. I definitely think we're going to be a lot more brawl heavy, like I said, especially in these corridors and especially on this first point. Like you said, it's very defense heavy. So if you have strong firepower coming from that first point, they are never going to get through. I mean, Bastion, Symmetra, like Zarya, like I understand they banned the Bastion, Soldier, all of these really high firepower characters. If they're just shooting through that checkpoint, there's no places on this map really to flank unless you go upstairs. And even then, upstairs is never going to be the most subtle on first point. You are always going to have someone, especially if you're playing the game objectively correctly, you're going to have someone positioned on height to counter anybody that's coming up on height and to be able to shoot top down. So you have the advantage of a flyer, but you have the firepower of, say, a Bastion.
Yeah, for sure here. I mean, Hitscan's going to be, I think, probably a very favorable lineup for either sides. I could definitely see that happening, especially for defense here. You know, Kings Row, it's such a map so scrimmed by, you know, pro players, collegiate, anything just. Well, we're just going to see a lot of the classics today. You know, Li Jing.
Yeah.
Li Jing is amongst one of the most popular maps in
100%.
collegiate, and I'm not surprised to see it right here, right now. So I'm not going to lie, though. Judging from last map, this might be a long series.
It might be.
It might just be.
It
might be here for a hot minute.
And from the picks we saw last time, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sojourn come back out. Again, very similar to that Soldier in terms of just raw firepower, especially in a hit scan sense. So I'm looking forward to it. Looks like we may be having a bit of a tech issue. Headset.
Having a bit of a audio issue. Unfortunate. So it looks like we might take a quick pause here, waiting for the next game to start up. But we'll be right back momentarily. Oh, it looks like we're good.
Awesome.
All right. Never mind. We are going right into it. Looks like I am so wrong. Don't listen to me.
It's okay. All they can do is listen to us. You don't have a choice.
All right, Elsie, looks like we're going to be kicking it off right into Kings Row here. Both players being ready at both sides here at San Antonio in Texas. Oh my goodness, it's hot in here. I keep thinking about both.
Close enough. We're hot and humid, and we're in the South.
Exactly. I went outside.
You take your pick.
I went outside. I got blinded. It was not fun.
Yeah, that's about the same as Florida from experience. But we are today in San Antonio, and we are ready, I believe, to begin the picks for Map 2 in the series.
It looks like we're going to see something a little interesting here. Looks like Mod's going under Ramatra, a very safe pick. You know, Ramatra has that very fun balance, being very pokey and very brawly, like you said earlier, Elsie. And it looks like we're going to see Purdue's tank on Reinhardt here and the Mercy Lucio here. You know, I feel like they're cooking. They might be cooking something. You know, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I started playing Overwatch when you said Mercy Lucio, and everyone threw and left the game.
Okay.
So
Okay. Alistar swapped. Alistar swapped the Kiriko. We're swapping them Zarya. All right. I was getting a little worried there. You know, I'm like, all right, let them cook real quick.
We are seeing the hit scan though on the Widowmaker, so I am excited to watch that play out. And the game has begun.
And it looks like Neeb's going to try to seek for those headshots here. Not going to find anything, so that's okay. Sub1 getting the pick here, the very early pick here, and it looks like Trine's going to have to play this very safe here if they want to come back from this, but Purdue's going to take all advantages here, trying to get another early pick here to take the early team fight.
I am a bit surprised, I will not lie, to continue to see Purdue play the dive comp. I have my doubts about it, although they are currently proving me wrong very harshly, so maybe I should stop my talking.
It looks like Trine's going to get taken down here. No, I may be mistaken here. No, Purdue is going to be taking the first point here, and it's going to unlock the payload.
Yeah, and that was a quick takedown, so they're looking at over 5 minutes to escort this payload to the end. And once you get past this first point, I mean, this can now be a very dive-heavy comp that's very viable. There are so many entryways once you get past the first point to get behind the enemy team, and I'm very, very happy to see Purdue taking that height advantage. It's a shame that teams don't do it more, and it's such a huge advantage, specifically on this map, because again, they have to stare at where you're at on height. They don't have a choice. The payload goes forward only.
It looks like Trine was trying to take a bit of early point control here. Wasn't very successful with it, so they're going to retreat back on the payload, trying to look for some early picks here. But it looks like Purdue's not going to let them breathe here. Sub1 getting punished here by Fuji's grenade here. India is going to be taking down Alistor. And it looks like Trine's going to be taking some dominance here in this map here, as they pushing them back into the early spawn here. Oh, so aggressive here. Oh my gosh. Mod's going to have to retreat here, back onto the point here. Sub1 is going to get taken out of his TP here. And it looks like we're going to be resetting for the next team fight.
See, and that is where it's really interesting running the dive comp, because aren't they supposed to be pushing the payload? And now it looks like they're it looks like they almost swap sides. Just from the way that they are having to play this game around the dive comp that is coming behind them, almost into their own spawn.
And it looks like we do have a few ults coming up from both sides. Someone coming up with the Death Blossom here. It looks like the Kitsune Rush coming out on both sides here. The Death Blossom coming out here. Not able to finish anything besides Echo here. Mod's going to get taken out here. Indy's going to take it down here. 10's kicking down here. And looks like Purdue is going to be able to push this next point with the grab still active.
The grab and the beat and the Tracer ult. So they are coming into the next ult with 3 fights, although Trine is coming into the next fight with 4. So at the end of the day, the ult economy is there. It's just going to be about how you use it. Are you using it defensively or offensively? Because your defensive ults, 9 times out of 10, especially on a push map, they get a little less value than your offensive ults.
Absolutely, and it looks like Asta's trying to look for that grab here. Might not be able to right away. Neve is going to try to look. Oh, it looks like the Annihilation is going to come out here. The grab's going to come out here. And he's taking out Asta here. Looks like Mods is going to contest here. Sub getting taken out by Mods' Vortex. And looks like we're going to be seeing the next team fight.
Yeah, Trine Blue is beginning to be able to push that payload back after being overwhelmed by the dive of Purdue. Unfortunately, I do believe, especially with these quarters to their left and right, that Purdue will be able to get that height advantage again, which will force them to back up. I believe there may need to be some, not roster changes, not that extreme, some character changes made from Trine to actually counter this comp.
Absolutely, and it looks like Purdue's going to play this very aggressive here with the Lucio speed and beat here. Astro going to taken out by the Death Blossom. Mod's going to taken down by the Pulse Bomb from Neep here. 10 taking out Asta here. And it looks like both teams are both playing very defensively here, not wanting to fully commit just yet. Indy's taking out Sub over here and trying to be able to play this very defensively here and finishing this team fight off.
Yeah, it looks like Purdue is going to have 2 ults coming online, which now I don't know how many ults they have coming online. I can't see it. Thank you. Trine's going to have that 1 ult coming online, that Kiriko ult. That could give them the advantage that they need to fully maintain the space that they have. But unfortunately, they're going to be met by another Kiriko ult from Purdue. So at the end of the day, like I said, it's going to be about whoever uses it offensively or who uses it defensively.
We got Alistar over here trying to look for another sneaky headshot here. The Kitsune Rush coming up from Echo here. Indy getting taken out a little bit early here. Very unfortunate for Trine here. But they will try to salvage what they got here. Alistar getting popping his ult out here. Oh, but Sub getting taken out by Fuji's grenade here. Both teams going to play this very defensively here. And this fight's going to look very brawly, like you said, Elsie.
That was a big loss for Purdue. Unfortunately, sub 1 falling. I mean, he had the one ult that they may have needed.
Looks like Mod's taking out Astro here. Vortex coming up, but this is just not going to be enough. Alistor's kunais are just hitting today. What can I say here? But it looks like Trian's going to play this very defensively here, try and make sure they can wait for the rest of their teammates to come out. But it looks like we're going to see both the Death Blossom and the Pulse Bomb coming out for the next point be unlocked.
Again, for Purdue, that was a little bit of an expensive fight. We used 3 ults to make it to that point, and we are only coming up on beat, whereas Trine is coming up on Death Blossom. They're coming up on, I don't know what his ult is called, I'm gonna admit it, PGs. They're coming up on mods. I mean, they have some very, very, very strong damage ults coming out, and they're going to be met with support ults, unfortunately, by Purdue, I believe, who have farmed those ults to perfection.
Looks like they're going to retreat out of here. Sub forcing him out of that corner here. The override is coming out here, but the annihilation is going to come out at the same time here. Sub is fighting for his life to keep his life. This is just not going to be enough. Fuji being able to take out 1, maybe able to take out 2. But the recall is going to be used by Neeb here, and Trine is going to be able to defend this longer. Now I do see what you mean by Trine being able to save this ult economy, being able to save this for the last minute. I feel like this is going to be Trine's win condition. Wouldn't you say, Elsie?
I mean, I think they should save it until the last second, unfortunately, because they are about to be met with a team that has significantly more support ults than them. Not significantly, but they do have 2 support ults from Purdue, and Trine's going to have to be able to counter that and then counter their next push.
And then we're going to see a Death Blossom come out here, taking out Astro. Not just, that usually wasn't just going to be enough here, and Sub's going to have to Wraith form out of here. But now we see Echo popping the Kitsune Rush, forcing the defense just be a little bit stronger here, being able to take that Zarya out. And it looks like this fight is going to be more in. Oh no! Alistor falling off of the map. EBK falling suit, and Purdue's going to have to retreat for what I would probably say is final fight territory.
It's okay. Alistor did that to make Fiji feel better about sliding off the map.
You're right. You know what? We couldn't have a map without an environmental kill.
Does that count as an environmental kill? That's more of an environmental self-kill on accident.
You don't got to get specifics.
Environmental disaster, even.
But we are going to see a few ults here, ready for Purdue here. Trine's a little bit behind, I would say. They have to kind of focus this early team fight to try to build their ults for this next fight. Otherwise, it might be a big disadvantage.
Yes, it definitely will be. Like I said, we are seeing that Purdue's coming up on those support ults a little bit faster, which will enable them to push hard. And they're actually about to have almost 5 ults online for Purdue.
Absolutely. We're going to see the Lucy beat come out from Astro here. Sub's going to be pushing in, taking out Fuji here. The Death Blossom playing out, not going to be able to catch anyone, but it did take out Tenz's Lucio beat here. We're going to see Suzuki pop out, healing 3. Mod's getting taken out here, and it looks like this fight may go to Purdue varsity.
I cannot say I'm surprised once they hit that checkpoint with 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. I mean, that automatically gave them such a strong advantage going into this first side of the map.
Absolutely, but I would also say that Trine has a very big shot here. You know, even though overtime did hit 0 seconds here, we may be at a draw territory, wouldn't you say, Elsie?
Draw territory?
You know,
at the Nationals Founder Invitational?
It wouldn't be a Nationals Founders Invitational, ECAC's national tournament without at least 1 draw in the books. Am I right?
Be historic even, but I do commend Trine. They did have a very strong defense. I think they were really using their ult economy strategically, which enabled them to really run down that 5-minute 40-second timer. I mean, realistically, with 5 minutes on the clock, that could have been a roll.
Yeah.
And with Trine's ult economy and the way that they were saving them more strategically than what I say was the first map, they were really able to run that time down. So now, like you said, if they do make it all the way to the end, they're looking at a third round, which could really save the entire map.
Of course, they do have to have time on the bank here, so Purdue's going to have to try very hard to make sure there isn't time in that bank to hopefully give Trine, hopefully not enough breathing room, but Trine's going to be responsible for at least getting some time on the clock. Maybe that's their strategy this whole time, maybe dragging that timer just out just right to get either draw or win territory. But of course, they have to push it all the way to the end first.
Yeah, I really like this Widow pick. I think it's so fun to watch in competitive gaming. I think it could be really strategic into dive, actually, just fully enabling them with that 1 shot, 1 kill. I mean, That's incredibly valuable. They're gonna swap, aren't they? No!
It's either the first 10 seconds or when it wasn't worth it. And it looks like a lot of cooldowns being forced on Alistar's hand here. Trine's going to take this very aggressively here, knowing the cooldowns are out here. Sub 1 is going to get taken out here. Trine's going to take advantage here. Arya with a bubble here. Neeb's going to take it down here. Fuji with a double kill. Any taking out Asta here. And it looks like Purdue, Trine's going to take this first one.
Yeah, I mean, Mods on the Zarya is actually a very strong pick, especially running what looks like a more dive comp now, because Mods is actually able to enable his supports to actually push into this roster, because they know that they can rely on having Bubble to save them if need be.
Looks like I can hear the players saying that Reaper is up on top, so wouldn't be surprised if I said it either. But someone is going to get taken down here, forcing Purdue to retreat just a little bit longer. But they might be able to catch the Zarya here, getting a very good tank pick if they're able to. No bubbles remaining. Ma's going to take the Zarya down.
Trine is playing very aggressively to keep up this push. I can't say I'm surprised. Again, they also have 5 minutes on the clock. The more aggressive you can be, the faster you can run it down, the less likelihood that you actually have to go into that OT.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're going to see Trine finally push the point payload with 5 minutes on the clock. A lot of time here for Trine here to hopefully, like I said earlier, make that win or draw condition happen.
Yeah, it looks like they only have one person on payload. Not sure how it functions in more competitive, you know, Overwatch scenes, but by now my team would be yelling me to put 3 on point to make it move faster.
And Alistar getting getting a kill, and as I say that, we have there's so much going on here. The Kitsune getting popped out here. Purdue is gonna be able to defend for just a bit more time on the clock.
Yeah, Purdue really came running in with that Kitsune to back them. And I mean, at the end of the day, Kitsune boosting you, making you faster, running that Reaper straight into the Zarya. I mean, they're matching comps, but you're going to have the advantage if you're boosted by the ult. Unfortunately for Purdue, they're going to be met with Trine's exact same push very shortly.
And we're going to have a round of the bubbles here. I would imagine the first one to, and Indy getting taken down here. Alistar with the kills again. The Kitsune Rush being taken out by Echo here. And it looks like Purdue's going to be forced to retreat here, just not to play in that Kitsune Rush. A totally acceptable play here, but we might see a pulse bomb coming up very shortly here. Onto the grab here. Fuji's going to be taken down by the Death Blossom here. Sub's going to get not 1, but 2. Can he make it a 3rd one? Oh, and Sub's going to get taken down here. Not until Indy's going to get taken down as well. Mod's going to get taken down by Neeb. And it looks like we're going to see more defense by Purdue.
I mean, that's where you have the value of dive into a comp like this. I mean, Kitsune is useful, but how useful is it to your dive, really, if they're not even playing in the same part that you're throwing Kitsune, you know? And again, for the other team, the minute those support ults come out, especially Kitsune, which is heavily reliant on teams playing within the same space, they can just disperse and then regroup after it's over.
Absolutely. And I love how they're trying to playing this very aggressively here, trying to force out cooldowns very early so that they can hopefully get... Oh no, and as I say that, Alistar is going to take down Fuji here with another amazing headshot here. Astro popping up the beat here. Grab still online, not going to be able to pop it here. Oh, and it's 10 getting taken down here. And Purdue is going to be able to defend even more with 3 minutes on the clock. Now, I hate to say it, but time is running short for Trine here. They have to make this happen. And holy, and my voice is cracking as I speak.
I mean, they definitely do. They do have those 3 ults online. Again, the DPS ults coming up. I would like to see the support ults come out, but unfortunately, Purdue is doing a very good job of making sure that their supports on Trine are never able to use those ults that would be so valuable to them for pushing this point.
Now I love how Purdue is just able to push us a little bit back here. Let Trine just advance a little bit longer, use up all their cooldowns, and Purdue striking at the perfect opportunity. I feel like that's kind of what winning their team fights. Wouldn't you say, Elsie?
I would say 100%. I mean, again, it also comes down to those ults. Every time Purdue is forced.
Ooh,
oh no!
Neeb getting taken down by their own pulse bomb here. Indy taking out not 1 but 2. And it looks like Trine's going to take advantage and going to start pushing the payload past this low section of 3 here. Can we see an early Kiriko kill here? Yes, we will. Tent's going to take down Alistar here. Finally, taking down the person who I think has been getting the most rays this entire game.
Yeah, like I was saying, I mean, this entire game up until this point, or not the entire game, but for the past few minutes or so, I mean, Purdue has had to use, or Trine has had to use all of their ults in an effort to push the point. which means that they are already severely at a disadvantage because they are just going to be met with the defense from this Purdue roster, especially on a map that has crevices, that has hallways where you can escape and come back. I mean, the ults honestly aren't doing as much as they possibly could be, in my opinion.
And Fuji's going to pop the override, going to get taken down right after. Unfortunately, though, needs to get taken down 10 and Fuji here. Sub 1 getting taken down here. Indy popping the Death Blossom, trying to take some more point control here. Both Kitsune rushes coming out at the same time here. The grab comes out at the same time. And it looks like Purdue will be able to stick around just a little bit longer. And I would say nearing even final fight territory.
I 100% agree, and I mean, for this final fight, you're coming up on Beat, you're coming up on Death Blossom. Tracer has their ult on the Purdue side, and then, unfortunately, on the Trine side, you're really just looking at that Beat to play into all those strong ults.
So we're going to see a Death Blossom here. 10 popping out the Beat here, taking out Astro, Sub 1 taking out Mods here, taking more control of Streets as I speak here. Fuji's gonna have to hide in this in the bar here, trying to make sure they're gonna take it down early. Also trying to make sure they punish Indy, and they want to push the point. They want to push the point. It's only 5 seconds remaining. They have to touch, otherwise they won't get into overtime. Will it be enough? Yes, they will, and we're going right into overtime.
Very nice. Unfortunately, that Death Blossom burst out a very early Beat from Trine, which means that they don't have that coming into the final fight, while Purdue has both support ults coming online.
Absolutely, and the Astro popping into Lucio B to take a bit more point control here. Indy not having the Wraith here. They have to punish him here, otherwise he is just going to reign free here, and he is going to get punished. Alistar popping the ultimate here, which I believe will finish off this map on Kings Row, giving Purdue 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, again, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Positioning is just so valuable in this game. I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to more than firepower.
Unfortunately, trying through those 5 minutes just wasn't able to push past Streets. This is very difficult to see here. Alistar getting the play of the game.
Yeah,
right
fully
here.
Deserved from Alistar. I mean, like you said, those headshots, they were hitting. They were landing today.
Dude, I need when I get on my ranked games, I need to learn from Alistar, man. Like, this man is just hitting everything. Like, this is why it's not called hero. It's called support. And Alistar's going to let you know it.
Yeah, I don't know if I need to learn or if I need to be carried, but either way, we'll make it work. We'll coordinate.
Yeah.
We'll get there later. But yeah, again, it really just came down to, in my opinion, for Purdue, the positioning was a little better. The ult economy was a little bit better. They have this ability to flip the point that is just unfortunately unmatched by Trine up until this point. I mean, they flipped the point just by positioning alone and forcing Trine to back up or disperse. And then after that, they still have the ult economy that they need to maintain the space that they just took. And that's something that unfortunately Trine has just not been able to gain their footing long enough to actually push forward and keep the space. They have constantly been having to fight in the trenches, life or death, to keep the point. They have never had a moment to sit back, relax, farm the ults that they need, and then return to point, which unfortunately I believe thus far has been their downfall. I am not a huge fan of the dive comps coming out from both teams. I believe Purdue has been using it a bit more to their advantage. I would love to see a stronger Brawl come out and stay out from Trine just to counter that sort of dive that seems to be messing with them so heavily.
I agree. It's a lot of brawl on both sides. You know, that Lucy makes it makes it feel like a dive for sure. But I agree. You know, if it like Trine, you know, had to pop a lot of early cooldowns, hopefully make some early point control, especially with, you know, speed. It's very important into a dive/brawl comp. But unfortunately, Purdue just able to catch them at the right moment when they're low on cooldowns. And that's kind of what I think is punishing them the most, huh?
Yeah, you think? Yeah, I mean, I could say that the cooldowns of their abilities is definitely messing with them too, to an extent. I really gotta say, though, I think it comes down to the ults. I mean, anyone could say that for any game, but, you know, you had multiple opportunities where a few of the players on Trine had ults and they were going to use them. You could see that they were going. You could see the Reaper wanting to come in.
Yeah.
But, you know, if we could see it, so could Purdue. And those ults were immediately met with much stronger counter ults. And that is where you draw the line, the big distinction between defensive ults and offensive ults. Because if you're using your ult offensively, I don't believe that you're ever going to really progress as far as you can on the defense side. And I mean, at the end of the day, that map in particular, is very defensive heavy to begin, so
Yeah.
you really, really have to use your ults to your advantage.
Mhm.
You cannot be using them as counter ults. You have to use them solely to push. But unfortunately, Trine just didn't have the economy to do that. They had to use the ults if they wanted the space. Their positioning alone was not allowing them to create the space they needed into Purdue's roster.
Unfortunately not. So, into this next map here, it looks like Purdue is up 2-0 against Trine. Trine's going to have to, you know, push through, try to get some more points on the board to hopefully have a surviving chance in this match. And quite honestly, I still think it's possible.
Yeah, let's see this go to all 5. I want to see all 5, all 7 or 5?
I think it's best of 5.
I want to see this go all 5 maps.
I agree.
Let's have some fun. We're in San Antonio. Let's stream 5 whole maps of Overwatch.
You know, I feel like if I was a player that was flown into San Antonio, I'd also want to see 5 maps too. I want to make that, you know, make these very long, very good maps.
Yeah.
You know, at least say at the end of the day, yeah, I got that point on the board.
Yeah, you flew to San Antonio for my entertainment. 5 maps on the board. We really got to see some things come out of Trine. I will anticipate. You know, I can almost predict the bans that are coming through. I believe the Orisa will stay as a ban, in my personal opinion, just because of the way that Purdue plays. I wouldn't be surprised to see a ban on any of the dive characters. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tracer be out of the pool. Lucio, I would be very surprised if they kept Kiriko, especially playing into Alistair.
Yeah.
You are never playing Kiriko again if it is up to me. You are banned. You are off. Back to Mercy.
Back to
So I wouldn't be surprised if the Kiriko ban does come. Oh my god, I'm a
Oh my god, it
genius!
did! There we go! Elsie hitting it right on the nail on the head with Purdue banning the Kiriko and Trine banning the Reaper. Oh, this was gonna be interesting into Atlas of anything too.
Unfortunately for me, I am out of Overwatch not that well. I do not know Atlas the way I should or how these rosters will play into it. But heaven knows I know how to counter ban, and that is what I'm good at.
Atlas being such a very interesting Flashpoint map, I would say. Of course, it's a best first to 3 sort of style map, so it's going to be Trine's best opportunity to kind of come back, you know, try to get, like I was saying earlier, get a map on the board and finally put Purdue in their place. Question mark?
Yeah, 100%. And you saw 2 bans come out on dive characters. So these dive comps aren't going to be as viable without the Kiriko Reaper to sort of front them,
Yeah.
especially going into the Zarya. This does make Zarya, who they've all picked thus far, a very, very good contender into whatever comps they're choosing to run, because she has not met with any significant counters.
And we're not going to see many kunais from Alistair either, which is quite a shame. I was kind of enjoying it. But it's like you said earlier, you know, maybe shut that down, kind of force the team to play something else, play something a lot less divey or brawly, I would say. And we are going to go right into it, into Atlas, no break, and we're going to see the hero compositions right now.
Yeah, Trine is not trying to end up in a highlight reel for Alistair.
Absolutely
They're
not.
not getting clipped. They are ready to make their comeback today on this stage. We're seeing Moira come out. Love to see that played. I'll admit I have 1,500 hours on her, and I love seeing her play. Don't make that face at me. Stream didn't catch that, but it was a crazy face. We're going to see the Moira come out, and we're going to see Jetpack Cat come out. I'm excited to watch that played as well, because she was banned and then not played the second map.
Jetpack Cat's definitely an interesting pick in Atlas here, but I can definitely see the vision for sure. Oh, I see what they're doing here. the Jetpack Cat holding the Bastion and kind of, you know, being able to do air strikes onto Trine here.
We're getting valet escorts on the point.
You know, I didn't know if I saw the vision of Astro playing the Jetpack Cat, but I think now I do here. And Purdue's going to make their way onto the stairs here, trying to take a bit of early point control here.
Yeah, I mean, what's scarier coming at you than a flying Bastion in the sky? Especially running into Fiji and Tracer, who aren't necessarily on the strongest hit scans for the sky.
And Fuji's getting taken down a little bit early here, but Purdue is going to be able to take the point first. Trine's going to take a bit of a defensive position, wait for that perfect opportunity to come back here.
Yeah, I do wish that we saw a bit more of a change of the picks from Trine. I understand, you know, timed and true and probably what these players are most comfortable on, but unfortunately at this point, they have given Purdue 2 maps in almost 4 rounds to understand how to counter this comp that they continue to choose. So I really would have liked to have seen a much stronger change, especially coming out of Fiji and especially coming out of Mods.
And it looks like Trine's going to be short, not 2, but 3 people, and Mod's going to get taken down as well. with Purdue being able to hold this next point, and we might seeing final fight territory for this first portion of the map.
I mean, what are you gonna do? There's a cat dropping nukes on your head. What is there to do in this comp here? I mean, the only thing I could possibly think of, I again might be a bit of a noob. Would love to see Soldier 76 play it at a jetpack cat. Would love to see maybe even a sniper played into this comp. Maybe we just completely eliminate the cat and force Bastion onto the ground where he's a lot weaker.
And we're going to see the last 10% here of this next point. Trying is going to have to touch now here in order to force overtime onto the next point, forcing Purdue's hand, but Fuji is going to get killed very early on here. Mods having to retreat back, but the Malga is not going to let him take any ground. And with this first point going to Purdue.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the Malga into Orisa is also just a very strong combo. I mean, you're looking at a Purdue with about the two strongest, objectively, characters in the game in terms of sheer firepower. I mean, both of them have, like, machine guns. Am I wrong? You're going into a Bastion and a Malga, especially with the perks coming up. Bastion could also be able to heal himself and be carried around the map by Jetpack Cat.
Absolutely. It's definitely going to be very difficult here. Neep's going to pop the ultimate onto their Malga here. Looks like a Malga here going on here. Mod's going in half health here. Eddie popping their pulse bomb here. Fuji taking this very defensive position here. Looks like we're going to get a fight right in here. Mod struggling for life here, using the cardiac overdrive to hopefully hold on for dear life, but is going to get taken down by Neep. And we're going to see the first point go to Purdue.
We did see a swap from Trine off the Moira onto the Juno. I believe that could be a much stronger pick here. Unfortunately, I just don't see their comp really taking full advantage of the damage boosters that Juno can put out, except for maybe mods, which is why, again, I would like to see a swap maybe off of the Tracer from Indy onto something that might just play a little bit stronger, especially when you're trying to dive somebody in the sky.
But it looks like we're going to see the Lucio beat by 10 here. Being able to see a little bit of early point control here, but I do worry that it's just not going to be enough. 10 getting taken down a little early here. Mods not being able to out-heal that Bastion here, and we're going to see Purdue hold the point.
Yeah, it looks like Fiji has been really, really locked on a Jetpack Cat. That is what you would want to see out of somebody playing a hit scan character like that. And we are seeing a swap from 10, from the Lucio, onto Brigitte. So, you know, maybe a much stronger sort of shield could hold the line and really help those supports.
It looks like we're going to the last 10% for this next point here. I think Trine's going to let them take this next point here. It's going to be very dangerous for them, as this point has to be it. This is now or never. Trine has to start acting and being able to take some points against Purdue.
I do like the Ramatra swap from mods. I do believe Ramatra may have a little bit more of a defensive counter into Malga, maybe opposed only by Orisa in terms of strength. But you know, Ramatra offers the shield, the long range, the short range, and his Vortex does pull people from the sky to the ground. So that could be an advantage for them onto this Jetpack Cat and Bastion combo.
We have a bit of a Tracer 1v2 here, but it looks like this next point is going to go into another team fight here. The Malga cage coming out from ABC Asta J here. Mod's getting taken down a little early here. No. The Brig isn't able to do anything against the Jetpack Cat. Oh, very tragic to see. It looks like Purdue is going to take this last, possibly match point.
Yeah, I do believe it may be. I do also love the Jetpack Cat panda skin. That is just so cute. There's nothing scarier than a panda cat flying at you with Bastion attached to it. But, you know, I believe there is a possibility here from trying to come back. They're coming up on a support ult, a Tracer ult. If used correctly, they could force this team out of the sky and onto the ground where they would objectively have the advantage.
Oh, and it looks like Trine isn't able to take this next fight here. Unfortunately, all 5 getting taken out here, and we are nearing final fight territory. They have to act now. This is Trine's opportunity. Otherwise, it may be over here.
Yeah, I believe Trine is going to have to push in with both of the ults that they have, and Mods is going to have to try and farm this Ramatra ult as fast as they possibly can just to fully be able to push on to point, because if not, they're going to be matched by 3 ults from Purdue coming up. Jetpack Cat, Ana, and that Bastion.
Absolutely. We're going to see the Pulse Bomb get taken out here. Alistar getting taken out by Indy here. Someone also getting taken down Mods. It looks like Trine is finally acting here, being able to hold down this next point. ABC has to just barely, maybe not be able to get away here. Is he able to get out? No, he's not being able to get away here. And it looks like Trine is going to take this next point. Can we finally see a reverse sweep from Trine? It has to be now.
100%. I think we can. I mean, I think they finally begun to understood sort of where their Tracer can play to get the most advantage off of this comp. I mean, at the end of the day, a Tracer running into Ana, Mauga, another Tracer, I mean, it's a very hard composition to dive onto. But I believe they're getting a handle of the positioning in order to most effectively force Bastion to the ground.
Oh, what do we have going on here? Astro, the Jetpack Cat, being able to take its sub out, making it with the Ana Nano, making this such an impressive comp in the air. Looks like the fight for the air here. Pooch getting taken out. Looks like the Cat is the one flying in the air. Mott's getting taken out. This fight may be going in Trine's favor here. I might be mistaken here. Purdue being able to take this back and is going to flip the point. This may be over for Trine. And it looks like that will be it. Purdue is going to finish off map 3, making that their win.
I mean, Purdue 3-0 in this series thus far. Play of the game goes to sub 1 on Bastion. Lego Bastion even. Very good game by both teams. I mean, again, we saw those first 2 maps come out, and we're talking 99-99. This was by no means, despite how the final scoreboard may look, a roll. Trying to truly put up a fight in this entire series and really push it to the very final moments.
Absolutely. And let me just say, that Jetpack Cat and in the air with the Bastion, absolutely terrifying. You know what? I got to admit, I didn't see the vision. I am sorely mistaken. This is why I'm not the one playing in the seat today. Because what an absolutely oppressive composition we saw in Atlas.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go home, load up Overwatch, and ban Jetpack Cat in every game that I play.
You know, I can see now why Jetpack Cat is a very commonly banned
100%.
character. Yeah, in the right hands, it can be very scary.
You know, we're here to live and learn, so.
But congratulations to Purdue University taking this series and being able to move on here. But honestly, great. I'd have to commend Trine here for making this an absolutely fantastic fight, I would say, especially on Li Zhang and even King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, they were both very close fights. This was, again, by no means a roll in any way.
Not at all.
It went down to the wire, 99-99, overtime to flip it to 100. Like I've said a few times, and I'll just keep saying it, you know, Purdue, objectively, unfortunately, just had the best positioning. And that's what it came down to. But either way, GG's to both teams. We will be going to a break very shortly. Stay tuned for the next game.
Be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
from 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
Breaking up, all this static running through my blood. Again, why do you waste your light on me? Out of luck, can I keep my head Again, why does it feel so hard to breathe? Why does it feel so hard to breathe? So hard to breathe. Never found, but these voices bring me to my knees. Again, why do you waste your light on me? Again, feeling the ground collapse on me.
I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb at first. But I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst.
I gotta get to you. 74. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far. But at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield.
Welcome back in, everybody. I hope you've been having a fun event. I know I have been having a fun event. Vod, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I mean, it's been a long day, right? We got here like 7 a.m. in the morning. The players got here about like an hour and a half later and got set up and ready for the action. And this is, you know, the last Collegiate Rocket League event of the year. We've seen all the different leagues go on, but this is the one that matters most, of course, right? We got Akron Gold, OC Eagles. They're facing off against each other. And OC, I think this is like their last chance to really like leave a name for themselves in the spring semester. They've struggled in other leagues, so really got to see some good moves from them. And speaking of last chances, Jonathan graduating after this, or I think they're already graduated. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I believe their graduation is this weekend, so they're
There we
missing
go.
it for this event. So, you know, one last ride for a lot of these players, a lot of great players in this lobby. Let's not keep everyone waiting. We've been able to
Exactly.
introduce everything. We got Jonathan, Patty, and Oxy for Akron Gold, and we got Chili, G-Man, and North heading off for the OC side. Both teams are in lobbies. They're just making sure that everything's getting ready to go as everyone's flexing for the cameras, both teams. It's going to be high-flying actions in this best of 7.
I'm excited. I mean, this is the matchup to look out for here for ECAC. Both these teams have been known throughout Collegiate Rocket League for years now, and seeing them performing in a LAN environment is all you could ever ask for. Akron's been known to be Lanimals in different, you know, university programs that we've seen them compete in, and, well, this is just another one to try and add to their title list amongst the years of experience that they have. And OC Eagles, I think, like, we've seen some good looks from them at LANs, but not a win quite yet. I think, like, one time we got a win, like, a year or two ago or a semester or two ago, but since then it's been a bit of a drought on their side, so they need something to turn around for their program to at least, you know, look solid going into the fall semester.
Absolutely, and it's been a lot of this old school versus old school here. As you said it, Akron been a long time here. OC, not too new, but, you know, hasn't a solid year and a half, 2 years, been building up, and that's how you keep doing it. You just got to keep making sure that every single year you're building year in and year out. But a lot of opportunities already coming in, a lot of demos coming out from both teams. OC, I believe, up 2-1 in the demos and leading in the shot department as well, as that one won't be able to go.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot to find, you know, Akron Golden with OC Esports, you know, going into this competition a lot. We're saying they're kind of like the top dogs as well. Akron Gold's actually had more of a windfall during CRL recently. They're basically the A team for Akron now, where it was the blue team that used to typically be the one that was on top of the world for them. So it's been very interesting, to say the least, on how the Akron colors have switched, I guess you could say.
That's definitely one way of putting it. You know, you saw, especially going into this year, you saw Akron Blue being the favorites in a lot of different departments, and then Akron Gold really put everything together, and they're putting in together a great string of attacks here, but a good save by North turned away. Defense to offense, as Jonathan had to get boost late. A good bump, though, is going to keep the attack just off to the side for a second. Back towards the middle, Chili has a shot on, a good save. The follow-up is going to be cleared out by Batty.
Great look so far, I got to say, for Akron Gold on defense. The problem is they've been having to play a little too much of it. We've seen that happen for a couple of the series on this stage today, and with the demos coming through, the aggressiveness of OC Eagles, this is what you've come to know for this roster throughout their collegiate careers. So Akron Gold, I'd say, like, maybe a little tired. They've been here all day playing on the stage earlier on that we saw against some competitors in KSU, but they did have, you know, some great performances there with Jonathan, Patty, and Oxy. And speaking of great performances, those are some insane saves coming through.
Oxy showing no fatigue at all, making 2 big saves, but they might have to make a 3rd one as they have to dodge the demo. Gets around, makes a big stop. Demo's coming out again. Oxy still on the ball, won't get off as they find a way to just forces all the way down the pitch, bouncing around. Jonathan's going to be able to take control, has a shot on, double commit, but he's going to go pinch to the corner. North full control. Full boost, gonna go up top. Oxy has a fake down low, but Jonathan able to read that first one. Chili with the chase, but Patty not able to get there. Jonathan makes a good clear and just takes away all that pressure.
Even with all the pressure that's coming out from OC Eagles, Akron Gold just seemed cool, calm, and collected. I mean, here in the venue, just looking at them, they're locked in, focused up, and, you know, Patty, of course, typing it up a storm. It seems like they're the keyboard warrior on the battlefield for this Akron Gold roster, and, you know, I love to see that. It's something you don't really get to see every day, especially at, like, the pro levels nowadays. I feel like it's a dying breed of KBM players out there, but even then, you know, doing the best that he can for his team. Oxy, I feel like as the, you know, the newest kid on this roster in terms of like veterancy for Akron, they've been doing a great job too. And I'm really curious on, you know, what this roster will look like in the future as well once Jonathan graduates.
It's going to be very interesting. You might see a little bit of a roster shaking up from both sides as well, just to see what gets the most, you know, chemistry is the right way of putting it, as they have a plethora of talent across the board. On top of their recruitment as well has been second to none. But before we get through all of that, a lot of opportunities to be had here. The shot's going to be on off the post a second time, but Chili follows it up and takes this lead. 40 seconds left.
Massive goal there for Chili. Unfortunately for Oxy, could not get the cut in time. Axles were broken and so were dreams. It's not the road that they want to be walking down for Akron Gold. 40 seconds. OC Eagles, they got a time crunch here to get out of the venue in time, so they want to close things out early.
This Oxy is going to make the clear. They are trying to make the push, though. They want an OT as North takes it into the corner. Goes up top, has a lot of boost to work with, tries to get it off the ceiling. Doesn't bounce down, so Oxy takes control. Passes it over to Jonathan, trying to get it around G-Man, not able to find it. The demo coming out, 18 seconds left. This is the pressure you want to see.
Wow.
Shot towards the middle, and North is going to be able to double up on their lead and has a very comfortable lead, 15 seconds left.
This is the OC Eagles we were expecting to see earlier on in the semester, and I think they've made up for a lot of the mistakes we've seen. They've grown as a team and as a program. So this is a great look for them in game one, but that's just it. 15 seconds left in game one. There's a whole series ahead of them.
In a best of 7, you got to see how you can string it together, not just one, but for all 4 games that you need to win. We've seen teams lose the first one and then come back and gentlemen sweep, as Chili is going to take one more. As I think this was a little bit of an old goal. Yeah, I mean, they were the last one to touch it, but you know, you just can't really read that.
I respect the option from Oxy, and I think they kind of knew even if it went in their own net, it didn't really matter, right? So, you know, might as well throw it all at the wall, even if it sticks into your own net. Who cares? You're already down by 2 goals, right? One more doesn't really matter stats-wise at this point. It's really just going into the next game and seeing what you can do, and it's always important to be able to laugh at yourself at least a little bit.
Exactly. It sounds like my teammate that, you know, is just randomly there, just like, I'm up. And you're like, where are you jumping from? And then there's Oxy just coming out of the corner with nothing, just trying to make anything happen. But great showings from OC Eagles in game number 1, being able to take it in a 3-0 fashion in this best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking pretty solid so far. You can see why, you know, all the teams on LAN have been saying, at least for ECAC, this is the squad to look out for. So expect big things from OC Eagles throughout this competition. And I mean, tomorrow we'll see the finals, see exactly, you know, if it is going to be a rematch between these teams, if we see Wichita State, you know, make up for some of their troubles, I guess you could say, in the Sierra League play as well. But again, like that program making it into league play for the first time, massive. And also seeing, you know, so many teams getting opportunities for different divisions, different leagues. NECC, Project One, we got, you know, ECAC on this one, and it's just great that there's so much competition in Collegiate Rocket League. It's been more competitive than ever.
And honestly, that just helps everyone grow as individuals, as teams, as programs. As a shot comes on, G-Man able to just and G-Man as well, you know, shout them out as well. A great bump by North to be able to just make all of this happen. Gets 2 bumps, actually. Make it 3. I think they bumped every single player at some point or another in that. So just showing up. OC Eagles striking again early, though.
All I gotta say is, where was this OC Eagles earlier on in this semester? I mean, they are playing perfect Rocket League, and this is what I've been waiting to see from this team. I know Bass is probably just watching in the background, just like, where was this every single time that we were cheering you guys on? But hey, better late than never, right? Especially when it comes to a LAN environment that they could just be Lanimals themselves, and the new era is here for OC Eagles, picking up the torch from Akron Gold, who were known around the CRL collegiate community for such a long time. So this is so interesting to like think about the dichotomies of, you know, Akron Gold versus OC Eagles in terms of just the history of these two rosters and teams. But North, Chili, and G-Man, I mean, this is the synergy we've been waiting for, and I'm glad to see it here.
And when they put this roster together, this is exactly what you expected. You expected a lot of demos. You're expecting these bumps. Very physical gameplay as the flipper set comes out. Also the mechanics going into the corner and able to found. G-Man top right corner doubles the lead.
Akron Gold were not prepared for the spice that is being dealt to them, and OC Eagles, unfortunately, they're not going to bail Akron Gold out for any moment in time, not give them a second to breathe. I mean, yeah, it took almost a minute for that second goal to go through, but that was time for OC Eagles to strategize and figure out the perfect lane of entry into the net that we saw there, and Akron Gold have not had an answer so far.
They are just all over this Akron defense, making sure that they can't get out of their own half. This is back to the mid-pitch already, just bouncing around. Chili's there, just pinching it with North to make sure that it is an awkward touch for Oxy in this corner. Even though that they've been standing pretty tall in their own net, it's just a measure of quality and quantity as another quantity chance comes in back towards to the middle. Patty has to be up and use all of their boosts to get this one out.
Well, with 2 minutes basically gone at this point, and we still haven't gotten a goal in this series from Akron Gold. It's reaching a dire straits for them. They want to at least turn things around, showcase their skill, especially because we saw so much of it before, and well, we've seen so much of Jonathan, and they are able to get on the board this time.
Hey, it doesn't matter how pretty it is, however it goes in is the best way to score. As Jonathan's just going to take a free layup and just cut the deficit in half. They're not done yet in game number 2. Still 3 minutes gameplay, and as you know in Rocket League, that's an eternity.
That it is. So it's a tough spot to be in for OC Eagles. They had so much momentum, right? We saw 5 uninterrupted goals from them until the goal from Jonathan here at about the 3-minute mark, and now it's a different ball game, right? They've broken the seal. There's been a goal scored, and Akron Gold, they are known to just capitalize on those opportunities that are given to them, but they got to be careful, especially if we saw a demo come in onto Jonathan to prevent him for getting that save. Would have been huge for OC, and you could see the thought process that are coming out from them.
They're starting to take a lot more unorthodox attempts towards the net. They're just trying to get anything towards the center right now to make sure that, you know, just see what they're going to be capable of. As you said, OC, they're not as much Lanimals as Akron Gold has that reputation, so they just want to see if anything sticks right now as Chili is just throwing a shot on, making Jonathan awkward, just waste all that boost and taking all the pads down low. Jonathan, awkward spot, 50 goes up, and G-Man trying to take control, gets a not around Oxy, if 50 goes all the way back into the OC Eagles half.
North looking for another opportunity here. A double demo between G-Man and Oxy just goes to show the aggressive playstyle of OC Eagles going to another level. Great deflection off their own backboard. Oxy with some potential if they can get it underneath Jonathan. An awkward angle to try and set up from Patty into the heavens, and down it goes. But no closer are they to getting that tying goal that Akron Gold need. And counterattack is looming ahead here for North. Oh no!
Oh no! Great counterattack as North just takes Patty, or Jonathan, I should say, for a little bit of a too far of a ride and gives G-Man the layup back to the 2-goal lead that the OC Eagles had earlier.
It's basically like North tapped on Jonathan's shoulder and said, look over here, and they looked the other direction, and unfortunately they missed as the ball was going into their net. So a great 1-2 play from OC Eagles. It just goes to show the coordination is at the peak for this team. And Oklahoma Christian, this is what we wanted to see from them for such a long time. We've seen from them inklings of it, at least in the past, and now back into the good graces. But the demo comes through, and that'll be an easy shot to go through, but almost missed.
just a little too close for comfort, but once again, take them any way they come. Gwen in the net, you can't complain. As Oxy puts it just as close as possible to that post as well. Gives themselves an opportunity in this final 60 seconds.
Speaking of that final 60 seconds, one goal, very easy to overcome here for Akron Gold, especially if they can get it off a kickoff, and that's what they're aiming for, even if G-Man is popping off and pitching as well off the side, or I guess that was kind of the ceiling in the sidewall. North, though, with a potential setup here again, going for the dish. Would have loved to see it be activated, but Doomsy's kind of been retired for a long time, so not going to be too easy there. And speaking of easy, that's anything but an easy save from North.
As Patty's going to go up top, has their own opportunity for the double. It's a pass over to Jonathan. The shot is on. A beautiful pass by Patty and just finds the equalizer.
Perfect play. North couldn't do anything about it. Chile coming down a little too early on the counter on that back wall and didn't have any boost to really adjust with. So didn't have the read that they wanted. A bit of a delay from Akron Gold, and that was enough for them to tie things up.
In final 20 seconds here, it's going to go into the OC's half, full boost, over one, but Patty's going to be able to rip it away. Another 50 coming out. Mid-pitch as both teams scrambling for it as Oxy pops it up. Final 10, stripped away again. Both teams just bouncing it back and forth. Who's going to be able to get the last laugh? 4 seconds in front of the net. G-Man needs to make a good clear here. Has the control, trying to get it over to Chili, trying to make some magic happen. Patty not going to put this one down. They want it to go. Goes up top, 40 boost, has a flip reset, drops it down for a pass, but it's just a little too far, and we're going into overtime in game number 2.
This is more what I expected for game 1, honestly, Puma. Like, seeing the competitiveness of these two squads, both of them, you know, CRL caliber, of course, but one did have the experience of league play this time, and the other didn't. I feel like OC Eagles have a chip on their shoulder, a lot to prove, and getting a sweep in this series would be a statement and then some. I mean, we'll probably tweet about it on Champ League, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. And just, it puts every program on notice as well of going into next year, you have to keep your eye on OC. As another double comes in, it almost gets that to go. Back towards the middle, but Oxy stands tall on the backboard. Patty has a good clear here. Jonathan in a foot race gets the 50, but OC Eagles are going to come out top for that first touch. Back to the middle. Chili takes control, has full boost, going to go up top, looking for the flip reset, trying to get around one. Oxy not able to get the best clear. Patty makes a good save. Still up top. Oxy able to beat them to the punch and clears this one out.
Oh, good flick by Chili, too, just to keep it away for now. I'm also realizing Chili's vehicle just looks like he's in a Mario Mobile. Just based on the color scheme, at least alone there. But back into the OT shenanigans that we have here. Oxy and G-Man just trying to trade back and forth on who's going to get that corner boost. And, well, it would be Oxy instead. Patty can't get the touch because it's chipped up by the defense of OC Eagles. So they really need this win, I would say, because Akron Gold are starting to cook. Oh,
Akron's
no.
coming alive. It almost makes the save on the goal line, but Jonathan forces it in. Is going to be able to take game number 2 in a very good fashion. You know, coming back not once, I believe it was twice 2 down, forcing OT, taking it a minute and a half in. Great job by Akron Gold to come back.
Perfect look for Akron Gold, and Jonathan, of course, is going to be the MVP this time. So good look for them. Now it's tied 1-1. This is more what we expected from the style of this series and this CRL level matchup between these two teams. And the top level of Collegiate Rocket League is here on the 5v5 stage at the Forge LAN itself. And we're here at the Boeing Center at Techport. I mean, live as well. We got Puma remotely, but here in spirit for ECAC. And I'm just happy to be joined by you, man, because, like, seeing how these teams have grown throughout the semester and gotten to this stage and playing in this LAN environment right across from each other, it's kind of great to see. And you can tell that, you know, Patty's talking, you know, to his team, trying to hype them up and saying, you know, we got this, guys. Let's lock in. Fist bumps all around. And after tying up this series, if they keep the momentum going, they might be able to run away with it.
And you touched on an element, not fully, that I do want to talk about, is that talking in person, the LAN environment is completely different than the online play. Being able to look right across the pitch, and not even the pitch, just across the desk, and see your opponents there as North is going for the shot off the post, not able to get that one to go. Jonathan makes a good clear, but it's a different level of mind games of how can you respond to different OTs like that, as it seems like they have just a little bit off cylinder, just a open net, just sent it a little bit high there for OC Eagles.
It's a tough spot to be in for OC Eagles specifically because, again, they felt like they were slowly slipping away in that last game, right? They had the lead for such a long time, and then a goal, and then another one, and then another one, and then the OT finish, of course, for Akron Gold to get the victory. OC Eagles, I think the big thing that they need is just some sort of windfall, right? Some way to shut down Jonathan because they are on top of the world, and when they start popping off the way that they have been on lands, they're unstoppable.
Oh boy, and you start wondering, how does a land affect them? As they've already hit 3 posts though. Not fully their fault, as there was the only place that you could have hit it and then hope that the post goes in. But as the OC Eagles, you're seeing your last couple of shots all ring off the post. You know, it starts mentally wearing on you as Oxy's going to pass this over to Patty. Not able to handle that one, just a little bit too hot to handle. Back into the corner, OC Eagles have to start scrambling to get this out.
Potential decent bump there from Oxy. It's just a little bit slow on the come up for Akron Gold. So I like this disruptive style that Oxy is leaning into on offense with these rotations, kind of cutting in a little bit more unorthodox. The way that they've been, you know, going for some of those bump and disruption plays against this OC Eagles defense. And I think it's been a big struggle for OC Eagles in general, is like when they get pushed on defense, knowing what to do in those kind of scenarios. And well, Akron Gold, they're just happy to be wherever they need to and just be such a menace on the field. And that's where OC Eagles are out of their comfort zone and awkward, and that's where Akron Gold thrives, especially with shots like this coming through.
Just forced a little bit to the side as G-Man's going to go up top. Trying to take it over the top. It does. Back towards the middle. The shot's going to be saved by Oxy once again, as Oxy's still on the ball. Has enough boost for one more. Gets it towards the middle. Trying to find the bump, but doesn't get G-Man fully off the ball. Trying to pass it over to North. Is going to take it themselves. 50 out by Patty, who's looking for the double. Trying to force anything in. Jonathan up quick, but Chili's there. Takes this one over to the corner as trying to escort this out. Trying to find the passing play, but just a little bit too off the market.
We need to go to some sort of market at this point to buy a goal for either team. I mean, we're past 3 minutes gone in game 3. And we had so many goals in the last one. I guess they're like, you know what? We got no more left. We're out of stock, and we need to re-up somewhere from the distributor of goals. And right now, it looks like OC Esports are so close. And finally, G-Man to save the day got the last 3 goals for their team in the previous game, and they will finally be able to check out.
I won't lie, I thought Jonathan was about to get there somehow, some way.
Too.
So
I was going to crash out. I know they were too.
A beautiful shot, though, by G-Man to be able to open up the floodgates, hopefully, as the 50 comes out. It's going to go off the corner. Awkward bounce as both teams read it. It's in the middle, but Patty's going to be able to get there first. And now trying to turn defense into offense. Not able to get the touch, as Chili's going to be able to take this one. Not able to get the boost, so they're going to leave this for Akron Gold in the corner.
Ooh, potential. If G-Man didn't get that touch, that could have been a simple setup for Akron Gold to tie the game. And that's the big difference maker OC Esports need to make here, right, is stopping the ball before it goes down midfield and into the hands of Jonathan. And luckily enough for them, which they're counting their lucky stars after that, they don't have to worry too much because he didn't get possession, right? Patty, though, does have the angle. A great save by G-Man, I believe it was, to chip it out. And still dangerous, though, threatening with 1 minute remaining.
From something to nothing, and now trying to go coast to coast. But Patty, and a demo from Oxy North makes a big stop there. But Jonathan trying to take control, goes up top in the corner. Doesn't have enough boost, so it's going to back off here as Patty's going to rotate in. Able to get a little bit of disruption. Jonathan up top, double commit with Oxy, so there's going to be no follow-up for the second, as now the 4 not going to be able to get the 50. G-Man trying to work their way out, gets the fake on one, pinches it over to North, trying to work their way back. Another fake, but not able to fool him that time. Control touch, going top corner, but Oxy makes a good save. A bump comes out, a second shot coming in, but Oxy again standing tall, standing on their head, trying to go the other way, but Jonathan won't be able to find that angle.
Oxy so close for a sweet setup for their team, but still not enough. OC Eagles are looking to close out this game and earn back the win for their side, but 5 seconds remain. Patty into the air. Jonathan has a chance. They still have to keep it up off the ground. Oxy with a good chip up. Patty, the follow through towards the backboard. G-Man to send it aside and not going to give them the time of day. It will be OC Eagles going up by 1 once again.
What an amazing series so far, as OC Eagles is going to be able to take this one and take the series back into control, 2-1 in their favor. This is exactly what we're expecting going into the series. Both highly anticipated teams that we wanted to see the best from, and that's exactly what you're getting. You're getting close games, you're getting high action, and even though that it wasn't a high-scoring game, that didn't take away from the fact that there was a lot of action throughout it, and it felt like you just couldn't take a breath.
It's hard to because there's so much going on the entire game, I swear. Which is crazy to think about because there's only a single goal that was scored that one. It felt like a roller coaster of emotions. But OC Eagles 2 games away from closing out the group stages here on top. Akron Gold, though, they look for a bit of a comeback windfall for them, and they had to play from behind in game 2 to bounce back. They're looking for their first ever opening goal in this series, and OC Eagles, they don't want that to happen, of course.
And so far the stats are, if OC Eagles holds Akron to 0, they win. If Akron just scores at least once, they win. I'm not a mathematician, but I like those
Checks
stats.
out.
And if you're an Akron fan, all you got to do is just hope that they score in this game and they win this one, as OC Eagles having trouble getting this out. It's going to go in, as Patty is just going to sneak this one by.
Patty always pulls out the protractor when prompted. Maybe say that 10 times faster, a tongue twister of some sorts. And, well, OC Eagles are thrown for a loop themselves. They did not have an answer to that insane angle from Patty. And maybe it's the keyboard that makes him just be able to line things up perfectly. He just shifts it into gear in some fashion of some sort to do it.
They're trying to get their way out. G-Man has to make a touch towards the corner. Going up top, controls it, trying to take it back down, gets it around 2, trying to find the angle. It's a pass across. Patty's not able to get there, as Chili's going to be able to slot this one in. A powerful pass from G-Man is just going to sneak this by Patty.
Oh, man, that felt so bad because I thought Patty got like a piece of it at some point and maybe bounced it into the other team, but no, just completely missed, unfortunately, on the challenge. A mistiming and a miscue from the defense of Akron Gold. So they changed their fate, right? They got the first goal for the first time, but did not work out too well. I don't know what was going on there.
I was about to say maybe a slight caster curse, but North not able to fully control this. The pass across, it's going to get intercepted by Chili. Oxy now in control, looking for the flip reset, pops this one up for teammate Patty. Just didn't expect the height on that one, as Jonathan is going to just try getting this one back into control into the corner. Boost steal from G-Man in their own corner, trying to work their way out. Doesn't have enough for the double and not the angle either. North is taking control, has to go up top, gets it around 2. Ball still in the middle, fake. G-Man shot, Jonathan a big save and just turns that one to the side.
A lot of potential here for OC Esports if they can at least hold onto the ball a little longer. And they have the angle, but the save is simply made by the defense of Akron Gold. So we'll go for another chance here. A good centering shot towards Patty from Oxy, but not as quick as they need it to be to the punch. And speaking of quickness, G-Man's been so electric with these transitions downfield, and almost enough for Chili to have the connection there again between the dynamic duo of OC Eagles. It's just not quite getting them past that finish line.
As Chili's trying to get this around Patty, is able to find it and gets bumped still into the play. It's going to go into the corner. It's awkward as Chili not able to get there, as Oxy had handled, trying to go up top. G-Man low boost is able to make the diving stop. Chili puts this one back across, trying to get it over to North, has to cut this one as Patty's going to be able to take control. Almost dangerous for the OC Eagles, but Chili once again strips it, tries to go top cheddar, just off the bar and bounces away, doesn't get the bounce to go. Chili still underneath, taking it, flicks it up, still a good opportunity. The fake, Chili's still on this, passes this, it's in! Chili, how are you still on this?
What is happening in this game? This is total chaos between these teams. I just saw, like, before this even started, Patty just chasing down Chili in the back line, and then he somehow escaped and got the save. North was in the midfield just witnessing the one-sided chase down, and then eventually they're able to turn it around and transition goal and put it themselves up one away potentially from setting us to a series point for OC Eagles. But my goodness, we're no closer to the end of this game as we still have a little less than 2 minutes now.
About to say, we still basically have half a game to be played. It feels like it's been an eternity. The pitch is just a little bit too high. A good redirect by Jonathan, though. But pitch is going to be all the way back in, but the demo's going to come out to help, as now Patty just going to go back, recollect this, plays it to himself off the wall. The 50 comes out. North trying to land on it, not able to get it to go. Still in the corner, though, is G-Man. Gets a good pass. The shot's on the bar down as Chili is just going crazy right now.
I even heard the players themselves going, woo, as they scored that goal. So shout out to them on that one. But even then, they're talking amongst themselves on OC Esports and saying, okay, you know, that was good, but we need more where that came from. We need more dominating leads because, yes, they got the 3-0 in game 1, but I feel like Akron Gold were a little, you know, cold going into that too. It's a little chilly here specifically, not the player though, in this arena itself, and chilly there just for good measure, but G-Man a great save.
This Patty has control of the still, trying to get it on target, not yet. What is going on? I don't know.
No.
It's gonna go all the way across. Does G-Man have the angle?
What?
No, it's but the double. Why are you pre-jumping this? It works. There's gonna
What is happening?
This is game number 4. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Great pre-jump. I would have never. You could have given me 1,000 times to try that. I'm not hitting that.
The like LED panels for the screen are like right above and behind them, so they like look around to see how cool that goal looks. And well, it's as cool as you would have thought, OC Eagles. So kudos to you. But less than 50 seconds now, and this has been a long game for any Akron fans out there. They're just waiting for it to end so that they can turn things around. But for OC Eagles' sake, they want this to close out soon. Not have another goal go through, but Jonathan's not going to make it easy.
And Akron gives themselves a fighting chance here. 37 seconds is still a lot of time to be had. They're not out of the woods just quite yet. Beautiful passing play, perfect drop down, perfect bar down. And Akron, as we said, land animals, they come alive at any given time. You got to be careful on this kickoff. You can't give them anything quick. It's going to go back to Jonathan off the demo, over to Patty. Good organized play. Patty needs to get this around, able to find it, trying to find the ball.
Oh, no!
Through.
No!
It's going to go all the way, and G-Man is just going to find the solidifying goal.
Oh, that's going to hurt so much for Akron Gold. G-Man gets the touch, but it is a chip away from Jonathan back into their own net. See you later. Return to sender as we have less than 30 seconds and 3 goals to overcome, and that was going to be a smaller lead and now seems like a mountain to climb above.
You know, anything's still technically possible, but as we've entered the final 20 seconds, OC Eagles going to be on triple match point here. A very impressive feature in its own, especially if they can clean this out in 5. That would be very impressive by this Eagles team, as Jonathan is just going to take one to go into the next game. There's just nothing you can do. As Oxy already has an exterminator, if you're the last back, you just, you know, just get out of the way. You're getting chased. I'm not dealing with this.
They're padding the stats. They want to stay at the Boeing Center as long as they can. And, well, we'll see if we can close things out here. OC Eagles trying to end things before the final bell tolls and recesses in session for these college students. And they're one step away, one game win from becoming the victors of at least this matchup and looking pretty solid for the playoffs tomorrow.
It's going to be a fun one tomorrow as well. Hopefully we get to see everyone there. But as we've been saying, we're just going to get right into this one. They're going to take about a 10-second break, and we're going to get right back into this action. What can Akron do to really acclimate themselves? Is there anything that they can do to really put themselves in the best foot forward going into game number 5 here?
Looking at the stats that I have, which aren't very many, it's more just like who got the goals and stuff. Just rally behind Jonathan. That's all you really need to do. Like, they'll be the savior. They'll be the one to send you forward and, you know, get you all the success you need. And maybe get, like, 2 goals before the other team gets a goal, right? We were saying, like, you know, getting a goal first and getting a goal is the way that Akron gets wins, but it didn't work out this time, right? So that stat's out the window. So now it comes down
to fight
okay,
all stats.
Yeah, all sets are out the window, essentially. The one stat we haven't seen is them get 2 goals before OC gets a goal. So we'll see if they can do that. But the Eagles look to fly above the competition. The Zips need to lock in and at least force this to go to another game.
As we're going to be getting right into the action here. Both teams setting up, getting the fist bumps in right before we get in. As you said, Jonathan, feels like they've been behind them on the offensive side, and you've seen Oxy on the defensive side. Patty's just been all the way around as this might just go in. Oxy already makes one save. Patty makes another. Can they transition with a skim here? North, good touch to just take away any more pressure.
Game 5 is here, and OC Eagles hope for it to pass relatively quickly and in their favor if they can. North with a good touch here to stop it from going into the midfield and back towards their half. First 30 seconds though, Akron Gold have just been taking their time. They had an initial touch off the kickoff, but haven't had much since then. But Patty, they were the one to score first last time, looking for the 50-50, almost able to get it. North stops it, and Chili saves the day.
What is going on in Texas right now? It's just, no matter what happens, you just can't predict what's going to happen next. Oxy, the shot is going to be able to be found. And after all the chaos of the previous 20 seconds, they are finally able to break down the orange wall.
Perfect look for Akron Gold to start off strong, just like we saw about the same timeline of the first goal in the last game. I think it's like a couple seconds later, but even then, OC Eagles were able to come back that time. They're not too worried, right? What they got to be worried about, though, is Jonathan, who's looking to clip on them with that double tap, does get denied by G-Man, and he's just going for a ride, trying to right himself and get back on top like a turtle who's been flopped over.
Oxy is going to go low. A good cut by North is just going to put this to the corner, but it bounces back in front. So Chili's going to have to use all their boost to get this one out. G-Man the pinch going up top. Flip reset. Ooh. 19 boost goes over Patty. Back towards the middle. Can't get it to go. No power behind it as Patty has the boost, has the ball over G-Man. The shot is going to be a little bit high. Good save there by North, but will it be enough? No, as Jonathan finds the angle and able to take the 2-0 lead.
There's a lot of Akron fans here in the crowd as well, cheering them on, and you can hear like the clackers even through the microphones, but even then, this is what I was talking about, the game state that we haven't been in yet. Akron Gold up by 2 goals, so this could be the difference maker for them to turn this series around, and they want this to go the distance now. They want that Game 7. They're hungry for it, and, well, OC Eagles, they need to find some sort of change of pace, otherwise they'll be in deep waters without a floaty, unfortunately.
Jonathan has a good flick here, but again, just to the mid-pitch as North plays it to the side wall, trying to get it off the bounce, not able to. Jonathan not able to find the skim either, but puts it a long way over for Chili, not able to get it up top as G-Man has the control, has a flip reset, and trying to go for the 50 down low. It's going to go in the favor of Akron Gold, but both teams trying to fight for control at this mid-pitch. A good shot on off the demo. Nothing to be found, though. Both teams, it seems like it's slowed down just a little bit, and it seems like everyone's getting a little bit more methodical as they try going for the 50 down low. OC Eagles scrambling to try getting another shot on as everyone's just a little bit awkward.
Oh, no. That's not what you want to see happen for the OC Eagles. Speaking of awkwardness, they are going to have a long walk home after the goal gets reset. But Akron Gold 3-0. This is kind of similar to what we saw towards the latter half of Game 2, right? Where it was just the Akron Gold show and OC Eagles just didn't really have anything to do. So I think this is a brush yourselves off, pick yourself up by your bootstraps and walk forward with your cowboy boots and see if that'll be enough for you to tango against this Akron Gold roster. But unfortunately, OC Eagles, they have just been shut down so far.
As it's still in front of the net, Oxy is doing everything they can with no boost, so G-Man's going to be able to take it away. Flip reset over 1, but Patty, good catch, good control, trying to get this one out. The 50 comes out, back into the OC half as Chili in a foot race. Gonna go back in front. Oxy's trying to get an insane touch. It's gonna cause a lot of awkwardness once again, as you're just seeing this is experience from Akron Gold. Doesn't matter what you're down in the series. On land, anything is possible. It's 3-1 in the series, but right now you wouldn't have guessed that with how Akron's playing.
No, I mean, Akron Gold are playing like this is just another game to them, even though they are at the end of their limits. And, well, 4-0 seems to be like we're reaching the limits of how many goals could be scored by Akron Gold in one game, but we've seen more where that came from, so I wouldn't be too surprised if that tally goes up even further.
I wouldn't be shocked if we saw another goal or two from Akron, and it would be a very dominating fashion if they're able to hold the OC Eagles to a shutout here. The fake going across, just a little bit behind, but now able to take in the control. 50 comes out, not able to get the pinch though, so North is going to have to cut it, going for the touch. As Oxy goes up top, I'm not sure if they realized that it was open for just a moment if they had a power shot, but Jonathan, you know, you also don't need another one being up 4-0 with a minute left.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to put the foot on the gas the entire way and just go 200% every time that they can against OC Eagles. And I feel like that's the overwhelming factor of this Akron Gold offense is that once they get going, they can't be stopped. And OC Eagles, I think they did a great job of it in the last game, right? We saw the one goal from Patty and then a pretty quick answer from Chili and G-Man working in tandem. And that's kind of what's been missing, right? They've been going for awkward passing plays just out of desperation on the back wall, and they've just been cutting it directly to grounded players on Akron a couple of times. So not where you want to find yourself when you need to pull something off for at least a goal in your favor in a game. So back to the drawing board it goes. Less than 20 seconds now. Akron Gold look to just close things out, but we'll see if OC can at least get something for the road.
Just a little bit off. If they had a little bit more boost, they would have been able to get the double, but you know, that's been the tail of the tape of this game. Just a little too much. If you had just a little bit more as North, just
so
put if they put a little bit low. An entire game just a little too off. But you know, that's why you build this kind of lead. Build a lead like that so you can have a game where, you know, if things slip, it's not the end of the world. Now it's 3-2. You still have two more chances to put this one away, but Akron, you already saw them. They're up, they're pumped.
They got the fans in the crowd right now too. They're cheering them on every time that they get those goals or a win. So we'll see if that's enough to motivate them for this comeback. I mean, not technically a reverse sweep, but a reverse spaceman sweep maybe. I don't know. Either way, OC Esports still have at least another life left before a Game 7 scenario. Game 6 is here now, and they want to be the ones to take the initiative this time.
A good pop here. It's going to force Patty into an awkward spot, not able to make that first touch. So Jonathan's going to have to take control. Chili puts a shot on their own net after the demo, and that could have spelled a lot of trouble. But good heroics coming in early on. Chili gets it around one. Oxy's in an awkward spot, but it gets a good pop. Over to G-Man up top. Demo's coming out on the backboard. A good diving stop by Jonathan on the back check to just take away that shot.
Time ticking down in the first minute, and I was about to say no goal yet, but we're so close to one there from Chili. Just didn't have the angle either. Just had to put some pressure towards the net itself, and eventually something should hopefully go through in their favor. Again, 5 minutes, actually a little bit more than that since we had seen a goal from them, but even then, OC Eagles, they're not sweating it too much, right? They've been here before, but the problem is they're too distracted by their own bumps in the net. Jonathan with the disruption play.
Jonathan just comes running down and just falls Chili for that second. And then on top of that, you have the other two pulling up one fake and then taking control instead of a power shot. This is what OC was trying to do early on. You saw the fakes, you saw the passing plays, and then Akron just came down and said, this is how you do it. And then able to take the lead, trying to double up just a little bit wide, but Patty still in the driver's seat, trying to get this towards the middle. But G-Man taking control, just puts this one a long way and just tries to slow it down, this attack, but once again, just already right back to it. Not able to find that one to go, though.
So close, yet so far for OC Eagles to get on the board here. Again, multiple minutes now, more than a game and a half at this point. Basically 2 games with the time that has gone by. But they have been scoreless, so they need to change their fate here and now. And the big thing is like having boost to work with, right? They've had to use so much of it just to get the ball away to the midfield, and then, well, lo and behold, Akron Gold pick it up in some capacity. And look at this angle from Jonathan. Chili had to use everything to get up for it.
And, you know, even though your first attack may not be the successful one, it draws out all that boost, as you were saying. You want to get all these boosts down low, just force out your defenders to start making errors because they have to make an aggressive play due to low boostage. As Chili trying to make this pass across, Oxy has a good cut. Patty's already there, puts it up top. Jonathan's there, full tank, trying to go to work. Flip reset off the post, trying to force it in, but Oxy's not able to get that to go. G-Man a big save, trying to go all the way around, gets it around, it's open for a second, but Jonathan comes screeching across, makes that first stop, needs to get one more, a big clear, and Chili has to put this over to the corner.
Past the halfway point of this game and not much remaining between us and a fateful Game 7. The first one that we've had on the Rocket League broadcast side of things. But I'm sure we've had some in the background as well. And as I say that, North will strike true. Potential for an overtime moving ahead, but we still got at least 2 minutes and change.
Great pass by Chili to be able to find that angle. And then also hunting down Oxy, making sure that they can't backflip into that save. Just forces them, like, we're going to go over here now. Good bump coming in, evened it up. And as you're saying, you know, it's not over yet as Oxy has controlled. Pinch might go in their favor. It's going to go all the way to the OC side, but both sides just banging it back and forth, trying to get any control down low, back towards the center. Good save by Jonathan.
1:40 on the clock here and now, and OC Eagles, they're eyeing a victory. Akron Gold eyeing a Game 7, and they want to prove that they are the better squad here. One made CRO, one did not, but all that matters is who wins this game here and now. G-Man with a demo, Chili with the follow through, off the backboard, and away it goes, and the counterattack comes out from Oxy.
It's now G-Man trying to take control, but a good boost steal there by Patty. This just takes away a lot of that pressure and plays it into the 50. Floats it up top, but Chili's there. Doesn't have the boost to follow, so Oxy is going to be able to have control. Trying to get this one over to Jonathan. Flip reset, able to catch this one on the sidewall. Working their way in. Flip reset, trying to get it towards the center. A good save by Chili. But Chili starting to get low on boost. Patty's waiting underneath, playing the miss. Trying to pass it across, but no one was ready for it. As OC Eagles trying to capitalize on anything, as Oxy has a little bit of a misfire. Uses all of their boost to get this one away from the net. Now Patty working their way in the corner. Chili strips it away, back towards the middle. Good bump, but Patty comes screeching across and gets a good touch to clear this one out.
Less than 40 seconds now. Overtime still looming ahead in Game 6. OC Eagles need to capitalize with this possession play, but the problem is they get the flick forward and nobody's there on the fall through, and neither is the boost for North on either side. Coast to coast and still zeros in the tank. North still goes up for what they can, and G-Man there to try and bail them out, but they need to hold on to possession of the ball. The problem is Jonathan's there as well, but can't get the touch that they need.
As we are working the final 7 seconds back towards the middle. No one's there though. No one's expecting that to just go across. 0 seconds, still underneath. G-Man can't put it up as they don't have any boost. Both teams scrambling and fighting and clawing, trying to get any way in. Jonathan goes for the 50 up top. Patty's there, takes control into the corner. North strips it away, and G-Man just gonna put this a long ways away. Next one there, the shot's on. Jonathan, a good save.
OC Eagles so close to greatness, but they need a goal and they need a follow through here and now. Akron Gold, they can play spoiler in this and force a Game 7, but the demo is there. The miss is happening as well though. The angle was perfect, but a little bit too short from the punch.
You just hate to see it. You just want that one back. But one more chance. Chili flip reset. A good save by Patty. Puts this one off to the side. But once again, OC still in control. Puts this one back to the center. But Oxy gets a good 50. Goes all the way out. Jonathan's already up trying to get the 50. Gets the bump off. Back into the middle. Chili needs to put this one up top. Gets bumped off by Patty. Who's going to be the next one there? It's North. Trying to get this one around. Oxy not able to find, so floating it towards the net. Good clear. Jonathan still there though. Back into the corner. A lot of boost. Has the control. Trying to take it low. The low 50 won't be able to stop that one to go.
This is too close to call. Almost a chance again for OC Eagles, but Jonathan is stopping it. Oxy is chasing down the back line, and there needs to be a touch. A bump, actually, from all the Akron Gold players, and nobody's touching it from OC Eagles. What is happening here? Everyone stops on the field, and Akron Gold scores. It sends us to Game 7.
both teams are just in shock. As you saw the cameras,
I'm
neither
shocked.
team realized. I think everyone's shocked, and this is the, as Martin Scorsese would say, this is absolute cinema. Both teams, Game 7. Old dogs, new dogs, you can't write this up any better, as now they have to talk it out, try to figure out what's going on, and you're seeing people getting rattled and how lands can affect the mentals as we move forward. And through the argument, you see Akron's denim. Yeah!
They got their fans in the crowd. They're cheering things on. This is everything we could have asked for to end off the day. Our final game on the 5v5 stage here with 3v3 matchup on Rocket League for ECAC. OC Esports trying to lock in. The pressure got to them too much at the end of it. One shot is all that separated these teams, and one goal was what the difference maker was in overtime. So going into Game 7, all bets are off. I mean, Akron has the momentum, of course, but OC Eagles, they have it in them to close things out. Can they clutch it up, though?
And once again, nerves. The crowd is on Akron's side. How
True.
can OC come back and be able to battle this through? You know that in this story, you are the villain compared to everyone that's watching along. How are you going to be able to respond to this? The double kickoff comes off right away, but they don't get control of the ball, and they don't have any boost. G-Man up top, full control. Patty's backboard, but it's the only one there. Good cut there as Chili puts this one back towards the middle. North, a good shot, but a better save by Jonathan. Trying to get this one back towards the middle. Is there a follow-up? Good save there by Patty. Goes back to the corner. Another follow-up by OC. They are flying right now, but Jonathan one step ahead once again. Trying to get this one all the way out. Not able to find that one, though.
Momentum's in the favor of Akron Gold, and they are the ones who typically are able to shine brighter than anyone else when the spotlight is on them, especially in a LAN environment. We've seen Jonathan get so many accolades in the history of Collegiate Rocket League, and this might be another one. Patty gets the goal, and that's the first step.
I thought that might have bounced out for a second, but the post goes in their favor, hits it twice, and bounces in. And a beautiful shot. And that is what we'd like to call pixel perfect. Anywhere you put it, up or down, that bounces out. But Akron Gold absolutely flying. They're pre-jumping everyone. They are buzzing right now.
Oh, the bump as well. Patty for another follow-through. The KBM Warrior cannot be stopped, but it goes the other direction. G-Man so close to getting the angle necessary for a tying goal. Chili tries to save the day for OC Eagles. They need to put a hand up and stop the bleeding sometime. Now would be great.
Oxy made a great read on that pass to make sure that that was not able to be found. A great save by Jonathan once again. The graduate is standing tall, standing on his head, but a good fake. Back towards the middle. It's just off the post. It's the follow-up. Chili is there. A beautiful fake into a beautiful goal.
Perfect from Chili. A good bump from North as well to clear the way, and that's what's been missing from OC Eagles offense. They have struggled so hard to get just the boots in the ground. Akron Gold, who've just stuck in and burrowed up as best they can in the box, and well, we almost saw a kickoff goal for OC Eagles, and thankfully for Akron Gold fans out there, they were able to stop it. Flip reset comes through, but it's not going to be fast enough for it to be an actual goal.
It was great patience by Patty, too, to make sure that they stayed on that backboard and didn't fall off. Flip reset, not able to be found, so it's going to take the 50 instead as Oxy gets bumped off. Jonathan's going to take control, trying to get it around G-Man, not able to be found just quite yet, but Patty now in control. Chili's going to step up. Another bounce back, not able to be found. Both teams absolutely buzzing, flying around. Oxy, one more shot to go. It's just going to be escorted to the side by G-Man.
Oxy's just waiting there for the boost to respawn. I mean, the boost spotters are there, so he knows it's coming at some point, but even then, maybe not the best strategy. I guess the aura was just exuding from them as they are just menacing the OC Eagles defensive line, saying, I got this boost locked down. You can't get it. You got to go somewhere else for it. They're in the queue already. Day one, winning in front of the Best Buy or something. But even then, Akron Gold, they are still looking for an answer themselves, right? They had the momentum. So many goals back to back to back. And we saw, I think it was like 5 of them at the end of it. But even then, Akron Gold, they have been going back and pulling from within, right? They were down like 3-1 at one point and got 2 games in a row. What's one more goal? What's one more game for them?
A insane pre-jump is just going to
Where's
lead
the
to an
defense?
insane, like, G-Man. What you don't understand, G-Man pre-jumped that from so long ago, and it just forces everyone into an awkward spot, and then Chili's just there and says, "Thank you, G-Man. I'll take that freebie."
Oh, man. I mean, faked out the defense is what we saw happen there as well on the replay specifically before that pre-jump. But even then, Akron Gold was none the wiser as it ended up in the back of their net, and they were just shaking their heads and putting their heads in their hands, I'm sure, afterwards, and just a little sad. But even then, OC Eagles, they have the experience here, you know, as a top-level roster to pull out a victory. The problem is, in this past semester, they have struggled with getting those victories when it matters most, and this would be a huge win for them, not just, you know, in this matchup, but mental-wise as well.
Agreed. This is huge for them and huge for the program if they're able to get through the rest of these 90 seconds. Chili able to find the boost and gets it to round 1, electing to take it back down low to go back up top. North is getting chased away, so Chili has to take it themselves. Not able to get the 50 to go. The ball inching towards the net, but Oxy comes screeching across to make sure that that has no chance of going in. A good heads-up play by Oxy. A long ways away now, G-Man is able to take control back in their own zone, trying to go coast to coast with it. A flip reset, looking for the bump as well. Not able to be found. Bouncing around, though, off to the side, so Patty takes control. Goes up top, looking for the pass, but a good cut by Chili. A demo comes out on the back end. Patty looking for another one as Oxy doesn't have enough boost to get there. The pinch goes all the way across. Will North be able to race to it? And is able to find it. And with 48 seconds left, the OC Eagles have doubled their lead.
They came so far, but it hasn't proven to be enough for Akron Gold. Can they pull from within and find something in themselves that can give them the edge, bring it back within 1, and at least get them towards one final OT in Game 7, or OC Eagles close things out?
A good demo is just going to take away a lot of time here. It goes back into the Akron side. Already bled away 10 seconds as Jonathan trying to find a quick one. A great pass, but a beautiful pre-jump by G-Man. It makes a big stop all the way across. Can they find one more? And that should be the dagger. A beautiful shot as OC Eagles will be coming back and making sure that that 3-1 lead will go in their favor.
So many opportunities for Akron Gold in the last few games to really just put OC Eagles on notice, and OC Eagles now able to wake up after a bit of a mental reset between Game 6 and 7. But Akron Gold, we know it's possible, but with 20 seconds, it seems very improbable at this point. They need a goal here and now, and it's ticking it down for them. Oxy tries to get something going off the backboard. Patty, even with the boost, it's not going to matter. 10 seconds is not enough time for 3 goals to be scored, and OC Eagles will be winning this best of 7 between 2 of the best teams in ECAC.
This is an insane series all the way across, and most likely a finals matchup preview, and hopefully this is exactly what we get too. It's just so evenly matched. Both teams played so well, but unfortunately, of course, there's only one winner. OC Eagles standing tall at the end of it all.
That they are. Congrats to them. It took a little bit longer than they were hoping. They were wanting to go for that 4-0 sweep to make a statement, but a statement was made, right? They have the clutch back, and, well, we haven't seen that in quite some time for OC Eagles, so congrats to them. We just need a little bit more of that tomorrow for ECAC, and, yeah, they're excited for that victory. I'm sure they are, and I'm excited to see them, you know, come back with this victory as well.
And it's great for the program as well. As we've been saying, you know, they have been so close to finding that clutch factor.
Yeah.
And this goes in that favor. Because clutch, I believe, is a skill that you build with time. You have to keep breaking, you have to keep punching that wall until you finally break through. This could be the clutch factor that finally activates for OC, because as soon as you get that first one, you know you can do it again. You can go back and say, we did it against Akron Gold, we can do it against you too.
We can do it against anyone.
Exactly. And, well, that's just the mental state of a lot of players. So as someone who, you know, that's exactly how it happened for me. I used to not be clutch. It happened one time and I was like, why don't I just do
now
this
you're
more
that
often?
guy is what it sounds like. Yeah. Oh man! I mean, quick shout out to, of course, to Army National Guard. There we go. For the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship here at the Boeing Center at Techport. I mean, it's been an amazing event to be a part of so far, and I'm excited to see a potential rematch right for tomorrow in the finals if these two teams go there as well. I mean, Puma, any closing thoughts that you have as we set things out?
Man, it's going to be a fun day tomorrow. As for a reminder at everyone at home, we are going to be starting here at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and it will be starting with ECAC Pace versus Northwood Finals. So make sure you turn in for that one. That's, you know, you can never go wrong with Northwood. Always been one of the leaders of the pack for esports for the longest times, feels like, since the start. So make sure you tune in for that. But it's been a phenomenal time casting with you here, VOD. I hope you've had a great time. I know you have a long day, so and I know they're going to start yelling at us for a second, so we're going to have to run on out of here. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Come back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Have a good one.
1974.